I guess I'll die.
Hi, oops, sorry. Did I turn that? Okay, there we go. Had to turn off my computer mic. So, welcome everyone. We're here for the Children's Committee public hearing, and we have a number of bills, and we have a lot of people signed up to speak. And looking forward to hearing people's testimony. I would ask if we could all keep our questions to 2 questions per person because we have 78 people signed up. And that means that we really want to hear from everyone. And we know people will fall off if they have to wait until 10 or 11 o'clock tonight. So that being said, I'd like to welcome our first speaker, Senate Majority Leader Bob Duff.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Excuse me. I'm so sorry, Senator Martin.
Yeah.
I apologize. Senator here, and so I forgot to ask you if you would like to say a few words.
Yeah, I just wanted to stress or object to the limitation of 2 questions. There are some topics that are, and speakers that are going to lead to us to not only ask our first, second, but other questions based on the answers. And I gotta say, I understand there are 70 speakers. I understand that, and there are people that are going to be on this line for a while. We are starting at 3 o'clock instead of maybe 9 o'clock. But I believe I have not come across this in any of the other committees that I've been participating in. So I object to this limitation.
Well, Senator Martin, good to see you, sir. It's Representative Paris here. I appreciate that. We're now 6 minutes past the clock, and we want to make sure that we get to public testimony so that we are in concurrence with our joint rules. But I will say, sir, that decision is made at the discretion of the chairs. The chairs have decided it will be 2 questions per person. If there are additional questions, I think that there is a coordination with the rest of the members of your caucus that you can make to ask them to have them ask additional questions, sir. But I do appreciate your suggestion, and we will stand with the 2-question max. Thank you very much, sir. And that is done in other committees, including appropriations and education as well. Thank you so very much.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Dauphiné. Excuse me, Senator
Martin. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was going to just reiterate what my good ranking senator member said. And I would just comment that GAE had a meeting on Friday that had almost 300 individuals to signed up to speak, and there was no limit on questions. Some of these individuals that are going to speak, in particular, the first person will be the introducer of a bill that we may want to make sure we fully understand and get questions answered. So I would kind of ask for deference on some of the individuals that are speaking. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Just as a point of order, we do know that the Appropriations Committee and the Finance Committee use the same rules. So this is not something that is unheard of. Thanks very much. Senator Duff.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, Representative Paris, members of the Children's Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to testify on Senate Bill 1271, which is the Don't Ban Library Books bill. Okay. I appreciate the opportunity to testify on the Don't Ban Library Books bill and feel very strongly about the proposed bill. And I appreciate the committee bringing it up for a public hearing today and hopefully for future action as well. This banning library books has been called the civil rights fight of our time. And I've talked a lot about the fact that growing up and reading in history books, reading and learning in school, that book banning, book burning were something that happened decades ago. And frankly, I thought was way, way behind us. But the fact is, it's not behind us. It's happening throughout this nation and even here in the state of Connecticut. In Connecticut in 2023, there were 113 challenges to books in libraries. Now, opponents argue that book banning is necessary to keep lewd books from children, but this is really just a cover to ban freedom of thought. School libraries do not and never will carry X-rated material. Book banning endangers tolerance, weakens our democracy, and paves the way for greater censorship. Classic books that are considered part of America's cultural heritage have been banned, and we know a lot of these books: Mark Twain's Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, George Orwell's 1984, Harper Lee's To Kill a Mockingbird, Maya Angelou's I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings. And most books that have been challenged as lewd or pornographic in reality involve African-American history, LGBTQ issues, and racism. For example, a children's book entitled A Tango Makes Three, which depicts a baby penguin being adopted and raised by two male penguins, which did in fact happen in real life at a zoo in this country, was challenged as lewd material. To protect against the national rise in book banning, this bill does three main things. It prohibits public and school libraries from excluding or censoring books because of origin, background, or views of the material or its authors. It requires local school boards and governing bodies of public libraries to set up policies for book curation and the removal of library materials, including a way to address concerns over certain items. And three, it provides school librarians and other school library staff members with immunity from criminal and civil liability arising from good faith actions performed pursuant to state law. In fact, speaking to librarians at the Norwalk Public Library, if you want to meet a group of stressed people, just talk to a couple librarians. They're stressed, overly stressed. And this bill will protect the intellectual freedoms of students and the public, recognize librarians' professionalism and experience, and promote libraries as centers for voluntary inquiry, growth, and development. I would respectfully ask that you add 3 more sections. You prohibit public and school libraries from excluding or censoring books solely because a person finds such book offensive. You give immunity from criminal and civil liability provided under this bill to school librarians and their staff be extended to public librarians and their staff as well. And you grant school and public librarians and other library staff members with a civil cause of action for emotional distress, defamation, libel, slander, damage to reputation, or any other relevant tort against any person who harasses a librarian or library staff member for complying with state law. Frankly, again, to think that we're here at this point in this part of our nation's history where we're talking about book banning, to me is very troubling. And to see and hear librarians who just have their love of books and their love of trying to expand minds and help people, I think that they're under threat and stress is very disconcerting. So I respectfully ask for this committee to make those changes that I discussed and to vote out the bill favorably. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Duff. A question. Does this bill remove parental rights to control?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill does not remove parental rights at all. This bill does not prevent a parent from monitoring or having the final say on what books their children read. So no.
Thank you. And my second question, are you advocating for porn?
No, it'll never, look, if you think your kids are going to the library for porn, you're living in a different century. Pornography is not and never will be available in school or public libraries. The bill does not allow porn in school or public libraries. It requires school and public libraries have policies for book curation in place to allow for the removal of library materials for this exact reason. And ensures that the materials that are removed from a library are actually lewd. It ensures that materials with subject matters that are merely unpalatable to remain available for those who are interested. It ensures that children and adults of diverse backgrounds have representation so that people can learn about themselves and others. As I said, most of these books that are challenged have to do with the fact that they deal with somebody else. They deal with a different race, different sexual orientation. That does not make it lewd or pornographic. And again, if you think that some child is going to a library to get porn, I got a bridge to sell you, because they can get it right on their phone much faster than they could ever get it at their library, because it's not there.
Thank you. My co-chair.
Senator Duff, thank you for being here and for sharing your testimony with us. I just want to ask a question. Does this legislation provide a loophole around any hate or bias provisions?
The bill requires libraries to adopt procedures for book curation that prohibit banning a book merely based on the origins, background, or views of the material or its author. Does not mean that there is a broad loophole for librarians to ignore or challenge any book, even actual pornography, because an objection is based on some bias. All the bill does is require that objective consideration be given to each book that is challenged.
Thank you, Senator, for that clarification. I appreciate that. Back to you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Any other questions in the room? Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought you were going to call on the ranking members first. No? Okay, thank
They're
you.
online, so I'm calling the people in the room first.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Senator, very nice to see you. Thank you for coming in and sharing your testimony. I do have a lot of concerns with the books in the school. It's not that a parent or anybody wants to ban books. Obviously, we want children to go into the library and learn. But it is a fact that there are books in the school libraries that are inappropriate for children. They're inappropriate. They're not age appropriate. Age appropriate is up to 18 to 25 is an average age appropriate. And these type of books that you said are not in the schools, they are in the schools. I would encourage you to maybe take a look into some of the schools. Books like this are in the schools. Graphic, this is sexually graphic material that are in the public schools. And these are the things that we have a problem with. Not that we want to ban books, but these should not be in the schools. They are sexually explicit material. They are pornography that quite honestly is illegal. As you did mention that there are policies in place to prevent this. So I'm curious to know that, do you feel that this type of a book in the school for a young child to read, whether they're in high school or not, they're still a minor, is that appropriate? Through you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not sure which book you're holding up. I'm not going to get into debate on a particular book or not. I would say that that's why we have librarians, and that's why there are procedures. I know in Norwalk, I'm not sure about your community, but I've asked plenty of librarians, and they have all said to a person, none of those books that bring fear or nervousness or concern are in school libraries, and certainly not in areas where it's being peddled as elementary school students are reading things that are or have access to things that are way above their age range. This is why you have librarians, school librarians who are trained. They're trained to know what is age appropriate for children. That's why you have boards of education and you have superintendents. That's the process. It's not because the process is not one parent, me or you or somebody else saying, I don't like this book. Leave it to the professionals who are trained to deal with this, and then also leave it to the parents who say, I don't want my child reading this book. I'm fine with that. You don't want your kid reading that book? Great. Don't have your child read that book. Maybe I want my child reading a certain book that you don't like. Maybe I want my kid reading Huckleberry Finn. I don't have a problem with it. Maybe you do. Fine. Don't have your child read that book. I have no problem with that.
And do you have another question, Representative?
No, I do. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I was waiting for you to acknowledge me. I do agree that parents certainly can choose what books they want their children to read, but when children are in school, they are not watching over them, right? It is the job of the school and the librarian to make sure that they do not get a hold of these type of books. You know, we talk about age appropriate. You had mentioned in there that it's the librarian that is trained for age appropriate. So age appropriate can be determined by the librarian, maybe the author of the book and so forth. It's whatever their opinion is, whether it's age appropriate or not. These books are in the schools. I've seen multiple complaints. I've seen it myself. I have messages from parents coming to me, telling me that their child came home and talked about this book that was in their library. So they clearly are in their library. And based on your testimony, I'm assuming that you would agree with me. You don't want the kids to see this type of material in the books. What I'm suggesting is that let's make sure that this type of material is not in the schools at all. By putting some language in that bill to prohibit this type of material being put in the public schools. Is that something, through you, Madam Chair, is that something that you would agree with?
Representative, I can tell you this. I had two boys just graduate public schools recently. Neither one of them ever brought home a book that I thought was inappropriate. Neither one of them ever brought home a book that would be considered pornographic. Neither one of them brought home a book that parents had, at least us as parents, had an issue with, and that were anything more than was curriculum-based, learning-based, and was approved by the Board of Education. This is why you have this bill, because it sets up a process, and you have to trust the process. I mean, in this country, we have somehow lost any reasoning or rationale for trusting professionals. Somehow we have to micromanage every single aspect because we don't trust librarians. I grew up, Mrs. Rubino was my elementary school librarian at Marvin Elementary School. Mrs. Leopold was my librarian at Nathan Hale Middle School. And Mrs. Silverstone was my librarian at Norwalk High School. I remember them because they were great librarians. I trusted them. They helped me enjoy reading and learning to read and learning stories. I never, and I don't think my parents ever had an issue. To me, this is a distraction for other issues that are plaguing our society right now. That somehow we have these books in schools. When again, you want a kid, any kid, because now you have children who are getting phones at elementary school, which I disagree with, who can look up things faster than they could ever look them up in the Dewey Decimal System at their library. So again, anybody thinks that the kids are going to go look for pornography in their school libraries or their public libraries are fooling themselves. You want to help children? Let's help children. Let's put parameters around them having phones at a certain age. Let's put parameters around apps and all the haptics that make them addictive and that are causing mental health problems. We want to help kids. Let's make sure that they can eat every day and they have breakfast and lunch so that they don't have hunger pains. Let's make sure that they have health care. That helps children. Let's make sure that we put enough money for schools so that kids get a good education, that we can close the achievement gap. You want to help kids? Let's make sure that they have good housing, that they can live in housing so that they don't have to worry about being homeless or not having what they need to make sure that they're successful in school. Those are the ways in which we can help children. Those are the ways in which we can make sure they're successful. By having some sort of made up kind of issue of these books that are in school that we don't like because people are a little different from us, that to me is a false argument. Let's help children, but let's really help children. Let's make sure that they're successful. Let's make sure that they're housed and fed. And let's make sure that we close the achievement gap and we give the right kind of funding to our schools. That's how we can help children.
Thank you. Thank you. Again, Madam Chair, I don't have any other questions, just a comment if I may. I respectfully would disagree with you, Senator. Obviously, we have a different view, a different opinion on the library books that are in the school. And I'm not just talking high school, I'm talking even middle school as well. You mentioned that maybe your children didn't come home with a book that has any of this sexually explicit material in it. But like you said, most kids can get that information on their cell phone. Yes, they can, but my tax dollars are not paying for their cell phone. And most kids probably won't come home and tell their parent, hey, mom, dad, guess what? I saw a book in school where 2 kids were having oral sex. It just doesn't happen. So it is happening in the schools. I appreciate your testimony. We obviously disagree on the subject, and something that you probably wouldn't want to see inserted in this bill to make sure that this type of books, pornography, sexually explicit material is in the in the school libraries. I'm mostly focusing on the school libraries. I don't have any further questions, but I thank you, Senator, for coming in.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative.
Representative Lanu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator, thank you for being with us today. I appreciate the testimony. You know, I have to be honest, what I'm seeing here from my colleague, what she was holding up, what I'm looking at, I'm very disturbed by that. I mean, I'm seeing 2 individuals copulating orally. There's an image of that with a spotlight. I'm not sure everything that's going on there. Quite frankly, if I have a 4th, a 5th grader, a 6th grader, I don't want to have to explain that to them before the years. I don't need to be a professional to understand that. I would be uncomfortable having those discussions before their time with them because they saw that in a library. I don't think that's appropriate. I don't think a 4th grader should be looking at that. I don't think a 5th grader should be exposed to that in the schools. Cell phones, absolutely. I have the ability as a parent not to give my kid a cell phone if I feel they're too young. The television at home, their computers at home, I have access to that. I don't know. When they're in school, when they're in a library, I'm not in front of them for that period of time. And seeing that, I'm disturbed. And my concern with this legislation, and my question to you is, it seems like we're creating a type of immunity for a certain group of people, for librarians. And I echo what you said about your librarians. I had some great librarians growing up. Matter of fact, I host legislative office hours in 2 different libraries in my district. They're great people, but we have to have some sort of check and balance. And my concern is we're carving out this type of immunity for librarians, or those, there might be a set of people that might determine what the books might be. And would this forego a type of local process where if a bunch of parents get together and if there was a situation where that book, for example, those images are in that library, and we say, we don't want that. We don't want that for our young kids to be exposed to that in the 4th or 5th grade. Do we still have the flexibility if this legislation passed as it's written right now? Would we still have the ability to override that and to say, though, that's not allowed in our libraries?
Yeah, thank you. See, I believe in freedom of speech, as I'm sure you do. The book banning is an antithesis to freedom of speech. And so I also believe in elections, and I believe in process. And there's a process, and especially in this bill, creates a process, if there isn't one, that lays out how it goes. And right now in school districts across the state, I imagine there's a process. If there's not, then there would be under this legislation. And that it would provide parents, of course, you could speak up at any Board of Education meeting you'd like to. You could go to any library board meeting you want to. That's freedom of speech. And then the process plays itself out. And then we'll see. Again, I don't know about that book. I have no idea what that book is. But the issue is the process, and whether or not you don't want it for your kid versus somebody else wanting a book that they want to read or somebody else wants to read. That's the ability to critically think, and that's the ability for people to be able to have the freedom of thought, whatever it is, and not to have it where 2 or 3 people say, I don't want that book, and all of a sudden it is banned. There's a process in place, which is what all this bill does, is set up so that you can't ban books. Now, if something is not age appropriate for a 4th grader and something is in there, there's a process. And let that process play itself out. You're welcome to go to a Board of Ed meeting. You're welcome to talk to your superintendent. You're welcome to talk to your Board of Ed member, and then let that process play itself out. I think that's all this is saying.
Right. With all due respect, we should, as the people of the state, the people who elect our boards of education, elect you, elect me, we should be the final sayers in it. And if there's a book so egregious that we decide as a community, a local community, we don't want to have that. We think that's unacceptable. What I just described would be, I think, unacceptable in our schools, particularly with our younger children. And
So who's the community? Is that like 3 people, 5 people, or you bring it to like a vote of the whole community?
well, that's where I'm getting to. If we decide we want to, if the Board of Education acted inappropriately and the people wanted to have a recall election and prevent a specific book that's so egregious and not age appropriate for children, and we as a local community decide we want to do that, we should have that flexibility. And I don't think the people in this building should be dictating to local boards of ed and to parents that process in our particular community.
Has that
And,
happened in your community?
no, sir, it did not, that I'm aware of. However, in the event that when we pass legislation, this is going to be on the books for, no pun intended, for 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 years, as long as we have libraries. And if such an event arises, this looks like this image came from somewhere. This went somewhere. I believe it's saying here, Brookfield. And if it's coming to one of our communities and we say we don't want it, will we have the ability to say no? Or is this process going to circumvent that? And I guess that's my question, my follow-up question to you.
I would never think that there would be a process that would circumvent the people, because we live in a democracy or representative form of government, right? Where the people have the final say, and the people say what they say in November when they vote or don't vote for the people to represent them, whether it's the Board of Ed, whether it's your first selectman, whether it's your RTM, whether it's your mayor, whether it's your state representatives, state senators. I don't know about you, but I listen pretty strongly when people in my district have something to say. I listen to that very strongly. So
Oh, as do I, and
I'm sure you
people
do.
I'm talking to are very are not happy with this legislation. The people in my district. The bottom line is, I think that the people of a particular town have a right to decide their process for what they want to allow in their schools and their school libraries. And if you have a Board of Education, you got 7 members. If some of them vote that we're going to allow this in or create that process, and the people want to recall and overturn that decision, I think the process should allow for that. I know I can't ask you another question, but sir, thank you for the conversation and the dialogue. Nothing further, Madam Chair.
thank you, Representative.
Thank you. Representative Wieslander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator, for being here today.
Thank you.
As we're hearing discussion and concerns about what might be age appropriate for children and, how these books are chosen, I was wondering if you might be familiar with the BISAC standard, which is the Book Industry Standards and Communication age ranges on how our libraries categorize books, and if they are labeled accordingly for what might be appropriate.
Do they do that? Are you
They-
asking?
They do.
They do, yes,
They
yes.
do. So, I mean, I have 3 teenagers, and so we have a lot of different books coming in and out of our house, as we have since they were kids, because we're big readers. As my
Yeah.
librarian calls us, we're a library family. And there is a very set code on every book guiding parents and librarians as to what might be appropriate or not appropriate, because we can't preview all of our children's books. So I just wanted to, ask if that had been something you would come up in conversation with about with your librarians?
Yeah, absolutely. And that the thing is, again, I go back to the fact that librarians are trained. They have expertise. And for some reason, it's almost like at certain events in our history, everybody's an epidemiologist. And at certain times of our history now, folks are economists. And these are all the same. These are all the same people. Everybody has an expertise within 5 minutes. Yet we fail to remember that people actually have gone to college to learn and to be trained, and they have years of experience, and they work with other people to learn. I can just tell you that I used to love bringing my kids to the children's section of the Norwalk Public Library. I'd bring my laptop, I'd sit there, do my work. They would be off reading books, they go in story time or whatever. I never had a concern that they were being fed some inappropriate material because it doesn't exist. I've asked them. My mom worked in a school library. Kids still come up to her today, and she's been retired probably 10 years now. They still come up to her today. Mrs. Duff, Mrs. Duff, thank you so much. You helped me give me a love of reading. I never read a book before you came along, and you helped me you listened to me. You gave me a love for reading. You found the books that I loved. That's what we're talking about. In fact, and it's Florida, Texas, and Iowa who have the 3 states with the most bans on books. And I think it was Florida where the Bible was actually banned because of the content in it, and they had to quickly change the law. This is madness. And this is where we've gone too far. And again, somehow, somewhere in this country, we have decided that we can't trust anybody. It's a terrible turn for us. That doesn't mean that people get to do things in loco parentis, but it means that parents are still partners. And as parents, we can still know and understand what our kids are looking at. It's interesting because we probably want to micromanage their books we're micromanaging their books, but yet we're not micromanaging what they're looking at here. How many people can tell me what their kids are looking at all the time on their phones? Most people can't. I'd argue probably 90%, 99% of people can't. But yet we're worried about a book that they may be reading at the library, which is, again, I believe is a false argument. It's a hysteria. So I had nothing but great experiences at my library growing up. I remember as a Cub Scout, I got my first library card at the East Norwalk Library. My kids have had no issues. Not to say that nobody else has, but that's why you have trained people and you have parents who ultimately should be looking at and monitoring what their kids are reading if they have concerns.
Thank you. And I do have just one more question. This might be somewhat anecdotal based off of your mother's experience. But again, in your conversations with librarians in your town and across the state, did any of them talk through any particular situation where perhaps a child was checking a book out that wasn't appropriate? I know that when I volunteered in our school library, there were a couple times when a kindergartner was really excited about a chapter book. They can't read though. So we gently redirected them to their section and found something that would encourage the beginning of that love of reading. And I was wondering if you could speak to that, because I know, again, speaking personally, Case Memorial Library in Orange, we have now a new teen section that specifically houses their young adults library, choices. And it has some fun little signs to say, like, parents, please go somewhere else. And just to give them a little bit of time, but it also clearly identifies a space in which a teenager's material that's appropriate for them is on a different level and completely separate than the children's section.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's an important point is that again, that's why you have the training for librarians who can help direct children to age appropriate materials and especially reading appropriate. Because some kids, they come, 2 kids, I'll admit, one was a different reader than the other one, right? Different tastes, different reading levels, everything else. Same household, different skill sets. And I know that for me, I'm sure personally, and I know when I heard my mom talk about it and others, that, yeah, sometimes kids do want to feel like they're bigger and they want to take on books that are not appropriate for them or not at their reading level. And librarians are very good at sometimes saying, you know what, this is broken into sections too, but this is more for your age level. This is something that your vocabulary, this is something which you can understand. And then a child doesn't walk away feeling badly, but still has that love of reading. Love of reading is what gives us higher order thinking, what gives us critical thinking skills, lets us know what is the world around us. I mean, people can sit in the library and literally travel the world. And why wouldn't we be accepting of that? And why would we be trying to limit that?
Thank you so much for that answer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Pizzuto.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the good senator, just some question and comment quickly. Last session during our public hearing, we had some library board members appear before the Children's Committee, and they stated that each library had its own board that would basically decide what books were relevant or not for their particular library. So, as a child of 12 years old, they can get, or older, can get a library card. They may look at any maybe age not appropriate book without parental supervision simply because the parents aren't there. But doesn't your bill or this bill usurp the board's authority by saying they cannot rule for or against this bill's mandate if it passes? And I know those boards were very protective of what they can do and how they got elected to that board and so forth, maybe to Representative Lanou's points. But I think it kind of removes the board's having any say. You may disagree with that, but in law, I would think that's how it would be interpreted. I'm just waiting for your comment, sir.
Thank you, Representative. Yes, I disagree. Sorry, but I do think there's a process set up under the bill.
Okay, and I was a 12-year-old many years ago, and going into a library before cell phones and things. But even today, because cell phones may be limited significantly by parents or schools, their curiosity level may be there. And I think the first thing they see may set a precedence in their mindset that this is how things are done or should be done. And then it's a parent's job or parental guidance person to undo that. And so isn't it better to have some kind of restraint with respect to age appropriate books besides hoping a parent may intervene?
Well, I think if it's a young child, I'm not sure. Well, I guess they could bike, but I'm not sure how they get into the library on their own without a parent there. But that's why you have librarians. And I just go back to my own experience as a parent. If my 8-year-old was not in the children's section and downstairs in the adult section, I'd have some concerns and want to bring my child back up to the children's section where it's appropriate for them. So I think it's a little bit of a desert island scenario of what happens if a little child walks into the library and zooms his way over to the adult section, and there's some sort of book there that may not be appropriate for their age. One, I don't know that they'll even understand it or read it or open it, and two, I would assume that an adult would redirect the child to a more appropriate place.
Thank you, Senator. Mike, just a comment. I think this bill removes a lot of parental oversight or library boards from being able to control that because we've taken that authority away if this bill should pass. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator, for being here today to testify regarding your bill. I'm going to parlay off of a couple of my colleagues here and ask a direct question and be very specific about adding some language to this bill. Would you be opposed to adding language that would prevent minors, the minor children, that would be anybody under 18 in the school libraries, prevent the kind of books that would have pornography, sexually explicit conduct, touching a person's clothed or unclothed genitals, pubic area, buttocks, if such person was a female, breasts, a nude performance, or a person in a state of sexual excitement? Would you have a problem adding that language into this bill?
I would defer to the committee because that is the committee's bill at the moment, but I'd have to have some conversations. I just don't understand the premise of the question. I'm sorry. So, and it would be up to the committee to decide what kind of language if they chose to amend the bill.
The premise of it is you said that you you would not think it was appropriate for pornography or X-rated material, and I think I just explicitly described what that might be, and I'm asking if you would be willing to put language that was very specific to that in your bill or in the Children's Committee bill. I know it started with you, so I'm asking if you'd be okay with that.
Well, I think we'd have to have certainly have some discussions, and we'd have to find out if that is something that is actually necessary to put into the bill. Because again, in talking to librarians around the state and talking to librarians in my district, at schools and public libraries, it seems like we're putting language into a bill that isn't necessary because it doesn't exist.
Well, I know many parents would argue with you and feel differently, given the fact that there's been some very graphic pictures. I think Representative Master Francesco shared some. I know you couldn't see them, but they come out of books like Flamer, Lawn Boy, It's Perfectly Normal, Earl and the Dying Girl. These books all have very explicit pictures that have been found to be in public schools across the state. And that, I think, many of the books that the parents that are objecting to are these graphic pictures that are in these books. But I guess I'm saying if you are opposed to pornography and X-rated material in books, I wouldn't think you'd have a problem with adding that very specific language to the bill. My next question is, do you consider it banning when we put provisions on cell phones with regard to parents who have a choice to either provide their child with a cell phone or not, with movies that parents have the choice to send their child to a movie or not, or even Playboy, Hustler, and Penthouse that are prohibited for minor children to purchase? Do you consider that banning?
I think we're getting far outside the bill that is presented here, and I think that parents ultimately have the decision to make for their children. And there's what I've said over and over and over again, Representative, is that parents are responsible for their children, but what you don't want your child to see doesn't mean you should make that my child's or my decision as well. So you and I may agree on what you just talked about for our children, but that doesn't mean that we won't disagree some other place. And because you don't like a book doesn't mean that I may not think that book is okay. And so therefore, because you don't like that book, my child should not have the ability to read it. And again, I don't know how you feel, but maybe you feel it's okay to ban the Bible. I don't, but that was banned because of some of these laws in other states.
Yeah, and I would just comment to that. First of all, parents are not in the school libraries. They're not there to guide their children on what book to open and which one not to open. I think that makes this very different and more, if you will, an opportunity for them to get exposed to things their parents may not want them to see. We know that the law doesn't allow pornography, such as the books, the magazines I mentioned, Playboy, Hustler, Penthouse, and I'm talking about sexually explicit kind of photographs such as that I asked if you would have a problem with being very descriptive in this bill so that we can clarify for many of the parents that have concerns. And I would just say that we're trying to do that with phones and the media exposure to children. And that's where parents do have the ability to kind of guide their children and see what they're watching and see what they're looking at. This bill dictates policy. it dictates, you're saying that each library gets to make their policy, but it's very, very clear on what that policy has to be. So if we trust our librarians, which I would kind of challenge that too. You're saying we must trust the librarians, but we often differ on what we think is right and wrong. I would say that you can see that with all kinds of things, teachers and doctors and religious leaders. We often differ with those ideas. So I don't know that a librarian's school degree or the fact that they're trained makes them qualified to decide what's right or wrong for my child to see. And I think that those are the things that are missing here. And I thank you for your time on this bill.
Thank you, Representative. And let me just mention again that nobody here is advocating for Hustler, Playboy, any kind of pornographic material in any library, school library, or anything that is inappropriate for children. Again, librarians are trained to think, listening to you, Representative, and respectfully saying this, it sounds like it's like children just run into the libraries like nomads and can pick whatever they want. And there's it's like almost like the bookstore at the airport. They can go get whatever they want and climb up to the highest levels and get anything, even if it's not appropriate for them. Nobody's advocating for that. So let's get back to reality here and back to making sure that libraries are safe places for people to go. Books are not being banned and librarians are not being harassed. That's basically all this is saying right here.
Well, and with all due respect, Senator,
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Representative Dauphiné.
I'm not finished. So nobody's advocating for kind of, I believe, what you were arguing for. And the thing is that, yes, parents are not in the libraries, in the school libraries. Yes, because parents are working and children are at school. That's kind of how it's always worked. And you have an issue with that. You have a beef with that. Bring it up with your school librarian. If that doesn't work, go to the principal. If that doesn't work, go to your Board of Education member. That's the process we have in this country. And if you don't like how the books that they're putting in, then choose new Board of Education members who put a different policy in place. But that's the way it is, and that's the way it has been. And for you, not you personally, but for you to say that this book is okay or this book is not okay, and so therefore it should be banned, but I don't have a chance to read that book, that to me doesn't seem very American. That's my point.
Thank you, Senator. And if I just may respond to that, so we agreed that children shouldn't have exposure to Hustler, Playboy, and the like, and that's not what you were speaking about. But what I described as added language to this bill is very specific to the kind of things that are in those magazines. And that is why I'm appealing to you to have this added to the bill so we can be very clear on what we do and don't want exposed to our children. Thank you.
Representative Paris for the second question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to have a second question. Senator, I want to read something to you, and then it will go into my question. Let him kiss me with the kisses of his mouth, for your love is more delightful than wine. I'll go one step further. Yet she became more and more promiscuous as she recalled the days of her youth when she was a prostitute in Egypt. There she lusted after her lovers, whose genitals were like those of the donkeys and whose emissions were like that of the horse. Senator, forgive me, that's from the Song of Solomon and Ezekiel.
Sounds like the
That's in
Bible.
Yeah, I don't think you want to tell my bishop that I should not be reading the Bible on Sunday. However, in high school, I did read The Scarlet Letter. I also read The Awakening. I also read Animal Farm. I also read Of Mice and Men. I read a lot of books. Senator, we're seeing a push on multiple sides. We ideologically cannot agree with our good colleagues from the other side, but to ban books from schools and libraries based on claims of inappropriate content, often targeting literature that discusses race and gender and history. Quite honestly, given that the Bible itself, much to what you've alluded to over the last couple of minutes, contains the passages in which I started off with to you, depicting explicit violence and sexual content and slavery. And I think that quite frankly, is a little bit more risque than Playboy and Hustler. Do you think that these thoughts on censorship efforts, around the censorship efforts, are truly about protecting children, or is it more about selectively silencing perspectives that are often disagreed with?
Well, thank you, Representative. And as I said in my opening remarks, a lot of times these book bannings have been about uh, not providing perspectives for children or for adults and limiting what they may see. So again, you've had Huckleberry Finn was not allowed for a long time because it talked about slavery. To Kill a Mockingbird was not allowed because of the type of book and the story that was there. Harry Potter, that my oldest son read, all those books, was banned. So I do have concerns about the fact that these book bans do limit creative thinking. They limit different perspectives. They limit perspectives of somebody like me learning about a perspective of somebody who's different than I am. I mean, I just remember as a school kid in the summertime reading different books that I got from the library, and you do learn a different perspective, or it's almost like it's why we have Black History Month. It's why we have Women's History Month, Indigenous Peoples Month. You learn different perspectives from people who are different from you, and you try to then grow as a person, be a different person. It's one of the reasons why we always tell people to travel. You get a different best thing people can ever have in life is a passport that's filled, because you get a different perspective, just like you do when you go to the library. And if you don't have the opportunity, the luxury, or the privilege of being able to travel, like I said, you could go around the world just by being in the library.
I appreciate that, Senator. I will tell you, I still have overdue books at my grandmother's home in Kansas to this very day. I'm terrified to go to the
Don't tell
library in
Bookman.
Kansas City. But I will also tell you, Senator, that I learned a lot from reading a lot of the books that I thought were not interesting during high school in my AP English classes. Of course, many of the books that I read outside of school I found to be interesting, but they probably be on this list today too. Toni Morrison, Maya Angelou, you name it. But I would often say it's okay for people to figure out what books are right for their children to read and to have those discussions in their home. Just like it's okay for me to hear what happened in the Song of Solomon on Sunday morning and have that conversation with my family as well. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. And reading the Song of Solomon did not make you a bad person or make you want to kill somebody. So.
Thank you very much. Oh, you already had two questions. No, well, we're done because we need to move on to the next person. Sorry, we're almost up on our hour, and the
Thank you.
joint rules
Thank you, Madam
do
Chair.
say that. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Duff. Excuse me, Senator Duff, I apologize. Senator Martin has his hand raised, and I do want to give him the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was a little late with raising my hand there. Senator Duff, thank you for testifying. Just very quickly, I know one of the sections in the bill talks about the immunity for the librarians. Could you just explain that, the reasoning behind that?
Yeah, there's some concern I've read that that said that people argue that allowing librarians to sue for emotional distress is an overly broad remedy. That would mean parents could be sued merely for telling a librarian that they don't like a book or their child, or don't like a book their children brought home. And this is actually not true. So I'm glad you asked the question, because emotional distress is actually a term of art under the law that has a defined and more narrow meaning. And second, such actions are not the kind of conduct that this bill intends to prohibit. Rather, this private right of action is intended to prevent harassment and bullying. And if you walked into your library in Bristol or other libraries, speak to librarians, they may share with you, like librarians around the state have shared with me, of the harassment and bullying and just fear that they have from people screaming at them or writing them nasty emails. I mean, in fact, when I introduced this bill with Senator Marr, I had a person call and said they wanted to take the back of my head off. So can you imagine? I mean, we're used to that kind of stuff. Sadly, we're used to it. But in other threatening things on social media, librarians are not built for that at all, put it mildly, nor should they have to take it. So this gives them a little bit of way in which to hopefully tone that down a little bit. So you and I sometimes we have thicker skin for criticism and the bullying and the and some of the emotional distress, I guess. But librarians who are just trying to do their job should not have to be bullied. They should not have to be harassed. They should not have to be threatened in order to do their jobs, just like teachers should not have that same issue as well.
Yeah, thank you. I know that a few years ago, we passed some legislation regarding protecting our nurses and our doctors who are dealing with people who go across the same thing or come across the same thing. They're trying to help. They are trying to help them, and they are getting bullied. They're getting they're afraid for their lives to some extent. But I kind of see how if an offensive book, an offensive person comes into the library and sort of takes it out on the librarian is I guess I could see that taking place. But I guess what I'm not understanding is the immunity aspect of it. Are they getting sued, or are there people that are they afraid of being sued?
Librarians?
Yes.
No, I think it just gives the librarians a tool if there's emotional distress, and they are again, if they are harassed, bullied, whatever, and they can sue for emotional distress.
So this would allow them to sue the person that has come in and created that distress on them. Is that how I understand this?
Yes, and again, like I said, emotional distress is not because, oh, you made me feel bad because you yelled at me. Emotional distress is a term of art that is a defined and narrow meaning.
Okay. So I'm surprised we don't have that currently. That if someone
Well,
comes into the library,
when
and harasses them, that they can't. I would imagine, first of all, the police will come in, but if it's persistent, that they can't civilly go after whoever that person may be.
Senator Martin, when did we get to this point where we had to protect librarians from emotional distress?
I hear you. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Duff.
Thank you, Senator Marr. Thank you to the committee.
Next, we'll hear from Commissioner Beth Bai.
Good afternoon. I'm joined by Elena Trueworthy, who oversees programs that we'll be talking about today. So I wanted her to be with me. Thank you for joining.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator Marr, Representative Paris, Senator Martin, Representative Dalfinis, and distinguished members of the Committee on Children. My name is Beth Bai. I'm Commissioner of the Office of Early Childhood, and I'm here to testify on HB 6899, HB 6900, HB 6903. I'm going to start with 6899, an act concerning early educator pay equity. OEC is supportive of efforts that address the compensation levels of early childhood workers. The Blue Ribbon Panel's report cites that childcare wages are 23% lower than workers in competing fields, and the panel report identifies that inextricable link between workforce compensation and quality of care. In fact, the #1 goal of the Blue Ribbon Panel was to invest and support the retention and recruitment of a professional, high-quality early childhood workforce. This speaks to the need for a well-educated early childhood workforce. We also, in that same bill and in the Blue Ribbon Panel, we talked about moving toward parity with public school teacher compensation, and also have worked to restructure the early childhood professional requirements with changing to the unifying framework. I'm going to just skip some parts of my testimony. You have it in front of you. The Blue Ribbon Panel report proposes using the state-funded rate structure to support increased salaries in early childhood. The intent of the governor's proposed universal preschool endowment is to require participating programs who apply for the enhanced rates in 2028 to meet the teacher pay scale in line with current kindergarten teacher salaries. The Blue Ribbon panel did not recommend grants to employees directly to improve salaries, but rather that ongoing rate increases that support improved salaries were the path to go. I really feel like this is an important difference here in that improving the whole rate structure improves the whole system, including the salaries, which are always a large proportion of what the expenses are when you fund childcare. Salaries are usually, as a former director, 70%. So you're supporting the whole system with the rate structure. When you do a grant program directly to staff, that sort of goes around the idea of building a systemic approach. It has worked. We've sent funds to teachers during the pandemic, and there was a proposal last year that's sending funds to teachers while we get this in place. So we are all for supporting improved wages, but we believe we should do this through improved rates. In Washington, D.C., where they did some of these direct grants to teachers, that becomes a line item that's all on its own, and it's not part of a whole system, and it becomes vulnerable. So in the current context, the governor's proposal to establish a universal preschool endowment will increase the rate for OEC-funded spaces over time. Including, we've also increased rates for Care for Kids over the past number of years. As we stated at the outset, we appreciate the intent of 6899. We agree with the goal of 6899. However, we support the approach of the governor's universal preschool endowment and continued general fund investment in our early childhood system. The OEC also appreciates the intent of the following two bills. An act establishing a task force to study child development and perinatal depression screening tools and data sharing, and an act establishing a pilot program to disseminate information concerning childcare services, early intervention programs, and financial assistance programs to patients receiving prenatal care. The goal of these two bills are noteworthy and address the same aspirations of OEC. To avoid duplication of effort and waste of valuable state resources, we want to provide the committee with an overview of the existing services, programs, screening tools, and studies under the purview of our agency. Those are enclosed. I'm not going to read through those here today. Happy to answer questions for you. But just so you know, those include the Connecticut Home Visiting System, Universal Nurse Home Visiting Pilot in Bridgeport and Norwich, Help Me Grow, Sparkler mobile app, and Connecticut Early Years Research Studies. We believe that the sooner we can get to children, to families, to support them with information earlier and even lower touch with a bigger impact, that we should do that. And I know, Senator Mar, you and I have had conversations about ways we need to think about connecting and improving our data system. So we're all for that. And just really happy to take questions from the committee about any of these particular programs, as it will help you with these bills. But I don't think I should take the time, given all the people here to testify, to read through what those programs are.
Thank you, Commissioner. Really appreciate your testimony. I do have a question, but I will hold that until, does anyone in the room have a question? If not, we will go to Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator, for your testimony. You know what, we have quite a conundrum in our state. I understand that there's a you know, a pay problem with regard to retaining and getting you know, professionals to work and stay in our state. My question is, are you advocating for there to be, if you will, like a minimum wage kind of scale for all of the childcare professionals across the state?
I'm glad you asked that question, Representative, so I can clarify. What we're proposing in the governor's proposal on early childhood this year is that by the year 2028, the rates for state-funded programs, that is the programs that participate and are funded at a rate to support families in the workforce, that support salary will have to follow the state's salary guidelines. It doesn't apply to every private program in the state. This is if you want to apply for funding from the state to serve children in Connecticut and get the rates of Early Start Connecticut, you will agree to meet the pay rates that are aligned with someone with a bachelor being paid at the level of a kindergarten teacher.
Thank you so much for that answer. And my second question is more specific to the cost to our taxpayers in the state. I know I called it a conundrum because we understand the pay levels are not up to par, but then we're also struggling. I know in particular parents that are working. How do you see that playing out, Senator? I mean, not Senator anymore, but
Okay. I also appreciate that question as well. I believe the way the governor and certainly the way OEC views these investments are that there is a huge return on investment for early childhood investments. So as we have preschool and childcare more available to families, more families can work, they're paying taxes, they're in the workforce, it's helping our productivity. And I know we sent all the members of the legislature last year the return on investment for the Blue Ribbon Panel recommendations, and I'm happy to send that again. But it's more than a 7-to-1 return on investment when you put together both the increased productivity, increased taxes, improved outcomes for children. We're paying. You can either pay me now or pay me later. During the Blue Ribbon Panel, we heard that just the lack of infant toddler care in Connecticut costs us $1.5 billion a year in Connecticut. So we're paying anyway. In Montreal, when they implemented universal access to preschool and childcare, within 5 years, they reached a level where so many more families were in the workforce that absent everything else, just the increased tax revenue paid for the whole system. So it's about making the investment up front to save the taxpayers dollars down the line. And in fact, for parents with young children, keep dollars in their pockets so they can buy homes, so they can be part of our communities and not stressing the human service system.
thank you. I appreciate that answer. And I would just say, just a comment, I'm assuming that many of the families that would benefit get earned income credit. So I was kind of curious as to how that would impact the tax revenue. But thank you so much for being here and in your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Senator. How are you?
Good to see you.
Senator Bai, regarding the standard rates, what are they currently now? And you mentioned that the rates that's being proposed would take us to, I believe you said 2028. And how would that change going forward? So currently, what are the rates? And if the timeline is up to 2028, what happens after that? Do you have to come back to us to get a rate increase?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Currently, we have no salary requirements for state-funded programs, so that doesn't exist because the state does not pay at the market rate. They pay well below the market rate. So a lot of times programs are fundraising on their own. They're combining funding streams, working to pay their staff a living wage. So it's a huge problem in early childhood. There are empty classrooms across the state because programs can't recruit enough teachers. So there is nothing now. The plan is, and this legislature requested that we develop a salary scale that would be the full cost of quality and be aligned with kindergarten teacher rates. We can send that to this committee. I'll ask Elena and Kristen to help us remember to do that so we can send you that. The plan, Senator Martin, is that in 2027, under the governor's early childhood proposal, OEC and SDE would issue a request for proposals, and communities would send us their plan for early childhood, and the endowment fund would fund on an increasing basis more and more communities to make sure that every parent has access to preschool. So then when those slots are awarded, when towns that, you get 100 spaces in Bristol, then the payment rate, everyone who applies will know what the payment rate is, and they will apply knowing that if they receive these funds, they will pay teachers within that salary scale. So it won't be until 2028 that the rates are at a place to pay within that salary scale. And the governor's plan calls for the next 2 years for communities to do planning, programs to be working toward accreditation, so they are more likely to be able to get the funding. And then OEC and SDE will issue an RFP, and the salary scale will be followed. In terms of coming back, I think you make a good point, Senator Martin, that OEC should, perhaps work with this committee to come up with some model that assures that that pay scale keeps up with inflation. At this point, we're hoping to meet that pay scale, and we believe we can with the increase in rates coming from the trust fund. But I think you make a good point. We don't want to be coming before the legislature with the pay scale again and again. We want to set it up in a way that's sensible and the programs can live with. And there will be a range. We're not going to tell people exactly what to pay their teachers. There'll be a range, with the guiding principle being a bachelor level teacher who meets all the credentials will be paid on par with the kindergarten teacher, whether they'll be paid as a kindergarten teacher, whether they're in a family childcare home, a preschool, childcare center, any program that we fund that is getting children ready for kindergarten that serves 3 and 4 year olds.
Thank you, Senator. One last question. So with this new trust fund, how many additional slots or total slots will the state be, I guess, have at, how many total slots?
Ultimately, the trust fund by 2032, because the RFP will roll out and there'll be a 5-year RFP and the slots will roll out as the funds increase. There are 13,000 new preschool spaces and 7,000 spaces for preschoolers that will go from part day, some part week, to at least school day, school year. So it impacts 20,000 families will now have access to preschool that is at least school day, school year. And in addition, current families, because we're building on the current system, we're not building a whole new system. We serve a lot of children now. 19,000 families would experience reduced tuition because of the trust fund.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Senators. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Martin. Representative Comey.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Hello, Commissioner. Good to see you. Sorry I can't be there today, but our early childhood, we have in the state, our delivery systems are a mixed delivery system. And so with the governor, with the proposal that is in front of us with the governor that you were just speaking about, when you're thinking about communities coming to you or coming to the state, us with plans for a more robust early childhood programming, are you thinking that this will be part of the public schools, or like right now, Branford, for instance, has 4-year-old half day. Next year they're going to go to 4-year-old full day and cut down on the number of kids, I guess, and have a little bit of a parent pay involved in that. And the goal is to grow the program and to offer as much free early childhood care that we can to the residents. So I'm wondering if you're talking about granting money to districts, or what does it look like on the community level?
I'm so glad you asked, because it will really depend on your community. It's a mixed model. We really believe it's got to be a combination of family childcare centers, preschools, public schools, just like it is now. Right now, there are about 19,000 preschoolers in public schools served, and a little more than 20,000 served through OEC programs and Head Start. So it will depend on your community. If your community has a robust program for 4-year-olds and you're looking to expand that, particularly if you have a number of families where affording preschool is out of reach, your plan that would come to OEC and SDE would say, our plan is to have X number of 4-year-olds in the preschool, and then we need X number of wraparound spaces because this many parents work, and then we need this number of 3-year-old spaces, and we think those should be 10-hour a day, 50 weeks a year. So we really want parents at the table, and I might ask Deputy Commissioner Trueworthy to weigh in here. So there'll be a local governance process, which I think you know about, but I don't know, Deputy Commissioner, if you want to weigh in to just round that out.
Sure. So as the commissioner said, we're really looking to build upon the current early childhood system that we have in place. And we know just how important local voices are, right? And engagement of the local communities to really understanding what are their unique needs and what are the unique needs of their families and stakeholders in their communities. And so a transition process is happening currently from school readiness councils and local early childhood collaboratives to one entity called a local governance partner that will be in the current communities where those are located now. And the idea is that it is a community table, right, where they're looking at the holistic needs of children and families across those towns, and will be able to complete a needs assessment where they're really identifying what are the true needs of our families, asking the families, having parent to parent messengers go out to be able to seek that information from families, and being able to compile all of that information to share with us at the OEC to say, this is what we need. How can we help to align all the resources?
And I would just
question.
follow up with a second question regarding that, because that sounds great. I mean, I do sit on my local governance council, so school readiness, and have been on both sides of that table. Are you going to, is in the plan, I should say, in the plan, is there preparation for, is there technical assistance for our communities to go
Yes.
through this process?
Definitely. We've worked with OPM, and the trust fund is designed to have dollars for communities to support this. I'm going to answer this quickly because the part about that aligns here was about the wages, and the wages are part of the early start and the governor's proposal, but I know that's not this bill, and I know there are a lot of people waiting to testify. So we'll be talking about this at the Education Committee, I'm sure in front of the Appropriations Committee. So there'll be a lot of chances, and we're really open to the input of legislators. You know, that's the whole point. There's planning time to make sure we're thinking of things, and you'll hear from constituents who will have information that will help us.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Wielander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here today.
Yep.
I had I think just a really quick question about 6900 and 6903.
Mhm.
Reading through your testimony and understanding and appreciating very much the hesitancy to duplicate efforts and sort of reinvent the wheel. Do you still see OEC as, I guess, potentially a hub for this information with all of these different partners going forward? And because there was, I know in your testimony on 6903,
Hmm.
you recommended not establishing that pilot because it was duplicative. And so I just didn't know if you could sort of talk about what you might envision given the intent of each of these bills.
Well, I think what would be great is to find time to sit with the committee to see exactly what you're trying to accomplish with these. We just don't want to, we spend a lot of time going to meetings and committees, and it takes us away from the work of doing the data sharing. I think where we could really make progress here is on the data sharing and the data work, which I know is important to you and important. I know Senator Martin and I have had conversations about this. So, you know, maybe we could drill down on where we can make the most progress and what the highest needs are. We just don't want to have something to have something. We want to make sure, and even in our agency, right now, we're trying to have a more unified approach to home visiting and universal nurse home visiting, and think about how we can make the best use of those resources together. So, and then how do we share data between them? And so I think here we agree with the intent and where you want to go. We just want to be careful not to duplicate. So we're happy to sit down and be really specific.
I appreciate that. Yeah, simple and straightforward is often
Yes.
the best way to, especially for families, if you're dealing with a newborn, and that's your brain isn't working on full power anyway. So let's
Right.
make it a little bit easier. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? Not seeing anyone or anyone online? We really appreciate you being here. Thank you and look
Thank you.
forward to working more around these issues
Yeah.
that we discussed.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we will hear from Cesar Allman. I hope I got your last name right. Ailman or
You
Allman?
did. No, that was
All
great.
right,
Thank you
good.
so much.
Thank you.
I hope I get everybody's names right. That's always the hardest part. Good afternoon, Senator Mayor, Representative Perez, Representative Wellender, Representative Keith, and Representative Martinez, and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Cesar Aleman, and I'm the director of the Connecticut Urban Opportunity Collaborative. I am here today to to show our support for HB number 6841, and not concerning the establishment of a universal basic income pilot program. Through the Connecticut Urban Opportunity Collaborative, which is made up of 3 of the largest community foundations here in the state of Connecticut, including Hartford Foundation for Public Giving, Fairfield County's Community Foundation, and the Community Foundation for Greater New Haven, we have launched a multi-city direct cash assistance program in 2024 that is serving 120 families over the state of Connecticut. Oh. No problem. Can you hear me now? Okay, great. That might help. Hopefully you caught some of that. In 2024, the Connecticut Urban Opportunity Collaborative invested in UpTogether's direct cash assistance pilot, which is serving 120 families across 3 different regions in the state of Connecticut. We did so under the understanding that Connecticut residents are currently experiencing acute economic challenges that we're all trying to address through various methods that you're hearing about today and in various hearings regarding housing, regarding income, regarding livable wage. And yet there is an immediate need that they need to be able to get to be able to support families and children in the state of Connecticut as is. There is a growing body of evidence, not just in Connecticut, but across the country, that shows that direct cash programs operating around the country demonstrate incredible impacts in the general well-being of families that allow them dignity, autonomy, and independence to be able to move forward with necessary decisions that they must make for their families to thrive and to have healthy and prosperous lives. We support the legislation to study the impact of direct cash assistance here in the state of Connecticut, and we currently are one of 3 pilots in the state of Connecticut that are privately funded and are operating currently in the state of Connecticut. The aforementioned UpTogether pilot, the Bridge Projects pilot, and also a series of pilots from a local organization called 4CT. Collectively, these pilots are already benefiting over 700 households and thousands of families and thousands of people within those families across the state. And they are showing us a opportunity.
Can you please
to
summarize?
Yes. In all, what we would encourage is just an opportunity for the length of the pilot to be considered a little bit for a longer period. And we would also like to acknowledge that there is an existing body of work that could contribute to the way in which you think about implementation. We have provided a full set of testimony that you're welcome to read at your leisure, and we would be happy to provide answers to any questions you might have. Apologies if I went over.
Thank you so much. A question, Representative Paris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not so much a question, but a comment. And Cesar, I appreciate you being here. And I also deeply appreciate the tremendous work that you've done across the state with many other advocates and many other thought partners on this within this process. I think the biggest thing is universal basic income is a burgeoning idea and act that's happening across the country, and many would be shocked to know that it's happening successfully in Republican states and in many Republican towns. And I think that what this can do is obviously help families get ahead and stay ahead and move ahead, and move them off of, move them away from being able to have to live paycheck to paycheck, be worried about falling back, possibly falling back into poverty, or into poverty rather, if they've not done that before. But it gives their children a head start. And so I appreciate your work. I deeply care very much for the intent of this bill, and I look forward to the work that will be done around this concept, not just this year, but beyond. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, Rep. Paris.
And seeing no questions in the room or online, we appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we will have Sarah Chrissy, followed by Sarah Egan, and then Nick Teeling. I do want to mention, I forgot to mention before, I apologize that we are in a 3-minute testifying rule. So the clerk will give us timing as we get closer. Is Sarah in the room? I'm not seeing Sarah Chrissy. Then Sarah Egan, I think we are going to go to you. Good to see you. Thank you very much, and start when you're ready.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Marr, Representative Paris, Children's Committee. Nice to see you. My name is Sarah Egan, and I'm the Executive Director of the Center for Children's Advocacy, which is a nonprofit law firm representing children throughout the state of Connecticut. I came in today to support, I have it right here, to support House Bill 6183, an act concerning the appointment of the child advocate. This bill is substantially similar to a bill that was submitted last year to the GAE committee and which passed on consent, and which follows the unanimous recommendation of the Office of the Child Advocate Advisory Committee to ensure that the appointment and reappointment process for the child advocate is structurally independent, which would be consistent with the statutory responsibilities of the Office of the Child Advocate to conduct its activities independent from any executive branch agency, which is the language that is in statute. So other oversight agencies in state law, ethics, FOI, elections, all have a process for independent appointment of their executive authority. So this modification would be consistent with that. Again, it was unanimous. I would refer the committee to the testimony from the OCA Advisory Committee this year, which is also unanimously offered, and which would ensure that the advisory committee can select, which is appointed by the legislature, can select the candidate for child advocate and refer that directly to the General Assembly for review and approval. Having served as the child advocate for 11 years, I can tell you that I think the change is very important for structural reasons. The office has a unique role in government, which is to function independent of any other branch of government. And so its constituency is the public, children, families, and this legislature. So I think the recommendation of the OCA Advisory Committee, which I also reference in my testimony, is consistent with that unique role in government and the responsibilities of the office. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. And Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Sarah, for being here today. Just a quick question. Can you give a brief overview of how that's different from what we're doing now, please?
Yes. Yes, thank you, Representative Dauphiné. Nice to see you as well. So now the advisory committee selects candidates, ranks them in order, and sends them to the governor to decide from that list. And then the governor selects that candidate and sends the name to the General Assembly. So this would maintain the advisory committee's role in reviewing candidates, but instead they would make the recommendation and it would go directly to the General Assembly.
Ah, I see. Thank you so much. I appreciate that clarification.
You're welcome.
Not seeing any other questions. That was a quick one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Nick Teeling, followed by S.J. Taylor, and then Amy Chai.
Good afternoon, Senator Marr, Representative Paris, Senator Martin, and Representative Dauphinay, and distinguished members of the Committee on Children. My name is Nick Teeling, and I'm testifying on behalf of Connecticut Voices for Children, a research and advocacy organization working to ensure that one day Connecticut is a thriving and equitable state where all children can achieve their full potential. CT Voices is testifying today in support of Senate Bills 1271, 1272, 1273, and House Bills 6183, 6841, 6899, 6901, and 6902. Our written submission includes testimony on all these bills, but for the purposes of time, I'm reading a condensed version with a focus on House Bill 6183, an act concerning the appointment of the child advocate. House Bill 6183 would change the appointment authority of the Connecticut Office of the Child Advocate from the governor to the OCA Advisory Committee. CT Voices supports House Bill 6183 because we believe it would allow the Office of the Child Advocate to better protect our state's most vulnerable children and youth in two important ways, namely preventing conflicts of interest and providing more oversight at a critical time. Unlike other state government accountability offices, OCA's advisory committee doesn't have the appointing authority of the head of the OCA. While in theory there should be no issues, moments of conflict may prove otherwise, and the current worry is that with these tension points, the OCA could be at risk of political partisanship, thereby undermining the necessary work required by law. What's more, the passage of this bill is especially important now. The Legislative Program Review and Investigations Office produced 18 reports on Connecticut's children across a myriad of issues, from childcare, special education, to welfare. Unfortunately, it was dismantled in 2017. Additionally, the federal court monitor required by the 1F consent decree for the last 30 plus years provided the necessary guardrails for the Department of Children and Families. To be clear, we celebrate the progress made by DCF over the years, which led to the end of the federal oversight. However, the reality is that there's always a chance for backsliding, especially in times of uncertainty and/or austere budgets. The origin story of the OCA is that it would, quote, act independently of any state department. To date, the OCA has gone above and beyond given the budgetary limitations. However, like all of us, they do need help from time to time. The legislature could provide more support so they can better live up to their full potential with the enactment of House Bill 6183. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Representative Dauphinay, I see your hand raised. Is that
Yes,
from?
I do. I do have a question. Thank you, Madam Chair, and
Thank
thank you for your testimony today. I know you came in support of Bill 1271, which you didn't speak on. I have a couple of questions regarding that. Would you agree with Senator Duff that he would want books with pornography and X-rated material excluded from or prohibited in the school libraries?
Thank you for your question, Representative. Our testimony, we submitted written testimony online. I don't believe that we spoke directly to what Senator Duff was talking about, but I believe that that decision is left up to the committee if they choose to move the bill forward.
Thank you. It was specific to what you believed, in your opinion.
Thank you very much. I would, on behalf of Connecticut Voices for Children, I would reference you to our written testimony submitted online. I believe it is available. I have to check it up there. And my opinion aligns with our organizational opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Paris.
Mr. Teeling, you might be able to answer a question for me. I'm trying to sense and recall this from Senator Duff's testimony. I know that he said that it should be left up to the librarians, that we should trust them. They are certified teachers after all, and I certainly have always trusted many teachers throughout my lifetime. Just in case, I mean, kids for the most part, and probably around the state, you may know this, you may not know this, but libraries are cutting back a lot of their services, are they not?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I'm not intimately knowledgeable about every single town in Connecticut about their local budgets, but I would imagine with tight budgets and potential federal funding cuts coming up, that libraries would struggle if these funding cuts did become a reality and if they didn't have enough resources.
It's a shame. I'd be really beside myself if we're more focused on kids reading certain books and not more focused on libraries actually being able to stay in service. That would completely defeat the entire purpose of this public hearing. Second question, Madam Chair, and then I'll relinquish the rest of my time right back to you. In terms of libraries, if they're not always getting public funding, many times they are raising money privately, which means that's not taxpayer dollars directly. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Which means that we shouldn't have much of a say in terms of the books that are going to be written or put into libraries if it's privately funded. Thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony and your comments.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no other questions, Nick, we thank you and appreciate you being here and
Thank you,
providing
Senator.
testimony. Thank you. Next, we will hear from S.J. Taylor, followed, by Amy Chai and then Odessa Snowden.
Hello, I'm here via Zoom today.
Yes, thank you.
I'm happy to be here before the committee today. I am speaking in support of Senate Bill 1271. I am S.J. Taylor, a resident of East Hartford, a mother of a second grader and a preschooler in the East Hartford School District, and a published author of books for children and teens. One of my stories is included in the Being Ace anthology, a collection for teens written by asexual authors featuring asexual characters, that is, people who experience little to no sexual attraction. Last November, I had an author table at the Granby Children's Book Fair. While there, a man verbally harassed me, insisting that the Being Ace anthology had no place at this fair, an event organized by the Granby Public Library and attended by children and teenagers who were accompanied by their adult relatives. This man said that he was trying to get all such books by queer authors featuring queer characters removed from school and library shelves. He called these books smut. He declared that my asexual orientation was a choice, just as I'd chosen to put on this sweater that morning. Most upsetting was that a girl who also identifies as asexual witnessed the entire confrontation. She left the festival upset. When a librarian followed up with this girl and her mother, the girl looked at the librarian and she said, "I am not smut." Young readers of all identities and backgrounds should be assured that they belong at school and throughout our communities. They should know that they will be safe in these places and treated with dignity and respect. It is damaging for them to be told that key parts of their identities are vulgar and have no place being discussed or included where young readers have free access to books. All of Connecticut's youth must have access to stories in both schools and public libraries where they can see themselves represented on the page, where they can learn about themselves or the people close to them. And queer youth especially should know that our stories have value and deserve a place on bookshelves.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for speaking and testifying today. My question is, Senator Duff, who introduced the bill, or one of the introducers, spoke earlier about he did believe that X-rated information and/or pictures and pornography should be prohibited in school libraries. Do you agree with that?
I am here to speak on behalf of children being able to be seen in stories. My concern is that I do not want any children who identify anywhere on the queer spectrum, a child who is asexual, a child who is gay, lesbian, transgender, being told in a public setting that a book that features their identity is vulgar and does not belong in their setting. I do not wish to see another child leaving a public book festival having heard from a man that their identity is a choice that they made, that they are wrong the way they exist. I don't want children to feel that key parts of who they are do not belong in schools. That is what I am here to speak of today.
Thank you for that answer, but I was really specifically asking if you believe that photographs that are pornographic or X-rated should be prohibited in schools. It was very specific to that.
I do not believe there are such photos in schools. There was absolutely nothing of the sort in this particular book of which I am here to speak of today.
Thank you. So I've heard from many parents who speak about some very specific books, and some of them are, I mentioned earlier, and there were very graphic pictures. I know Representative Mastro Francesco spoke about them earlier and actually held up pictures of those. So that's what I was specifically asking about is, do you agree with prohibiting pornographic and X-rated photographs in books in school, in public schools?
I believe that books have immense power to build compassion, overcome prejudice, and enrich lives. And I believe that many of the pushback that I hear regards books featuring any sort of queer representation on the page. Those are the books that I am concerned about being taken out of schools.
Thank you for that. And I guess my next question would be, would you be
Excuse me, I'm
opposed?
sorry, Representative Dauphiné. Those were two questions. So
No, I came back and was trying to follow up because she hadn't answered my question, but that's fine. Thank you.
thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you, SJ, for testifying today. Oh, I'm so sorry, Representative Lanou. I did not see you.
Madam Chair, I'd like to yield my two questions to Representative Daphne.
So done.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So excuse me, SJ, you have two more questions coming in.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Representative. And my question is, would you be opposed to adding into the bill to prohibit minors from access to materials that depict pornography, sexual explicit conduct, touching a person's clothed and unclothed genitals, pubic area, buttocks? If such a person is a female, their breasts, a nude performance, a person in a state of sexual excitement or masturbation, would that be something you would be amendable to with adding that to this bill? And that would be specifically photographs that I'm speaking about at this moment.
I am just here today to speak on behalf of children being able to have access to queer representation, children being able to have access to stories that represent their families, that represent their cultures, their histories. That is what I have come here today to speak on.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I'm going to just make the assumption that you're not opposed to the visual photographs that I spoke about. Thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate you today.
Representative Wieslander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And SJ, thank you so much for being here today and testifying on behalf of the children. And I just wanted to quickly say that, or just sort of remind the committee and anyone who's watching that any book that is in a library currently, whether it is a public school or a public library, those books are required to meet certain stringent requirements and specifications for age groups and appropriateness and subject matter. So we are not talking about the ability for a 5-year-old to walk in and get a Hustler off of their public school shelf. This is about making sure that we have books available that are appropriate for a broad range of topic and subject matter, including for children who may identify on different levels, such as the book that SJ referenced. So I just wanted to thank her today for taking the time to speak with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Like Senator Duff, I trust the librarians, the process, that they know their students, they are choosing the books that meet the needs of their students, and they're doing so with integrity. and with intelligence.
Thank you, Representative Martinez.
Hello, I just want to thank you for testifying today and thank you for your contributions to ensuring that all children are seen in the books that they are reading. And I just wanted to hear the name of your book again because I wanted to check it out myself.
It's the Being Ace anthology. It is a collection of 14 short stories all by asexual authors featuring asexual characters. This is a book intended for a teenage audience, and the stories range from contemporary science fiction and fantasy.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony today. We appreciate you being here. Oh, excuse me one second, SJ, just as you think you're going to get away. We have someone else, Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. SJ, thank you for your testimony, and I apologize. I missed probably the first minute or so of it. Can you tell me, are you, what school or what town or what school does your child go to? Through you, Madam Chair.
We are in the East Hartford School District.
And through you, Madam Chair, are you a librarian there or a teacher, or you're just speaking as a parent?
I'm speaking as a parent and I'm speaking as a published author for children and teenagers.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Okay, I think this time, SJ, that you are finished and we appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Amy Chai, followed by Odessa Snowden, and then David Hayes.
Good afternoon to all the esteemed members of the committee. I'm Dr. Amy Chai, and I'm here in opposition to Senate Bill 1271. And today I'm going to focus, we've heard a lot about a single word called curate. And that's a lot of what the bill talks about. So curate, what does it mean? In the context of books in the school library, to curate means to determine what is educational and appropriate for children of varying age and ability. But let me take an analogy to curate. Our school dietitians also curate appropriate foods to offer children in the cafeteria. But what would happen if Connecticut school dietitians decided that children could eat whatever they want without the knowledge or approval of their parents? Perhaps they would sneak peanuts into desserts without labeling the allergens. Then children wouldn't know what they're getting until they bite into a peanut. Or perhaps the dietitian would direct a small Muslim child to the table of banned sandwiches. Aisha, why don't you grab a banned sandwich? But when Aisha bites into it, she's horrified. She's just taken a bite of bacon. And she didn't know there was bacon in it. She's ashamed and she's traumatized. But when her parents complain, Senator Duff calls them crazies. He says only professional dietitians can curate the food that Aisha is exposed to in school. Curate. What does it mean? To curate means to determine what is educational and appropriate for children of varying age and ability. When a librarian chooses what book a child is exposed to, our senators call it curating. When a parent chooses what books a child is exposed to, our senators call it book banning. So why is the exact same process called curating when the state does it and book banning when parents do it? I think that this problem could be corrected with even simple things like warning labels or with certain ideas around what kind of imagery can be present in these books. Now, a similar case was argued in the State of West Virginia Board of Education versus Barnett. And here's an excerpt from the majority opinion.
Can you please
there.
summarize?
Okay, I'm going to read a little bit from this summary. Free public education, if faithful to the ideal of secular instruction and political neutrality, will not be partisan or enemy of any class, creed, party, or faction. If there's any fixed star in our constitutional constellation, it is that no official, high or petty, can prescribe what shall be orthodox in politics, nationalism, religion, or other matters of opinion. If there are any circumstances which permit an exception, they do not now occur to us. Thanks.
Thank you for being here today. Anyone in the room? Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, Amy, for coming in. I'm looking at your information here. You're a medical director for?
Yes.
Oh, through you, Madam.
Yes, I want to be clear that I'm not here representing my employer, which is Connecticut Counseling Centers, which is a methadone clinic. I'm here representing my patients. I treat methadone, I treat fentanyl addicted patients. And when I talk to them, the majority of them have been exploited or molested as children. The stories are shocking. I've had a patient who was chained to a bed for 2 years and given heroin. These people's lives are devastated. And I think that that's who I'm actually here to represent, not my employer.
I understand that. Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate that. And I know you're working with a lot of children and probably adults that have issues. And, you know, I've always wondered, I can't figure out for the life of me what the obsession is in this country about the sexual exploitation of children and why so many people are in favor of it. So I guess I would kind of, but you're in the field. Would you have any comment on that? I really don't know why people are obsessed with showing students, children, this sexually explicit material. I really don't know what's wrong going on in this country or this state lately, to be quite honest with you. But I was just wondering if you, based on your experience for the patients that you're treating, if you have any comments on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, I think that a lot of times adults are reenacting experience of exploitation and abuse that they themselves had experienced as children. And I think it's time that we stop that cycle of abuse. But also, I believe that there's people who are interested in affecting the identity formation of children. And identity formation, I don't have time to lecture about what that is, but it's the development of the values, the beliefs, and the enculturation of children. And when that is taking them away from their home of origin, it's actually a violation of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no further questions. I appreciate your testimony today, Amy. Thank you.
Representative Wieland, I think, followed by Representative, I apologize, my good co-chair, Representative Paris, followed by Representative Wielander, followed by Representative Kitt.
Thank you so much, Senator. I appreciate that. Dr. Chai, if you don't mind, I'd like to just follow back up on something you just said here not too long ago. You're not here on behalf of your employer, but you are here on behalf of your patients. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I just, as a subset question for that, Madam Chair, your patients asked you to represent them today because they have faced sexual abuse because of the books that they were exposed to. I just want clarity for that.
Okay, I would be happy to clarify that for you.
Thank you.
When children are exposed to explicit materials before they're developmentally ready, what we get is an increase in what we call risky behaviors or high-risk behaviors, which would be early initiation of sexual activity, drug use, alcohol abuse, and depression. So virtually all of my patients, addiction is actually a pediatric disease. And as you know, rates of mental health problems in our children are skyrocketing. The increased incidence is tremendous. And we do know a lot of the things that cause these mental health problems. And I would like to retire someday, but I know I'm going to go in and there's going to be another autopsy report on my desk. And it's because kids are not being they're not being loved appropriately, whether that be by the society around them, what they're exposed to, that they get involved in these high risk activities.
Dr. Chai, I appreciate that. You didn't answer my question. My question was, your patients asked you on their behalf to testify against this bill here today. I'm
No, they did not ask me to testify. They're not aware of the bill, but I'm testifying on their behalf because the what I see is I see patients who have been abused, molested, or engaging in high-risk activities as adolescents before the age of 17, and that's why they're my patients. So I would like for that sort of thing to be something that we bear in mind, and we don't expose children to materials that are going to increase their risk of high-risk behaviors.
Dr. Chai, I certainly appreciate your work and your and your expertise in your profession. I would argue and caution, though, ma'am, that it would be wise of any medical professional not to testify and publicly state that they were testifying on the behalf of their patients and then say they don't know that I'm actually here testifying for them. It would maybe qualify as, I don't know, against any HIPAA laws. But I would also say, ma'am, that
No, it isn't. I'm sorry, you don't know what
excuse me,
HIPAA
ma'am,
laws
I
are.
still have my
Yeah.
time. Thank you.
Yeah,
I
okay.
was kind enough to be respectful to you. I would ask that you do the same to me as the chair of this committee. I would also go so far as to say to you, ma'am, that it is really important for me to see the data, and I think also this committee to see the data on what you're saying in terms of what children are facing in terms of abuse from books, which is the cause and course of the bill before us. I think people face abuse at the hands of their abusers. And so I just want to make that very clear in terms of my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Actually, I'm going to jump in here if you would be willing to let me. Two things that I
Okay.
wanted to address. One was that you said that people are reenacting elements of abuse. Are you suggesting that that is why librarians choose books that represent many diverse people and many diverse ways of being in the world? Is that librarians are reenacting childhood abuse?
No. What I'm saying is that children are often abused by people who have themselves been abused. That's well described in the literature.
And so to extend that belief system, which I am a social worker, I have read the literature, I do understand it, but to extend that the books are put in place as a form of abuse, is that?
I did not in any way say that.
Okay, thank you. And secondly, you said addiction is a childhood disease.
Yes.
That is a very, very strong statement.
Yes, it is. And as a member of ASAM, it's well known that children who are abused, who are exposed to any kind of addictive substance or possibly even behavioral addiction before the age of 17 are 800% more likely to develop an addiction as an adult. So virtually all of my patients developed mental health and substance disorders issues prior to the age of 17. These are the people who are shooting up like 2 or 3 bundles of fentanyl IV every day. And we do know for a fact that exposure to explicit material conditions them to normalize certain activities, which could put them at risk for engaging in high-risk behaviors, which we already know increase their risk of substance abuse and depression. That's what I'm saying.
So one would think then, if one cannot see oneself in the world because they cannot see themselves in a book, in a library, that is also a form of abuse. That is not a question. I used both of my questions. Thank you, Representative Wieslander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In your medical opinion, your medical professional expertise, what do you think would be more damaging? What would be more likely to lead to risky behaviors like you've mentioned? Would it be exposure to an age-appropriate book that has been vetted by publishers and highly trained certified teachers that have both their bachelor's and master's degree? Or do you think it would be from a parent not being involved enough to talk to their children about what books they may or may not read? What do you think is, I'm not asking, I want to know, what do you think is the most likely behavior, what choice to become one of the people that you are treating?
Okay. I'm glad you asked that question, actually.
It's a really simple question. Is it A or is it B? I don't.
This isn't a
No.
deposition.
No.
This isn't a deposition. I'm going to ask it as I see fit, answer it as I see fit. The problem is not
Excuse me,
that.
ma'am. Dr. Chai, would you excuse me for a minute? Representative Mastro Francesco, ma'am. I understand that you believe that that question was rude, but I think that Representative Wheelander was just trying to get to a question. I would ask that for all the members, both Democratic and Republicans on this committee, that you wait until your colleagues finish their questions to have an answer before interrupting, please, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All I was trying to make a point of is that the people on this committee are bullying this person testifying. And I don't think it's right. We have members come before this committee and every committee all the time that say that they are experts, they're in the field and they are knowledge. And what I see here is an interrogation of a constituent or somebody, a member of the community just trying to give their opinion. And I just think it's like a cross-examination. I just think the other side of the aisle is acting very rude. And I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. I was going to say the same thing earlier with Senator Duff, but I'm glad that we're in agreement on that. And we'll continue with the public debate. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. I just wanted to answer your question briefly. The problem isn't that parents aren't telling children what they can and cannot read, because they are. Just as the Muslim child knows that they shouldn't eat a sandwich containing bacon, but they might not know that the sandwich has bacon in it until they've bitten right into it. And once the child has seen that material, they simply can't unsee that material. I know how I felt when I went into work and someone had put pornography on my screen. And when I opened it up, I saw it and I couldn't unsee it. These books aren't labeled. The child has no way of knowing which one might have pictures of copulation or butt plugs.
I think we are, that
Okay.
answers my question.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Representative Kitt.
Thank you so much. So you are an expert on risky behaviors, addiction, and mental health, correct?
Correct. I'm double boarded in internal medicine. I have an epidemiology degree. I do care of the complex patient, and I'm also ASAM certified addiction specialist as well.
Okay, but you're not a psychologist or a psychiatrist.
I'm not a psychiatrist, no.
Okay. My question to you, I guess this is my second question, is what is more likely to lead to risky behavior in adolescence? And that includes behaviors such as addiction, early sexual, a dangerous sexual activity. Having questions answered or seeing themselves in age-appropriate literature, someone who may be questioning their gender identity or sexual identity, seeing themselves represented in ways that could answer questions for them, or feeling like they are alone, that they are a freak or somehow socially unacceptable, which is more likely to lead to risky behavior?
Well, I think that those of us who perhaps have reasons we don't want to look at pornographic images are being made to feel like freaks right now.
Well,
but what I would say, what I would say is that I have no opposition to children learning about themselves. And I understand that only 17% of children are literate at grade level in my particular school district, so I guess they need pictures to describe how to have sex. But no, I'm not complaining about people being represented as gay characters or as asexual characters or as any other characters, transgender characters. I don't have a problem with that. What I do have a problem with is books being put out in the library without any labeling, without any oversight, where any child might pick them up and read things that their parents have every right to not want their child to see, because I believe that school should be a safe place for everyone. And right now, with those books, a child going in could open up a book and be faced with images of people having oral sexual relationships. And are we protecting that child? Are we protecting that child from that image that they won't be able to unsee? Now, I do believe there are ways that we could fix this. We don't need to censor ideas or thoughts or representations. I'm with you on that. I'm not against you. I'm not anti-gay. I'm not anti-trans. I'm not anti-anyone. But when I see explicit imagery that's unlabeled being accessible to children, and they have no way of knowing whether that's going to be in their book or not, and they open it up, that's an act of violence against that child. That's making it so it's not safe for that child who sees that picture, just like it would be unsafe for a child with a peanut allergy or a child who is Muslim to eat something in the cafeteria that they shouldn't have. What would you think of someone who fed bacon to a Muslim or a Jewish child without their knowledge?
Is there anything in these books? We've already heard testimony, and we'll be hearing a lot more testimony that there is no pornography in our schools. Is there anything in these books that is more graphic than what can be seen on a bathroom stall wall in a middle school?
Yes, absolutely so.
Have you been to a middle school have you looked at the middle school bathrooms recently?
What I'm saying is, I'm a physician. I have my hands up everyone's orifices all the time. I've seen everything. I've had my hand in everything. And when I saw these images, I was stunned. There's absolutely no reason for anyone ever to see those images. Child pornography used to be illegal. But now child pornography, as long as it is written in cartoon form, is legal. And I think that in itself is a problem. I don't think we need to have explicit imagery. I don't think we need to have explicit imagery to make people feel welcomed and included and loved and cared for. I think we in schools, we haven't done a good job to take care of bullying. And we shouldn't bully anyone for any reason, ever. But still, kids are committing suicide because they're getting bullied. What are we going to do about that? All I'm saying is that parents have the right to curate what their children are exposed to in the school without their knowledge or consent. And it is an act of violence to expose children to pornographic images without the child's consent and without the parent's consent. It's wrong. We need to just come out and say it's wrong. And we can add language to the bill. I don't want to see librarians bashed. I'm a published author myself. I do nothing but read books. I don't watch TV. I love reading. Ideas are important. We need to balance ideas. I bet the libraries don't have Prager University children's books in them. Why? Because the librarians have curated what is available for the child to read. Who has the right to curate what's available for all the children in our state to read? Is it parents or is it the ALA? I believe it's the parents' right. And that goes along with the UN's Convention of the Rights of the Child. If you'd read right through it, it'll tell you so. So I'm not anti-gay, I'm not anti-books, I'm not a book burner. And I don't think any of these parents are either. What we want is we want our children to be safe from unwanted assaults.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Representative Martinez.
I was just curious which books it is that you're referring to, and are these books at your children's school and what grade level?
Yes, I didn't bring some of the imagery. I had a whole bunch of it that I had seen. And I'll tell you a little story. I was going to post some of these on Facebook.
Excuse
heavily.
me, I'm sorry. So I really just have to step in here. We have so many people.
Okay.
So I appreciate your story, but perhaps you could submit it as testimony afterwards. Thank you.
I don't have that with me.
So I'm sorry, so no names of the books, and
Others who are testifying have that information for you, and you'll receive it soon.
thank you.
Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Doctor, for your testimony today. As a medical professional, and I'm a nurse by career, we suggest protocols all the time, as do the librarians might suggest certain books because we're professionals and we have background. Can you speak to the challenges that we often get challenged, right? We go for a second opinion. We may not agree with the medical professionals' suggested protocol, and we'll go for a second opinion. I think what we've heard today is that librarians are professionals and they should decide and not really be challenged because they're the experts. Can you speak to that?
I believe that the parents are the experts when it comes to what they want their children to be exposed to. And children also are the experts. And when materials are in a library that the children aren't aware of what's inside of them, that they're at risk of being in an unsafe place. They're at risk of being harmed by images that they didn't intend to witness. And so I believe that it shouldn't be an antagonistic thing at all. And I do get it. There's definitely antagonistic people. I'm not one of them. So I know this bill is in good spirit. And I just think it could be edited with some addition to make it so that certain things would be clarified for parents around the state.
Thank you for that answer. I don't know if you heard earlier what I was asking to be added to the bill. It got very detailed in terms of what we would prevent or prohibit in books. But my next question is kind of specific to, you talked about some of the exposure that children have had, and it's led, you've run into many children that have experienced, sex abuse. Would you speak to perhaps some of these sexually explicit materials, that be it touching a person's clothed or unclothed genitals, pubic hair, buttocks, a person's, if she's a female, a breast, a nude performance, a person in a state of sexual excitement or masturbation. Would you speak to perhaps that might be a form of grooming for those individuals that are now in a place where they've been sexually abused?
Well, that is one of the techniques that pedophiles do use to normalize and make children more likely to submit to their advances. I mean, that's well known. That's well known, yes.
Thank you for your testimony today. And I know you didn't get to really speak with regard to the HIPAA laws, but HIPAA laws are very specific to exposing a particular patient's name and their medical background. I just wanted to add that in. Thank you so much, Doctor, for your testimony today.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other question. Oh, excuse me, Representative Lanu, wouldn't want to leave you out.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being with us today. I appreciate it. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, and two. That's a couple, right? Thank you. Two. Okay. Got it. So, the two questions I'm going to ask you is going to be I'm going to ask you through the lens of being a mental health professional. And I'm not speaking about any type of sexual preference, any type of gender identity specifically, but this type of exposure overall, what's age appropriate and what is not. Yeah, as I mentioned to, the conversation I was having with Senator Duff during his testimony, in response to an image that my colleague to the right here held up, showing two people copulating orally to each other. There was a light. It looks like there was some kind of a film or some sort of role playing. I'm not sure what was going on there, but very explicit. There's also a book being shown that talking about two 10-year-olds performing oral sex on each other. Another one talked about how it's healthy to masturbate. Can you tell me what's age appropriate for those type of books, that type of material, and how it could be dangerous if a child is reading that prematurely before their development?
Well, children do develop at different rates. And so it's really, there's always like an age range. But I would argue that explicit imagery is never really appropriate for children in the public schools. It really isn't. So I'm going to say there is no real place for that in the public schools funded by the taxpayers.
If a child is reading this, sees this prematurely, what's the dangers? What's the consequences that can happen in your medical opinion?
Yeah. What we're seeing is sort of a normalization of what we call risky sexual behaviors in children. And I think there's kind of a big difference between like the written word versus graphic imagery, for example. If in what people are experiencing, if you want to read a book about the topic, that's very different than seeing graphic imagery about the topic, in my opinion.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate the testimony. Your answers were helpful, and that is my two questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, for your couple of questions. I appreciate you, good sir. Thank you, Dr. Chai. Appreciate it.
Thank you guys so much for your attention.
I would also just like to mention that in 1998, there was an independent counsel report by Kenneth Starr that came out and talked about a lot of the same things that we're talking about today. It's talked about in American schools. How we have definitely come a long way. Odessa Snowden, you're up next, ma'am. Same rules as I take over as chair of this meeting. 3 minutes for your testimony, 2 questions each. We'll call it each representative. Odessa, are you online? Not see Odessa. David Hayes. David Hayes. All right. June Carpenter. June Carpenter. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator Marr and Representative Paris and the distinguished members of the Children's Committee. When I was 12, I read a book called Melissa. It is frequently one of the top 10 banned books nationwide. The author, Alex Gino, wanted to write it because they noticed a lack of transgender middle grade literature, and they hoped that the book would make children feel less alone. Gino achieved this goal for me. For the first time, I felt understood. I found this book at my local library, which is a warm, welcoming place where I am free to be me, thanks to librarians. They are professionals who understand that their role is not to judge, but rather to ensure that everyone has access to materials that speak directly to them, their interests, and their hobbies, not just one segment of a community. Another warm space is my home, where my family has the right to conversations about values, where my parents have the right to make decisions about my well-being, and where we are free to read whatever we choose without government intrusion. Unfortunately, this is the trend with book bans. People seem to not understand that when they don't like a book, they can just keep walking right by and ignore it. This misunderstanding is why we are here today. I find J.K. Rowling and people like her repugnant, so I simply do not read her work. If I were to attempt to restrict others by banning it, like others have, it would simply be arrogant and presumptuous.
If you could please summarize.
It is essential that librarians can operate without fear for their safety and security like Senator Duff has. They're simply trained professionals taught on ideas of right and wrong that have been used and trusted for years longer than the book banning movement has existed. Thank you for preserving access to the variety of library materials children need for happiness and excellence, and for recognizing the amazing work librarians do. I will end my testimony here.
Thank you, June, so much for your testimony. Representative Dauphiné, you have the floor, ma'am. Representative Dauphiné, you have the floor, ma'am.
Sorry, I was muted. Apologize. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony today. My question, I have two questions. One is, do you think it's necessary to show sexually explicit pictures and drawings and photographs and pictures of touching a person's clothed or unclothed genitals, pubic area, buttocks, if such person is a female, their breasts, and nude performance, a person in a state of sexual excitement and masturbation in order to feel like you're, I don't know, being supported in who you are?
That is entirely irrelevant to being part of the LGBTQ community.
Okay, thank you, because that's what I think most of us are talking about is books that would share photographs and drawings as that. And would you consider somebody putting in stops on cell phones, putting restrictions on ability to watch certain movies at the movie theater and being able to purchase magazines at a store for minors, banning?
I'm sorry, could you rephrase that?
just wondering if you would consider, I know you talked about banning books, and I think that really what people are looking for is to just keep them out of the hands of minor children until they're of age of appropriateness to look at, just like we want to put stops on phones, on with social media, movie restrictions, rated R and the like, and magazines such as Playboy, Hustler. All of those have different restrictions, but they've never used the word banned.
My argument today is simply about how book banning has been used to fight LGBTQ people's right to be seen in literature.
Thank you for that. I know you didn't really say whether we talked about the photographs and the drawings, and you didn't really speak to that. So I don't know if you think that's something that's necessary for you to identify with. And we're also talking about age appropriate materials to children. So we're not talking about book banning. Those books are still available anywhere in bookstores, on Amazon, probably in public school libraries. So thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you, June. Thank you, Representative Dauphinay. Any further questions for June? Thank you, June. You're free to go. Kevin Staten, you are online. Good sir. You have 3 minutes for your testimony. Floor is
Yes,
yours.
can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me set up my timer. I want to make sure I stay within my 3 minutes.
We have someone here to help check that for you too as well, sir. So hopefully it's in sync, but you may go on to begin.
Okay, great. I was here last year and presented before the Education Committee. I think it was Bill 5417 about just having records of books that are banned. And I presented them with my own school's policy, and I am elated to feel that one person can make a difference because there are many things in this bill that I discussed last year. I ironically work in a school district where your policy that you have, Bill 1271, I live it. It's implemented. And so I can speak from a perspective of what it actually looks like. And one of the things that I wanted when I spoke last year was I said that there was a need for a process statewide that held all school districts accountable in terms of dealing with a movement to remove books from the libraries and to also criminalize the library media specialists, which I am one and have been one for the past 8 years. I was a history teacher before that, 21. So for me, just looking at section 2, it's not so much about attacking pornography or allowing pornography as much as it is having some kind of process in place where we as a community within all these school districts have set guidelines we can look at in how we approach these collections, especially when there are instances where these books are being challenged. And I was ecstatic about, I believe it was section 3, where one of the provisions of this bill talks about basically that a librarian isn't responsible. Yeah, you're immune from any liability, criminal liability. You know, in Louisiana last year, there was a bill put forth that said that librarians could be imprisoned for 2 years for belonging to the American Library Association. You know, it didn't go through, but as you all know, as legislators, you know, you can just bring it back again. And I certainly don't want to wind up in a cell next to a guy the size of the rock, and he asked me what I'm in for, and you know, I'm here for genderqueer. or, Diary of a Part-Time Indian. So I think that what the bill does is it brings up an actual process.
If you could please
And that
summarize.
was what we always needed.
I believe that you were just asked to summarize. If you,
Okay.
thank you.
So, okay, thank you. And so in summary, it's really about the process. And what we do as librarians is, I can tell you, my colleagues and I'll get books that they'll say, this is more of a high school book. We don't want this book in middle school, or, and we'll go through certain books. Sometimes a teacher recommends a book and we're like, no, that's a little too adult. So, but there's a process. And as long as we have a process in place throughout the state, I think it will alleviate a lot of these fears that, I'm going to have a kid, that, we don't have, pornographic books in the library. We have books that do deal with gender orientation and transitioning and issues with coming of age with students, but, pornography, no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Kit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Staton, I just want to say thank you. I am a mother of a Fairfield Public School graduate who graduated last year, and I want to thank you for your important work that you're doing and highlighting how successful these policies are. I know in Fairfield we have a very defined process to challenge books and to make sure people's opinions are heard and that books can be reconsidered and possibly pulled from the shelves. So I guess it's more of a comment to say thank you for your hard work and everything you and your colleagues did for my child who is genderqueer, making them feel like the library was a place they could be safe and see themselves. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate it. So you referenced in the bill about, I think you said maybe it was in section 3, about the librarians having immunity, correct? So there's no lawsuits filed against them. They actually would have immunity. But in the same token in the bill, the next section also says that the librarians or the people working there can actually file a suit or a claim against the public. Do you think that's fair? Through you, Madam Chair.
And I've watched this from the beginning, and I believe it was that the Senate leader Duff that spoke earlier about this issue. And this is the issue. What we need to be able to do as a school district is curb situations where groups are coming in and harassing people based on books that are in collections. Now, one of the main things to curb this that I talked about earlier is by us having a process and us doing things as a community. We're not in isolation. So, but if something did happen, I mean, we live in a world now where you may get a rogue person that decides that, they want to confront and attack the librarian. In the same manner, I think in the same, my favorite section, section 3, I think it's line 267, where the individuals in the town, once again, my whole concept of community, the individuals in the town are the ones that are responsible for bringing forth the book challenges and the book considerations. I mean, do we want people coming from Tennessee or Texas or Florida or Oklahoma, states where they have really strict book banning guidelines, coming to Connecticut to tell us, what to do and what's right and what's wrong? I know we can't go there and tell them what to do. So that's my whole issue with the protections outline, where No, I mean, it should be something we've already built together as a community. But yes, in extreme circumstances, there should be some type of consequences for that behavior.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, thank you for your answer there. I guess my concern was that it allows the staff to have immunity, but then again, they can bring an action against someone in the community that's, I don't know if you call harassing or whatever, but it just doesn't seem to be right with me. And just to understand what's going on here today is that nobody wants to ban books. We're trying to protect our children, and we don't want graphic material in the schools. I'm not talking about the public library. I'm talking about the schools where minors can actually get a hold of that material. And we keep hearing about the word book banning. It sounds to me that in your town or in your community, you seem to be doing a very good job based on what you're telling me about curing books on your own. And what this bill actually does is takes that power away from you. So it's telling me that maybe there's people in the state there that don't agree with the how you're curing your books, and gets the state involved in it, which is a problem that I have. I think towns should make their own decision if they're doing it right and they're doing a good job and they're getting input from the community. There's no problem, which it seems that based on your testimony, you seem to be doing there. So thank you again for your testimony. I appreciate it. I have no further questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
And I would just like to say that actually, if you took our policy and put it next to this one, it's almost identical. So it's really there are just certain things that were added in, like the thing about the librarian being immune from liability and other things, but the meat of it is the process is the same as our process.
Thank you so much. Appreciate, and I do believe that that was the entire intent of the bill, is to put in place a reconsideration process so that when a parent questioned whether or not a book was appropriate in a library, we had a very definite way of looking at that discussion and a process through which we could move. So I appreciate you. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. You said you have no, and please correct me if I'm wrong, you have no pornography in your schools and that you didn't support pornography. I just want to say that. And so because of that, do you agree that adding to this bill, preventing minors from accessing material that depicts pornography, sexually explicit conduct, touching a person's clothed or unclothed genitals, pubic area, buttocks, or if such person is a female, their breasts, a nude performance, a person in a state of sexual excitement or masturbation would be appropriate to add to this policy?
Well, Madam Representative, I think I'm one of the only ones today who's actually going to answer your question. So my statement about us not having any pornography really comes down to the question in terms of what are we defining as pornography. And I appreciate your explicit definition. And I can tell you in response that I used this last year and I want to make sure I use this again. We had a very popular author, and the author wrote books at levels. And there was a level for 14 years, there was a level for 18 years, and then a level 18 plus. The 18 plus years is a very popular author. The material is very sexual in nature. We only had the 14 in our library because we curate it. So it's one of those things where you get into the semantics in terms of what we're calling risque. But like I said, I support having a process in place where, as a community, if you all come together and you say, okay, we're not doing this, and it's approved based on the bill and the board, then that's just in that particular town or district, that's just how it is. Maybe that book's in the public library or something like that, or the public domain, but in terms of the school, it's not. So hopefully I answered your question. But I mean, for me with this bill, and I want to make this point before I go, is I'm not seeing a lot of things around pornography. What I'm actually seeing are books being attacked based on gender identity and especially race. So, so when people say we want to, not have something like this in place, these are the same folks that I've seen that want books on Rosa Parks and Ruby Bridges taken out of the library. And last time I checked, neither Rosa Parks or Ruby Bridges had an adult lifestyle.
Thank you so much for
outside
that
of their civil
answer.
rights.
And thank you so much. You spoke about the immunity against harassing the librarians. And I guess my question is, across the state, we've heard different stories from different schools where the parents were considered harassing the librarians because they came to a meeting and protested against a specific book. What would you define harassing a librarian and or staff?
I can speak to what our policy does when this is actually enacted. So say you have a book that you don't want in the library, and we would go before a committee. I would be on the committee, if it's high school, of course. And one of the things is by us following, protocols, almost similar to how you all handle. I know it gets contentious sometimes, of course, in General Assembly sessions, but there's a protocol that we follow where, we're not threatening to do anybody any type of physical harm. So I think that once you cross that line, where you're really threatening, to do harm to somebody over a book. But once again, I go back to having a process and making this something that the community comes together and votes on and figures out. Because once that is, it should be the community is invested, and it shouldn't be a thing where it's me against you as a parent. I think that's the last thing. I know I speak for myself, but many of my colleagues, we would want, we're all working together in the best interest of your child. So yeah, I think in that situation, there have been situations where people are coming in taking pictures of books on displays. We have had a couple of books disputed, but it never went very far because we have this type of mechanism similar to Bill 1271 in place. I think people are really, and just really quickly, I think people are really concerned about an extreme instead of seeing how if we work this the right way, this can be a very positive thing for all the children in this state.
Well, thank you for that answer. And I can really appreciate that you came together with your local community to come up with a policy. It sounds like you did prevent or prohibit pornography or pictures that depicted pornography. This bill will mandate the kind of outline and policy that schools have to have. So the very fact that you were able to come together as a community and decide on your own, I can really appreciate. In this bill also, it gives a moratorium, a 3-year moratorium for parents, or a book that's challenged cannot be challenged for another 3 years. I think about parents moving in and out of a town, and somebody may come in and say, you know what, I'm appalled that that book is in the library. They literally cannot come forward under this bill and protest that kind of a book. So I do appreciate that your town has come together to do that. We do have definitions in our statutes with regard to pornographic material and what pornography is. And that's really what I'm referring to. And I described all that when I asked you if that would be okay to amend the bill with that language, which I think would be really important. But thank you so much for coming out today and sharing your school district's policy.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Kevin, nice job testifying, and I love your background, your screen background, by the way.
Thank you.
So Kevin, yeah, just to follow up with Representative Daphne's comments about amending the bill to include some type of language regarding the prohibiting the pornography, any type of graphics. What are your, and I think you sense what a few of us are trying to get across here is that, listen, we're not trying to ban books. What we're trying to do is protect our children. And, we heard earlier testimony, the damaging effect of pornography specifically to our youth. So what are your thoughts on us including or amending the language to make sure that pornography is excluded?
In reading over it, I felt like there was already language there in terms of having the process. The reason why we are so successful in terms of that is that we had this process in place, and the process is a little over 20 years old. So it's something that we've already always had. When you're coming to the district that this is what they have. And I think by expanding this bill and what I appreciate about the process is it should be a thing where you know what you're getting when you come to Connecticut. And it should be a thing where, in whatever town you're in, there's going to be almost like these guide rails where, okay, in terms of books, we're all going to have a process that we go through to discuss it. And depending on the town or the city, there might be something where a certain book, parents are like, well, as a community, we really don't agree with this book, and if it goes through the committee and works, then that's what the committee has ruled on. And so I think you just accept that. But what I found is I think there's a lot of emphasis on pornography, and I can honestly tell you is not only I think I heard a lot of people talking about the library curates or the librarian has all this power, but all of our main booksellers are these are all educational companies, whether it's Follett or Junior Library Guild. These are all companies that specialize in books for children. It's not one of those things where we're just out, purchasing these books from random companies. And because they're books for children, they've already been vetted themselves. And for us, that really eliminates that in terms of, seeing the leveling. Like I said, the book it wasn't the same author, but the author writes at different levels. And we felt we had a responsibility, to our students to say, they would come in and say, hey, do you have this book by this author? And we're like, no, we only have, up to this level. So once again, it's the community buy-in. Like, I understand what you all are saying, but I think that, what's that saying? Throw out the baby with the bathwater. If you don't have a process in place, it just opens it up for a lot of other things, because you have people who would use pornography or what they view as sexually explicit as a smokescreen to attack other groups that really have nothing to do with it.
Yeah, I don't know if you specifically answered my question regarding the, including or amending our bill, the bill to include some type of prohibition on pornography. I don't know what that would look like, to be honest with you, but I feel as a legislator, we have a moral obligation, and our laws are based on morality. And there's a line somewhere. We need to find that line. And particularly this bill regarding protecting our children from an exposure to something that they shouldn't be exposed to, particularly knowing that it will most likely affect them for the rest of their lives. So thank you, Kevin, for testifying. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kevin. I would just add, as a final note, that while the good senator suggested that someone opening a book could scar them for the rest of their lives, I think that we have to take into consideration the resiliency of children and the fact that children are not all scarred by opening a book that perhaps was not what they expected. I know, for example, I walked home from school one day at the high school and a man was sitting in his car and exposed himself to me. And I don't think I was scarred for the rest of my life. So it's all about resiliency. And I really appreciate you taking the time to present today.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair, those comments that I made were from previous testimony from the good Dr. Chai regarding the long-term effects of child or youth.
Yes, thank you, Senator Martin. I know that, and I believe it was clear that I did not necessarily agree with the former person who testified. The next up will be Kristen, I'm sorry, I'm going to say this wrong, Chichetti, followed by Jaya Iyer and Marianne Bullock. So Christine, I believe I saw you online.
Yes, I am here.
Thank you.
Hi. Good afternoon, Representative Paris, Senator Maher, and all the distinguished members of the Committee on Children. My name is Christine Cicchetti. I am the Regional Director of the Northeast Early Childhood Council. We're a regional school readiness council serving 7 towns up here in the quiet corner of Connecticut. And I'm here in support of HB 6903 and HB 6899. We know early childhood educators are essential in shaping the child's lifelong development. Despite their critical role, and many struggle financially due to wages that don't reflect their skill or impact on really building that foundation of our youth. The wage gap isn't just a number. It's really fueling a recruitment and retention crisis that weakens our workforce and disrupts care for families. And this is critical in the northeast corner of Connecticut. We are designated a childcare desert where providers are struggling to stay open, leaving families without options. Investing in early childhood educator pay, like Commissioner Bai had mentioned, is an investment in our children, our working families, and Connecticut's economy. Fair wages help retain qualified educators, sustain high-quality programs, and ensure better outcomes for children. Without action, the childcare crisis will only deepen, making it even harder for parents to find reliable care. The bill is a necessary step forward, valuing early educators, and I urge you to support pay equity for them. Additionally, I'm here to support the intent of HB 6903, a pilot program to provide expectant parents with critical information about childcare, early intervention, and financial assistance during prenatal care. This would be especially impactful for Northeast Connecticut, where in the current criteria for the legislation, we may fall into a selection of hospitals. As you know, Northeast Connecticut is typically overlooked for pilot programs. You know, it's always struck me that becoming a parent, one of the most important and long-term roles many of us will ever have, comes with no formal education or no structured support. Parents are tasked with guiding and nurturing their children for 18 years, and with the first 5 years being critical as they lay that foundation for a child's lifelong development. Imagine the impact if all expectant parents were made aware of the invaluable resources that are available in Connecticut to support them in this journey, especially during those prenatal months when they're the most excited preparing for their new role to be parents. Access to early information empowers families to make informed decisions benefiting their children and the broader community. Like Commissioner Bai had mentioned, for that every dollar invested, you gain 7 in the long term. This proactive legislation will bridge. Yep. So in summary, I just urge you to support the 2 bills to create a stronger, more equitable early childhood system in Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you being here and your testimony. Are there any questions, Representative Dauphiné? I see your hand raised.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony today, Christine. I think you got cut a little short. Did you want to expand on anything? Is there anything else you wanted to say?
I just want to say I really value everybody's testimony today, and those two bills, like that Commissioner Bice said, they may not be perfect, they may have to be tweaked, but I really believe that initial touch point with parents in their prenatal years, exposing them to resources, should be across our state in every hospital, not just a pilot program.
Thank you. And I think she laid out a plan for the early childhood daycare with regard to pay. And I'm assuming that you agreed with that plan.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And thank you for your testimony. We do know that the east side of the river does seem to get overlooked all the time. So thank you for coming out and speaking on our behalf.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you so much for being here, Kristen.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we will have Jaya. I'm so sorry if I'm saying this wrong. Also remote.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Jaya Iyer. I'm 16 years old. I'm speaking on behalf of the members of the Center for Youth Leadership, which is a student activism group at Brian McMahon High School in Norwalk, Connecticut. And I'm testifying in support of Senate Bill 1271 with an emphasis on school libraries. One of the issues addressed by the Center for Youth Leadership is school climate, which includes the norms and values that support people feeling socially and emotionally safe. School libraries contribute to these norms and values because, as stated in the bill, they are places that disseminate information and ideas and promote free expression and free access to ideas by students. We believe that they are good resources for the library working group that would be created by Senate Bill 1271. In addition, the Norwalk regulation includes a form to reconsider library material we have attached to our testimony. We have a few questions and comments for you to consider. The first addresses line 58. We assume the library working group will review Norwalk's policy, the policy of other school districts, and material from the Connecticut Association of Boards of Education. The second addresses paragraph beginning with line 127. We suggest that requests for consideration should not just be limited to parents of children currently enrolled in a district school. You may want to consider allowing residents of that school district to submit requests for consideration as allowed in the Norwalk regulation. Senate Bill 1271 also emphasizes freedom of speech and expression, but it's contradictory when only parents of students are allowed to request the removal or reconsideration of library materials. The third is paragraph beginning with line 152. We thank the committee for including a student in grades 9 through 12 on schools district teams that review book challenges submitted by students. We just have two suggestions. We suggest that you include 2 students, 1 junior and 1 senior on the teams, and that the students review book challenges submitted by adults and students. Finally, you may want to consider asking school districts to design lesson plans that library media specialists can use to educate students about the acquisition of library material and the process for challenging library material. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate that very much. Representative Dauphiné, ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for your testimony. You did a great job. So I have a question. You mentioned some things that we could make the bill better by. Were you speaking specifically about allowing more than just parents to be able to weigh in on policy made in your town?
Yes.
And just to add on to that question, I'm afraid to use up my question because I want to make sure I get to ask you, would you agree that pornography, as stated in the state statute, be prohibited with regard to anything pornographic in books with pictures or drawings or videos and the like? I think what I've been talking about is pornography, sexually explicit conduct, touching a person's clothed or unclothed genitals, pubic area, buttocks, or if such a person is a female, their breasts, a nude performance, a person in a state of sexual excitement or masturbation. Would you weigh in on your thoughts on prohibiting that and adding that to this bill?
I personally would say that I would not include it in the bill because I trust the process of school librarians to go through that judgment and select age-appropriate library material. Also, I would like to add that with all due respect, I feel like that's a little bit of a narrow statement because I'm not really sure if you're including health and sex education books with that. And if you are, I feel like that wouldn't really be considered pornographic in that material because it's educating students on something that is included in school curriculum.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I know if you know, I would encourage you to look at the state statute regarding pornography with regards to how it applies in this bill. But thank you so much. I appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you, Representative. The state statutes certainly are quite interesting. At one point in time, more than 5 women in a room would be constituted as a brothel. So we have certainly come a long way. Thank you very much, ma'am. Any other questions? Jaya, thank you very much. Jaya, thank you very much. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Judy McBride. Marianne Bullock. We have you remote. Marianne?
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have the floor, ma'am.
Great, thank you. And thank you, members of the committee, for hearing me today. My name is Marianne Bullock. I'm the Senior Partnership Manager at Up Together. We're a national nonprofit that's partnered with philanthropic funders and governments across the country for 20 years to invest in people experiencing financial hardship so they can drive their own economic mobility. Since 2020, we've invested more than $200 million in hundreds of thousands of families, and we've learned a great deal about the impact of that investment. I'm here today to voice my support for Bill 6841, an act concerning the establishment of a 1-year universal basic income pilot in Connecticut. As you know, this bill would provide monthly payments to participants in Connecticut who are 18 years or older, who are expectant parents or guardians of a child and live at a household income below the federal poverty limit. In July of 2024, Up Together partnered with the Hartford, the Greater New Haven, and the Fairfield Foundation to launch the Connecticut Changemaker Fund with a $1.6 million investment in families in Connecticut. Up Together directly invested $500,000 to support households across the state, recognizing and honoring the self-determination and strengths that they have. We have the baseline data for this fund, and it shows the impact of direct cash on families' well-being, financial stability, and community. 100% of the people reported they use these funds for basic necessities. 49% report that they're catching up on bills, paying down debt, and they've named those as their top 2 goals over the next 3 years. 36% of members list continuing or starting education as their top 2 goals, and this includes starting at 4-year colleges, community colleges, getting GEDs, and specific educational and vocational training. In the last 3 years, we've implemented more than 25 guaranteed income pilots across the country, including projects in Connecticut's neighboring states of New York and Massachusetts. And the findings from a number of evaluations show similar results to the Changemaker Fund's baseline results. People use funds for basic necessities like housing costs, childcare, heating costs, dental bills, and household emergencies. The growing body of evidence about the impact and even short-term investments can have on families experiencing financial hardship is strong. And if this bill is passed, it will transform the lives of families in Connecticut and create a stronger economy, stronger families, and a stronger community. People living below the poverty line are often blamed for their financial situation as if it's a personal failing, without acknowledging the policies and lack of investment that keep people in poverty. This bill provides a clear path to help people get ahead and invest in their strengths and hard work. I appreciate your time and your hard work today. I'm an elected official in my own state of Massachusetts, and so I know what it's like to sit through a long hearing like this, and I really appreciate you hearing all of our testimony today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marianne. We appreciate you. We don't like your drivers, but we do like your politics.
Thank you.
Next on our list, Maher Jain. Also remote. Mahir Jain.
Hi, sorry. Thank you.
Hello.
Good evening, Representative Paris, Senator Marr, and members of the Committee on Children. My name is Mahir Jain, and I'm a senior at Stanford High School representing members of the Mayor's Youth Leadership Council at Stanford High. I'm testifying in support of Senate Bill 1271, an act concerning school and public libraries with an emphasis on school libraries. We are in the midst of a wave of challenges to many books that for years have shaped our education, our minds, and our world. Books like The Handmaid's Tale, a ground-breaking representation of how oppression may manifest itself, to I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings by Maya Angelou, a memoir, a true story, speaking to the realities for many Americans growing up, both banned in many states in the name of sexually explicit content. Not all books are meant to be easy reads. Not all books were meant to have happy endings. However, an incomplete selection at the library is an incomplete education. A comprehensive and complete education empowers students to recognize injustice and give them the words to challenge it. More importantly, it allows students the freedom to explore ideas and the freedom to think for themselves, a right guaranteed to every American. This bill is a clear step in the right direction and a model for the rest of our country. The Mayor's Youth Leadership Council believes in the importance of hearing everyone's voice, including those who may oppose certain books, and we are working with the policy committee of our Board of Education on revising its current policy. We are aware that sometimes it is necessary to challenge and remove a book, and for that there must be clear and procedural process to do so. This policy will effectively address book challenges with equality and fairness, while also ensuring that our education remains protected with clear efforts to avoid censorship of various ideas and identities. With that in mind, there are a couple portions of the policy we would like to highlight. Regarding line 169, we thank the committee for making efforts to include student voices. We hope that all voices are represented on review committees and encourage that dissenting opinions to any challenges are sought out as well, as this ensures that the challenge is reviewed holistically. Moreover, we kindly ask that the committee reconsider changing the waiting period to reconsider a decision found in line 203 to something shorter, as once again, we believe that any dissenting opinions should be given a fair platform to be heard, especially if it is for reconsidering a book that has been banned. As we move forward with efforts to regulate our school and public libraries, we urge you to always consider the implications that widespread book bans can and have had on education. Topics such as sexual assault or drug abuse are uncomfortable, but they are a reality and unfortunate reality of the teen experience and a reality for millions in our country. Books provide complex thoughts and real portrayals of these topics. There's a reason that censorship is often used as a weapon, and a reason that books that often portray identities of other cultures, of the LGBTQ+ community, of the Black American experience, and of our own history are being censored. By keeping these implications in mind, I hope that this bill will be a step to prevent limiting our education and hearing all voices on these matters. I envision a future where Connecticut libraries continue to be rich in a variety of ideas that have grown a variety of more ideas. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for your testimony. Representative Dauphiné, you have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for your testimony. Very well done. A couple of questions. One, were you speaking when you're talking about the time limit with regard to being able to come back and challenge the book again? Is that what you were specifically speaking to?
Yeah, the 3-year waiting period to be
Yeah.
able to challenge a book that has been challenged.
Thank you so much. I agree with you. I think that needs to be changed. And then my other question is, do you think that pornography, and in particular maybe pornographic drawings, pictures, and videos should be prohibited in books for minor children? Now, we're not talking about banning books. We're just talking about for minor children in public schools.
Right. I think it depends, honestly. I believe most of the time this language is often used to remove books, in the sense ban books that are not pornography in high school libraries most of the time. This is what's been happening across the country with such language of pornographic material. It's been used and directed towards women and experiences with sexual abuse, queer youth, people of color, more. Because, I mean, I believe that if this language was really made to ban true pornography, we wouldn't see a lot of the book bans across the country that we do. Or, in fact, I feel that a lot of the times it's contradictory, not considered in context. I know this is true because, like in health class, in most health classes, I believe, we are allowed to watch a woman give birth, like explicitly, yet a book about a cartoon book about queer sexual education, that's not education, that's pornography. So I believe that that could be considered double standard. Another double standard would be books like Othello, where there is a sexually explicit scene. Of course, it's in Old English, but we're taught how to read Old English through Shakespeare, through Othello, and that's not sexually explicit content. But then books like The Color Purple would be too much. And in other words, another thing is context. I believe that if we cannot read a book like Looking for Alaska when there's one page of sexual content and not be able to take in the entire message of the book, a beautifully written book, then there's a bigger problem at hand. To take it a step further, I believe a lot of the books that are being challenged, like a book like This Book is Gay, that is a book intended to provide sexual education. That's the whole purpose of the book. So in my high school, again, as I just stated, there's no problem showing that explicit content in the classroom, but this about safe sex for LGBTQ students in the library of a high school where sexual education is taught in high school, that book is not allowed. So I believe that no, like a book like that shouldn't be in an elementary school library, but that book is being banned in high school libraries, and most of the time it's not even in elementary school libraries. So I think that language is often abused, and that's why I don't believe it should be included in this policy.
Thank you so much for that answer. I will say Senator Duff did say that he believed that X-rated and pornographic material should not be or shouldn't be in the books in the schools. And I just wanted to share that the state's updated 53A 193 definition of child pornography means any visual depiction, including any photograph, film, videotape, picture, or computer-generated image or picture, whether made or produced by electronic, digital, mechanical, or other means of sexually explicit conduct, which I might add that probably giving birth wouldn't be under that. I mean, we're talking about sexual performances here. Where the production of such visual depiction involves the use of a person under 16 years of age engaging in sexually explicit conduct, provided whether the subject of visual depiction was a person under 16 years of age at the time the visual depiction was created, is a question to be decided by the trier of the fact. So there was kind of a definition of pornography, but it did speak specifically about photographs, drawings, and then I think I spoke about sexual performance, and I listed many things I think earlier you probably heard me say. So I wasn't talking about the birth of a child or some of the things that you mentioned, but you did a great job. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative. Representative Mastro Francesco, you have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate it. Coming down, you're still in high school, I understand, and you go to Stanford. You seem to be very knowledgeable on this topic. If you did your research on the library books, and it appears to me that these books that you were mentioning that we were concerned about are in your school. Would you be able to confirm if they are in your school or not? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, if to clarify the question, the books that I was talking about?
Yes, the books that you were mentioning, and maybe some of the ones that we were mentioning, the concerns that we have about the sexual graphic images that are in the book. Can you tell me if those are in your school? Through you.
I'm not sure. I mean, I haven't gone out looking in my school for, I think, the books that you're talking about. I know that books like Looking for Alaska, that's in my school library. The Color Purple is in my school library. And those are books that are often on banned book lists, and I know that they are in my school library, and I would like it to stay there. I'm not sure about the books you were referring to, though. Could you clarify which books you were referring to?
I was not any specific to any books particularly. I was just curious. You had mentioned some books, and I was wondering if you would be able to confirm they were there, but I understand. Thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Representative. Thank you so much. We appreciate your testimony. I think there are no further questions. You're free to go.
Thank
Jake
you.
Thomas, you are remote.
Senator Meyer, Representative Paris, and distinguished members of the Children's Committee, my name is Jade Thomas, and I am a policy specialist at All Our Kin, a national nonprofit that trains and supports over 700 licensed home-based childcare providers throughout Connecticut. Today, I'll spend my time responding to HB 6899, an act concerning early educator pay equity, but would also like to express support for the goals of HB 6903 and HB 6900. Family childcare educators offer an invaluable service to young children and their communities. However, this importance isn't reflected in their compensation. Throughout the pandemic, family childcare educators were correctly recognized as essential workers and lauded as heroes. While this sentiment remains, wages have not followed suit. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, the median pay for childcare workers was just over $30,000 per year. Low compensation is a major push factor, forcing providers to question whether they can afford to stay in the field. Even with a deep passion for the work, early educators are leaving early childhood for other opportunities. Research from Connecticut Voices for Children found that from 2002 to 2023, the state experienced a 47% reduction in the number of licensed family childcare homes, representing a loss of more than 1,600 homes. The creation of an early childhood education and salary enhancement grant program will help to stabilize the childcare sector. A well-trained and well-compensated workforce is integral to increasing families' access to high-quality, affordable early care and education. However, nationally, the childcare workforce has not returned to pre-COVID job numbers, with sectors like retail and hospitality bouncing back. Connecticut has followed this trend. Last year, the United Way reported a gap of 40,000 unfilled childcare slots due to insufficient staffing. The creation of a salary enhancement program will help to tackle the ongoing staffing shortages by retaining and attracting highly qualified staff. Right now, wage stagnation is forcing early educators to choose between supporting their own families or the families in their community. Currently, educators are forced to subsidize the industry themselves. Therefore, we welcome conversations to address educator compensation, including addressing subsidy rates. We are encouraged by the legislature's efforts to address this challenge. However, HB 6889, as written, will require programs to pay their staff before they get any more money to make that possible. Program directors want to pay their staff well. However, yes. We ask that the committee take this into consideration before mandating early care and education employees be paid in line with the state's educator compensation schedule. We ask that you consider and support the aims of HB 6899, and its goals of improving educator salaries. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much, Jade. We have a question from Representative Comey. Representative Comey, you have the floor, ma'am.
Hi, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Hello, Jade. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Thanks for sticking around. So I just have a very simple question, actually. Do you think that by specifically giving the grants to the family care homes, the providers that you represent, do you think that that would increase maybe people going into the field, but also the licensing? Like, we know that we have a fair amount of sort of unlicensed care, right, happening out of folks' homes. And do you think if there were grants available, it might drive more people to become licensed? Whereas, there may be, the kids will be in an environment that, is perhaps more regulated and safe, and all those things that come along with additional training and things like that. Do you think that that would would this be something that would encourage folks to do this?
Yeah, well, I would just specify that there's something referred to as family, friend, and neighbor care. So, for example, that's a grandma who may be taking care of grandchildren, and then there's licensed family childcare. Unfortunately, I don't have numbers in terms of the number of unlicensed childcare programs that are operating in the state. But I think that if folks felt like early childhood education was a field that was not only meaningful in terms of being able to serve the children and families in their community, but also a field where you could be well compensated for your work, I definitely think that that would drive more people into the sector.
Thank you so much. That's all I have. Thank you. Have a great night, Jade.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Mr. Chairman.
Jade, doesn't seem as though there are any additional questions. We appreciate your testimony. Thank you. Have a wonderful night. Next person up, we have Scott Jarzambek. Scott, you're up. Jarzambek. I didn't get to read that book in school.
Thank you, committee members. My name is Scott Jarzambek. I am the president of the Connecticut Library Association, which represents over 700 library professionals in the state. That's school, academic, and public. And I'm here to speak in support of SB 1271, an act concerning school and public libraries. What I would like to do is highlight the pressure and stress that attempted book bans have on library staff and stakeholders. Our profession has become vilified at a national level. by small but vocal groups who are organized and funded at a national level. Creating campaigns, there was one for this specific hearing, creating campaigns which defame library professionals and influence individuals to threaten and harass library staff, trustees, and even friends of the library. And I know this from personal experience. In the town that I serve, during our book challenge, I found it necessary in one scenario to put myself between a member of the public and one of my staff members due to a concern of physical violence. During that process, over the phone, email, and in person, I had my employment threatened and I was called a groomer. A few months later, when there was an author visit that was canceled by our school district based on parents' concerns about the author and the character's gender, the public library jumped on the chance to host it. Again, I received negative and sometimes harassing messages. For the first time, we found it necessary to ask for a police presence at a children's event. Now, I am honored to serve the community I work in, and I would be remiss not to point out the overwhelming support we received in both of those situations. The process was appreciated, and the outcome was accepted by the majority. I'd also like to say that many of us in the library field are not opposed to book challenges. There is no other institution that welcomes public feedback like public libraries. What we seek and what this bill provides is a clear, rational way to hear honest concerns from parents. I'll be personal. I'm a parent of 2 teen boys, and they will tell you I'm strict. I am definitely strict on the media that they view and consume. This includes the books they borrow from the library. I am clear on what material is appropriate for them, and I believe they follow our rules. It's my job as a parent to do this. And I would hate to see it.
Can you please summarize?
What was that?
Can you please summarize?
Okay. Material can be limited by our state or local government. I do not want elected officials parenting my children for me. Books, fictional books, provide the ability for others to see others' lived experiences. People from racial, ethnic, social backgrounds, those of different genders. It opened up my worldview. So in closing, CLA supports Bill 1271. I, as a library professional and a parent, support Bill 1271. We saw a similar bill last year championed by Representative Kitt, and it had a significant effect in a positive way on libraries, allowing librarians the ability to do their job without the harassment they are currently facing. Allow parents to voice their concern, but have a clear process where we can all act like adults. The kids are watching. We are setting an example. Let's set the right one.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it greatly. Representative Dauphiné, followed by Representative Kitt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for your testimony. My question is, do you think that pornography in books available to children in the schools, that would be minority children, and I will kind of be more specific. This would be books that have sexually explicit conduct, touching a person's clothed or unclothed genitals, pubic area, buttocks, or if such person is a female, their breasts, a nude performance, a person in a state of sexual excitement or masturbation should be available to minor children in public school libraries.
So, I've thought about your question since I've heard it multiple times. I write policy. That's part of my job as a library director. And I actually teach policy in a course that I do at a graduate level. I am always telling my students, you don't want specificity like that in any policy, because it could mean the removing of graphic novel versions of Romeo and Juliet, Grapes of Wrath, Twelfth Night. I think what we should do is defer to the local boards on specifics like the ones you have proposed.
Thank you for that answer. And I just wanted to say, I think you talked about some of the experiences you had with parents regarding harassing and having to physically get in between them. And honestly, I don't think any of us want that to happen. I think what we've experienced or heard about is parents who were told they were harassing librarians by just merely verbally challenging them. So I just wanted to make that really clear, but thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you, Representative Dauphiné. Representative Kidd.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And Scott, I would just like to say thank you for coming up here. Fairfield librarians are certainly representing today. Just to clarify, do we have pornography in our libraries?
So we don't have pornography by the legal definition. What we do have on our shelves are books that may have some sexual content, but not explicit or pornographic. And there is a legal definition to pornography, and we are aware of that legal definition, and we follow that definition.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Marr.
Thank you, Representative Paris, Mr. Chairman. Scott, thank you so much for being here and for your testimony. My question to you is, have you heard of or are you aware of other states where librarians have been harassed to the point of having them lose their jobs because of the prevailing belief systems in that particular state?
So as president of the Connecticut Library Association, I am a state rep for the American Library Association. And we recently had a meeting in Chicago, and there was a lot of discussion. One of the issues being that several municipalities and library districts have spent thousands of dollars on lawsuits around this. So yes, it's happening. Individuals are losing their jobs, sometimes quietly losing their job. And some are suing to get those positions back. There are states that right now are proposing laws that would put librarians in jail if they were found to have pornography by a non-legal definition on the shelf. So yes, without a doubt, I'm a transplant. I came here from New York, and I talked to my peers in New York, and this is happening in New York on a regular basis. And again, it's defamation as well. Being called a groomer is something that that is a significant insult to me. And it's something that we're constantly called. At tonight's meeting, we heard it. So I believe I have the right, if my name has been put out there in the public and defamed by being called a groomer or putting pornography in children's hands, I have the right to sue that organization, that institution, or that individual. That is not fair. For that to happen, for professionals to be put in that situation, because that fear makes it so that they sometimes self-censor. And we have to be careful of that as professionals.
Thank you so much. I appreciate hearing from you, and I appreciate you being there today.
Thank you so much, Scott. We appreciate your testimony. Next up, we have Tracy Madden Hennessy, followed by Brian Geddix and Aaron Bowman.
Good evening, Senator, Mayor, Representative Paris, and esteemed members of the Committee on Children. My name is Tracy Madden Hennessy. I'm the CEO for the YWCA in New Britain, and I'm testifying today in support of bills raised that address early childhood, including HB 6899 and HB 6841. In New Britain, the shortage of early education and childcare opportunities for families is acute. There is competition among families for preschool slots, which have an occupancy rate of more than 95%. The YWCA maintains a waiting list for its services of more than 100 children under age 3. Despite this, my agency was forced to apply in January for fiscal year 26 funding through a process which only guaranteed a percentage of the slots in which we already have children enrolled. As a result, some children who are currently enrolled may not have preschool to attend with a state-supported system after June 2025. This process was created because of the lack of sustainable resources dedicated to early childhood across the state. The benefits of early childhood are long-lasting and well documented. Therefore, the need for Connecticut to increase investment is critical. This includes investment in a child care business incubator model, shared spaces that support women who are operating their family child care business. New Britain has opened the first one in the state that serves up to 32 children, 16 within the subsidized Early Start program. We envision this project to increase the supply of infant toddler care in our town. In addition, staffing shortages created by the pandemic remain an issue. The field of early childhood remains an underpaid sector. The number of people seeking to enter the field far below the need, exacerbating the shortage and closing classrooms. Without specific attention paid to increasing compensation, efforts to provide universal preschool will fall flat. The early childhood system requires consistent investment like the Child Care Trust Fund, so that programs aren't negatively impacted by swings in funding availability. Your attention to this proposed legislation and our sector is critical to our field sustainability. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you so very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Tracy. We appreciate you. Brian Geddix. Brian.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Brian Geddix. I appear before you today in opposition to Senate Bill 1271 as husband, father, West Hartford resident, and Connecticut taxpayer. I want to say right up front to clarify what I'm talking about, what I'm not talking. I'm not talking about Shakespeare, Maya Angelou, To Kill a Mockingbird, Mark Twain, etc. I'm talking about pornography being smuggled into public schools under the guise of sexually explicit graphic comic books. Let me be very clear. That is the context for what I'm saying here. Somebody asked a question earlier. I'm talking about Let's Talk About It by Erica Moen, available at Conard High School in West Hartford, Connecticut. They run a sex education-focused web comic called Oh Joy, Sex Toy. They have published this book, and it's available at the West Hartford, at least one place in a Conard High School. So that's what I'm talking about. So today I speak in solidarity with those parents who have been stigmatized, marginalized, and isolated by unequal power dynamics prevailing in public schools and libraries because of legislation like SB 1271, which seeks to enshrine the supremacy of raw government power over the selfless love of parents and their God-given right to preserve their children's all too fleeting innocence and ensure their healthy human development. 1271 muzzles the voice of primary caretakers of Connecticut children, their tax-paying parents, whose motivation is sacrificial love to do what is best for their own children, often at great personal expense. Unlike highly credentialed and empowered professional experts, parents are not motivated by monetary compensation or professional accolades. Neither are parents motivated by the extreme ideological commitments of professional activists, promoting trendy and dangerous ideologies threatening to alienate children from their parents and heartlessly splitting apart the sacred parent-child bond. This bill removes constitutional rights to petition the government for the redress of grievances that belong to all Connecticut taxpayers and limits them to a tiny subset, that is, only parents whose children are currently enrolled in a particular school or happen to be residents of a particular town. What about the constitutional rights of prospective parents whose children will be enrolled in the future? What about the rights of parents of alums?
Can you please summarize?
And what about the authority to take away the constitutional rights of taxpayers with no children? I suggest there's some very serious constitutional issues about this. I oppose this legislation, in conclusion, because it empowers school library staff to create displays and programs that in any other context would be civilly, if not criminally actionable misconduct or child abuse or neglect because of the hostile and unsafe environment it creates for minor children. Our parents need additional legal protection, not threats of litigation for simply pursuing redress of grievances to school library staff. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, sir. We appreciate it. There seems to be a question from Representative Dauphiné. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Brian, for your testimony today. I don't even know if I have a specific question other than that. I hear you, and I have the same concerns. As you probably have heard, I'm been trying to pound it home with regard to prohibiting some very specific things. I don't think I've gotten anybody who is supporting this bill to agree to add this language in that I think is so important. But I will say, we're not trying to ban books because we know that they can purchase them on Amazon, get them in public libraries, buy them in a bookstore. We're trying to prevent them in the hands of minor children. And to your point, parents are removed from this equation when they go to attend a public school and their child can go into the school and get their hands on one of these books. And I believe that's what you're referring to. Unlike parents who can control the phones, can control what movies their children watch and the like, it's very, very different. We have no control once our children walk through the doors of the school, what they're exposed to. Am I speaking your language with regard to what you're talking about?
It is. This whole discussion of book banning is completely diversionary. The language in this talks about displays and programs. The pornography is put on display during certain months of the year. So it comes to the kids, entices the kids, and and brings them in, not the other way around. And as far as programs, there could be all kinds of programs that do the same thing. They act to lure the kids in. The kids aren't looking for this stuff. It's all about the display and program language that's right here in the proposed legislation.
You know, and I maybe you could speak to this. I wanted to just add this. When I was in school, health class talked about very specifically how perhaps a child were to come about an embryo with regard to a sperm and an ovary making connection, but I never remember a photograph or anything of the like depicting the sexual intercourse act. Has that been your experience too? I mean, this is all so foreign to me that we would think that this is okay in our public schools to show photographs and drawings of a sexual act between a man and a woman, anybody really, oral sex, anal sex. It's just beyond my comprehension that that's where we are today. Is that what you're thinking as well? And can you expand on that?
Yeah, that's the trick under the guise of sexually explicit graphic comic novels. In health class, I know that film. It's a novel called The Miracle of Life, and there is a birth being filmed. That's appropriate. You're talking about reproduction, procreation, etc. But this is what would be called it's enticing, inciting sexual excitement. That's what the comic book does. And of course, kids are raised on comic books and they see cartoons, so it's in their language. It's the way they understand the world. For a lot of them who've experienced these cartoons and graphic novels, so it's completely different and unrelated to health class. I mean, that's just apples.
Yeah. I just want to thank you. I don't have the opportunity to ask you any more questions, but I want to thank you for coming forward today and speaking on behalf of all the parents that want control over what their children are exposed to. And I would add that when we allow this, they don't have control. They step into the school and it's carte blanche on what the children can see and open up in a book. So thank you today for your testimony.
Thank you, Representative, for your questions. Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Brian, so much for coming in. Appreciate your testimony. We've been hearing a lot today about book banning. And we've heard a lot of people come up and saying, well, those type of books are not in our school. And can you confirm to me, and I think you had mentioned something about maybe in the Hartford school. Would you be able to confirm that these books were in the school?
Yes, I've checked multiple times, including today, before coming here this afternoon. Let's talk about it. Eric, it's available at Conard High School. I accessed it online to confirm this, that it's right there. Erica Moan and Matthew Nolan, they're professional cartoonists out of Portland, Oregon. And I told you they had this webcomic called Oh Joy Sex Toy, and that book is readily available, for example, in the Conard High School library.
Thank you. Thank you for that confirmation. Yeah, listen, we're not here today to ban books, and we just keep hearing we're banning books. We're trying to cure them, get them out of the school system. And when I talk about that and we say that, I'm called a crazy person because I don't want my children to see books in school with two people having sex with each other, graphic photographs. There are books in the schools as well that are very explicit when you read them, that are very much like reading a pornography book. And they're really quite offensive. I couldn't even read it. I'd be embarrassed to even read it here, although maybe I should, so people could see exactly what type of language in the book. This is what their children are seeing in school. So I thank you for confirming that. We've been saying this all day long, that these books are in the schools. I don't know if any reasonable person would disagree that we're concerned about our children seeing those, and the school is not the place for it. But I appreciate you confirming that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it. Thank you so very much for your testimony. Next, we have Aaron Bowman, followed by Devon Alvarez and Ava Bermudez Zimmerman. Aaron.
Thank you. Good evening, committee. My name is Aaron Bowman. I'm a father of 5 amazing kids from 9 to 17 years of age, and I strongly oppose Bill 1271 because it undermines local control, parental rights in our schools and libraries. This is not about book banning, as many have put it today. However, it's about allowing parents and communities to make decisions on what is age appropriate within their school libraries. I have a few key concerns with this bill. One, that it limits control over library material, local control rather. This bill forces school libraries to adapt state-approved policies, stripping local communities of the right to decide what is appropriate for their children. Schools should be accountable to parents and not bureaucrats, setting one-size-fits-all mandates. Public libraries that refuse to comply will lose state funding, punishing towns that want to control over their own institutions. 2, it creates bureaucracy barriers to removing inappropriate content. Parents who object to inappropriate materials will have to go through a possibly lengthy review process instead of having their concerns addressed locally. This bill prioritizes ideology over education, ensuring certain books and materials cannot be challenged or removed, no matter how controversial or inappropriate for a specific age group. 3, school libraries should focus on academic excellence and not political activism. This bill requires collections, displays, and programs to meet state-imposed inclusion mandates, regardless of whether they align with the educational priorities. What we should be doing instead is allowing our local school boards and parents to decide what is appropriate for students, ensuring age-appropriate material is accessible without forcing policy-driven content into schools from the state, to protect parental rights by keeping decision-making at the local level and not mandated from the state. We should be empowering families when it comes to children's education. This bill removes that. This bill is not about protecting libraries, it's about controlling them. It puts political interest above education and parental rights. I urge lawmakers to reject this bill and stand for local decision-making, parental involvement, and integrity of our education. It has been a while since I've read Huck Finn, but I don't recall that book explaining how to perform fellatio with graphic images. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Dauphiné, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much, Aaron, for being here today and giving your testimony. I have a couple of questions. One, would you be opposed to some language that I've mentioned several times regarding prohibiting books that depict pornography, sexually explicit conduct, touching a person's clothed or unclothed genitals, pubic area, buttocks, or if such person is a female, their breasts, a nude performance, a person in a state of sexual excitement, or masturbation?
No. Simple answer is absolutely not. I feel a lot of our laws are so broad and vary in what they say it's very difficult and it ends up being challenged in courts because of the vagueness of some of the.
Back and challenge a book the next year. Can you speak a little bit more to that?
Sure, absolutely. Here in my town, I'm in Mansfield. We have a process if a parent feels that a book is not age appropriate, and that process works. And I only know that because I was asked to look into some inappropriate material at the elementary school. And when I went, I talked with the administrators and they laid out their process for local families who are concerned about what books are being brought into the school. And that book was reviewed and it was removed because there was a mistake on the age appropriate level for that book. I couldn't tell you the name of that book right now. I can't remember it off the top of my head, but having something being mandated or having that nanny state above us telling us how we should run our lives, what we should educate our children with is completely inappropriate. That is not the place for the state. We should have the right as parents to dictate what is taught, what books are allowed, and to have that process at the local level where we can have those adult conversations on what is appropriate for our children and what is not. Definitely not coming from the state. That is probably the worst possible way to handle this.
Thank you so much for that. I know I too live in the northeast corner. We have a lot of small districts with a lot of local people that want to be involved, and we see things a lot differently than those on the other side of the state. And as a result, we're often put in a clump, and they're trying to make this mandate that one size fits all schools, and it really takes away that local control. So I really appreciate you coming out to speak about that and speaking about how you feel as a parent. We're not trying to ban books because we know that they're still available, whether it's, I think I've mentioned Amazon, bookstores, and the like. We're just trying to, like we do with movies and social media and some other things, we're trying to make it so that minor children are not exposed to some of the things that we just talked about. Thank you so much, Aaron, for testifying today.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Aaron. We appreciate your testimony. Next, we have Devon Alvarez.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would actually like to give my time to talk to Mr. Thomas Barrow. I'm having a throat situation, so if
We
that's
will
possible.
allow for that concession to happen for you, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I am here in opposition to SB 1271 that would prevent parents and members of the community from challenging vulgar and sexually explicit books from public schools and school libraries, from public schools and public libraries. As someone who loves God and by his great mercy keeps his commandments, I'm here to address you spirits behind this bill. I'm here to make God the issue, the God who created us in his image and his likeness. As a young child, I remember walking with my older brother through Grand Central Station on the way to a ball game, and some guy came up to me and said, "Hey kid, you want to buy some dirty pictures?" Having grown up in a religious family, it shocked me that someone could be like that. But as a young teen, I became exposed to porn and quickly became addicted. I felt so bad about myself inside that it became a gateway into drugs and sex. After high school, I lived in the epicenters of the sexual revolution in Greenwich Village and in Haight-Ashbury in San Francisco. I tumbled into a great depravity that almost killed me. God, in his great mercy, rescued me through the resurrected life of Jesus. Through a great inward tribulation, the Lord restored propriety and decency to my life. But over the years, I saw that the wickedness that had captured me as a teenager had captured all of society and moved us from being a Christian culture into a pagan culture. The spirit that said, "Hey kid, you want to buy some dirty books?" now runs our government, school system, libraries, even our churches. Yesterday, my wife and I were in West Hartford at Whole Foods, and I decided to walk across the street to the library to see if I could, find what I suspected to be there. I went to the teen section, and within just minutes, I found graphic novels that were sexually explicit and intensely vulgar. I looked at, also in the teen section, a book on sexual education, and I opened right away to a chapter called The Good Side of Pornography. And I realized, yeah, I should testify here today. When I was a kid, the purveyors of pornography
Can you please summarize?
and indecency were men like Larry Flint, Hugh Hefner, Allen Ginsberg, Timothy Leary. They're all dead. They're all in their respective hells. But now you, the government, the educators, the librarians, and even the clergy have taken the mantle that possessed them. You have become the purveyors of indecency. Now you are the destroyers of God's marriage, love, and innocence. I'm here to warn you that you are on your way to hell. Your sin will find you out. Your judgment will come from inside you. It is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God. It is time for thee, O Lord, to work, for these lawmakers are making void thy law.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to remove you from 49, which is where you were on our list, so you won't be speaking during that time. We appreciate your comments. I would also say that I too believe in God, and I'm grateful to serve a God who is a forgiving God, one that provides free will, and another one that allows for us to be merciful at all stages of life. Thank you, sir.
But
We
you can't
appreciate it.
destroy his marriage love and his
Sir,
innocence
there is a
and
level,
get away
excuse
with
me,
it.
sir, excuse me. So hold on for 1 second, sir. I allowed for you to speak out of turn when your turn was much later in the queue. There's a level of decorum on both sides of the aisle and from the public that we expect in this public setting. And I'm asking you to expect that. You have no right to put anyone on this committee in heaven or in hell, or for those who buy books. It is free will. Thank you for your opinion. Have a good night. Let's move on. Ava Bermudez Zimmerman.
Mr. Chair, I had a question.
Representative, I would ask that you would grant me this good wish to move on and ask your question for the next person, if possible.
Thank you, Chair Paris, Chair Marr, representatives of the minority party as well, and the Committee of Children here. Thank you for the opportunity for submitting my testimony and having the opportunity to talk today on House Bill 6899, an act concerning early educator pay equity. My name is Ava Bermudez Zimmerman. I am the Director of Child Care for Connecticut. We represent over 7,000 parents, providers, and advocates. We're looking to transform childcare here in the state of Connecticut. I'm here to support my coalition partners who do have concerns about HB 6899. Like the Commissioner Bai mentioned earlier from the Office of Early Childhood in her testimony today, that the sentiment of the bill is very important, and it's essential to recognize that childcare providers should get paid sufficiently, should get paid competitive wages, and it's necessary in order to make sure that the childcare system is transformed here in the state of Connecticut. But this bill does need some attention and some tweaks in order to understand that you can't do it in a cookie cutter way. We need a holistic approach. As a coalition, we're here supporting that if you do change childcare pay, if you do try to ensure that the providers who do so much hard work educating our children from the age of 0 all the way to 12, that there's enough money in order to support those salaries. If we don't have enough money to support those salaries and you have a system in place that you have a one-off or bonuses or conditional moments where they do get paid more and it's not in perpetuity, it's very problematic. Here in Connecticut, the childcare workforce is earning slightly above state minimum wage. This is $1 or $2 more. That is not competitive at all. Many of our providers in childcare centers and childcare spaces do have degrees in order to be there and take a lot of time and attention in their CEUs, their extra hours that they have to put into their job in order to maintain their licenses. State-funded centers and state-funded programs right now, just concentrating on one corner of the market, it's not a viable solution. Childcare costs already are super significant and burden our families, and the Connecticut household spending averages for childcare, just childcare, is anywhere between $15,000 to $23,000 annually. So I'm asking that when you look into creative solutions, which we so much appreciate that you're having so much time and effort in this conversation, that you look into holistic approaches and make sure that it's an adequately funded approach to childcare that will help attract and retain educators, ultimately respecting the workforce and how the market is hopefully growing, with making sure that we're supporting them with policies that are perpetual, not band-aids. So thank you for this time to testify, and I'm here opening up my time for any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions in the room? Just the two of us, and none online. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we will be hearing from Patsy Robinson, followed by Steve Ward and David Hayes. Patsy, are you online? Nope. We are going to move on to Steve Ward. Are you? No. All right. David Hayes. Nope. Okay. Rick Porter, are you still in the room? Thank you.
My name is Rick Porter, and I'm a street pastor. In the last 4 years, I've been out in the streets all year long, and the last 3 years, primarily in Waterbury. And I developed a rapport for diligence, people coming to me, and I'm very concerned about the aggressiveness of what's going on when I see the kids in school. Now, I do believe that if we pass this bill, that I, as a grandparent or as a preacher, might not be able to go into a school and say, "Hey, listen, this is what I'm seeing," and I would show this particular book, and that my voice is be shut down, and the kids are going to be hurt because the aggressiveness right now of the porn addiction is real. I mean, it is real. A 12-year-old, and he's older now, but he was 12 years old when he first started following little kids. And yes, I do know that he can go on his phone, he can go here, and he can go anywhere, to steal porn time. But what I'm afraid of is that he can go into a school and see this stuff and say, well, my librarian says it's okay, my teachers are saying it's okay, so it's okay. So then who becomes the pedophile, really, at 12 years old? I know I'm working with a kid right now who's 17, and he's saying, I don't think you understand. It's an addiction. I'm addicted to this stuff. I masturbate every day, but I'm still mad. I can't get enough. And you're going to be all right. You're going to be all right. I've been hearing this from the kids, and it's really breaking my heart because it is an addiction. I've seen some great things. I've seen drug addicts healed instantly, in the streets, and a lot of things. Alcoholics and porn addictions seems to be by far the hardest things to get kids delivered from. And that is my main concern, as a pastor, as a grandparent, that if we say, hey, it's okay, and I have librarian friends who wouldn't show up today because of the fact that of the political process, they were afraid to get in trouble. Because one of the things that they're testifying to is like, no, this is porn. No, it's not. The director's saying it's not porn. They're saying it is porn. Look at it, look at it. And they're saying this stuff.
Can you please summarize?
So my thing is that I really believe the best way to protect our children is to make sure they see no graphic materials in their grade schools. Because when they do, it's saying, hey, we're okay in this. We're sectioning this. So please, please don't pass this.
Thank you for your time. I see Representative Daphne has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just thank you so much for your testimony today. can you elaborate on your experience with those that in particular have been exposed to some of these graphic pictures as young children? I know we had a doctor earlier that I think she's going to send in data. Her expertise is in this field. She's worked with many, many children, and the findings have been very, very prolific with regard to children being exposed at a young age and having the issues and challenges that you shared. Can you expand on that, please?
Well, I know a magazine that was like a cartoon magazine in one of the public libraries, where a 6-year-old grabbed it and just started looking at it. And it was very graphic. I don't know the name of the magazine, but and I can't really get into too much of the details, so I don't want to get this person in trouble. But I think you all know the case of the grandmother who saw their 6-year-old kid looking at this stuff in a regular, public library. And my concern is, if they can't identify what is porn and what is not, how could we trust our school librarians? And especially when people are getting so liberal right now, that when are we going to draw a line? I've been hearing you, Senator, I'm saying all the time, it's like trying to get people to say, do we believe that it should be sexual orientation, or when people are fondling each other or touching each other, touching each buttocks or touching their breasts, should that be allowed? No, our kids should not be able to see that stuff. If they do, we're sanctioning it. We're saying, we're adults, we're telling you it's okay. And then who becomes, when they get aggressive, who becomes the real rapist? I'm saying it's the adults for not protecting them. Who becomes the pedophiles? I'm saying it's the adults for not protecting them, and not the kids themselves. What we're going to do, give the 12-year-old drugs and the one they abuse drugs just to heal them, make them feel better? And I mean, no. We got to protect our children. It's a spirit. It really is. They're so aggressive. I'm talking to kids. I know some other kids too. I can bring, if they weren't afraid of, what people would say, I would invite them here, because it's a very aggressive spirit, the porn addiction. Very aggressive.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. I've been trying to get agreement on preventing some of the stuff that we just talked about, but there seems to be no impetus for that. I think, when we talk about banning things, by law, we don't allow minor children to purchase Playboy books, Hustler, and those sorts of books that are in gas stations, and yet we are depicting graphic pictures in some of these books that seem to be acceptable. I don't know. Do you counsel children as well, and have you encountered any of this, or do you talk to parents with regard to that? Are you able to share that experience?
They all have my number. There's I give my my phone out for a text. Anytime they need me, I'm there. I only counsel men, obviously, or, teenage boys or whatever. If anyone's younger, I have to go talk to their parents to make sure, hey, I'm the street pastor that you all see around. And, but I do have a great rapport with a lot of people and all the different. I mean, I went through just about every street in Waterbury in the last 3 years, preaching in every neighborhood. And yeah, I counsel them and I tell them, hey, you're going to be all right. And I talk to them about faith, developing a faith. And I actually was able to lay hands on some people and cast these demons out of people, to be honest with you. It's a spiritual warfare. I know a lot of people don't understand that, but it is a spiritual warfare. I've seen schizophrenics healed just like that.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, you are all free to go. Next up, we will have Christine Rebstock, followed by Colleen Bailey and Kate I'm gonna not say the right way of your last name, by road. Go ahead, thank you.
Good evening, honorable committee members. I'm Christine Rebstock, a 2024 state legislative candidate. I have with me tonight an excerpt from the book called Genderqueer. It's an illustrated book. I'll only read a smidge of it. I was 11 or 12 years old the first time I can remember fantasizing about having a penis. For years, my standard method of
Actually, ma'am, I'm sorry.
What?
I want to make sure that when we are having these discussions, that is a book. That is the words, but that is appropriate for a certain age group. We can't guarantee that our audience is made up of people who are all over the age and it's appropriate for them to hear something like this. Do you mind submitting that for testimony and we can recognize it officially? And you can, we can have that as your official testimony, and then if you would like to speak otherwise.
Let me just add this. That book is sexually explicit. It's not age appropriate. Would I be calling for that book to be banned? No, you could buy that. Parents want to buy that book for their children. By all means, there's several places you could do that. I oppose Bill 1271 because what if parents go to their school board and the school board, for the will of the people, says, we'll take this book out of our schools. And we have this bill could give librarians full autonomy to overrule that. And I'm not picking on the book about being LGBT. I'm a transsexual person myself. Conversely, what if there is a book that could actually, it's about LGBT youth, and it doesn't have any sexual innuendos and can benefit children, and parents go to the school board, and school board agrees, yes, we could put, this is good for the school. And again, the school librarian could overrule. The power to, the will of the people is going to be usurped by this bill. We, the people, have recall on school board members at the voting booth. We don't have recall on school librarians and librarians in our municipal public libraries.
Thank you. I think that's actually an important point because in this bill, there is the process to make sure that there is a set process for people who do have concerns to bring them up and to make sure that there's a protocol that everyone would follow so that way, because sometimes some districts have their own policy and protocol for challenges or removal, and this would unify it to make sure that everyone has that ability to challenge things that it would have to follow a set policy process. So I appreciate you mentioning that.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Christine, for your testimony today. As a nurse, I have always used the words penis and vagina because those are the correct anatomical words that we use. And our argument here is that we are showing visual pictures of performances with regard to sexual acts. We're actually seeing it, never mind saying it. Can you speak to that, Christine? Because that's, I think, what the problem here is, or the challenge here is that parents have their children going into school and are seeing these sexually explicit photographs and drawings of these kind of pictures that aren't even in the context of anatomical correctness with regard to a health class or a science class. Can you speak to that, Christine?
Sure, Representative. You know, my biggest concern, we could go further. Things that concern me too is our beauty pageants for young children. Being able to take kids to Hooters and drag queen story hours and books like the one I referred to. Why does it seem like we are in the business of sexualizing our children? We are making them grow up fast. And we have to put the brakes on this. We need to give the kids a quality education to let them succeed upon graduation. That should be first and foremost.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And as a nurse and a mother of 4 children and now 4 grandchildren, I don't have a problem with science classes and health classes talking about the scientific process of which, you know, an ovary and a sperm are come together and form an embryo and the like. But this is well beyond that. We're talking about sexually explicit and pornographic photos with regard to sexual performances, people with exposed genitals, and that would be a penis, an exposed penis. And I'm using the correct word because I know there's words that are far more degrading than the correct word. And I think that's the concern we have here. Thank you so much for coming forward and testifying today.
You're welcome.
Representative Lanu.
Yes, thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Christine, thank you for being with us this evening and hanging in there. I know the hour's getting a little bit late here, so you're a trooper. I appreciate it. You know, I just want to mention, with all due respect, Madam Vice Chair, you know, you mentioned the name of a book, and you were instructed not to say the name of the book or go further, because there may be somebody underage listening and watching this proceeding. But yet what we're talking about is we're worried they could overhear that, but yet this could be present, that very book could be present in their library. And a child could pick it up and read that, but yet that's not a problem, but it's a problem if they overhear the name. I guess what I'm going to ask you, I guess without mentioning the name of the book, I'll respect your wishes. But
May I clarify, or would you? I can clarify afterwards. I don't want to interrupt.
I just want to give her an opportunity to,
Absolutely.
without
Go ahead.
mentioning the name of the book. I know you're making a point with that book.
Yeah.
Would you like to extrapolate on that?
Well, you just made a good point, Representative. Why wasn't it okay for me to read it here, but yet yet minor age kids are reading it in schools and children's sections of public libraries?
Yeah. Okay. So I appreciate those comments. I do have nothing further, but yeah, if you want to clarify, I'd be happy to listen.
Thank you, Representative. It was not the title of the book or even the anatomically correct words. It is the context. And I think that's important when we're talking about these subjects. We're talking about the context in which they are shared. This is a book that is intended for older teens and young adults. This is not intended for a universal audience. This is a sort of like PG-13 rated R versus G. So that was my concern. It wasn't the title of the book, or as the good ranking member mentioned, some of the anatomically correct words. So just sort of wanting to try to follow the decorum of, as is laid out in the joint rules as much as we can, considering the audience that we don't know, it lies beyond the room. So thank you for that.
I appreciate the clarification, and I always appreciate the quorum. By the way, I don't think you were showing bad decorum, but particularly with the subject matter that we're unfortunately talking about and the underlying legislation. But again, in some of these libraries, it's not necessarily just older teens. What happens if it's a school that's 7 through 12 or younger? There are some schools where it's maybe K through 12. I don't know. So theoretically, a fifth grader could be walking into that library for a book that's quote unquote geared for older teens, which again I find that debatable, but they could still have access to it. I think if I'm interpreting this legislation correctly. I guess that would be my second question. Do you think I'm interpreting the legislation correctly in that, Christine?
I believe so. Just a hunch. I don't think we would have saw this book in my days at Maloney High School in Meriden, Connecticut, back in the day.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your testimony. I very much appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you. All right, seeing no further questions. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Master Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you, Christine, for coming in for your testimony. I just want to make a quick comment about you being stopped from reading that passage. Kids in school today are absolutely subject to this type of language. Using the word penis or breast is not offensive. It's a part of your body. And children that could be watching this, believe it or not, are being taught health classes at a very, very, very young age. So I personally think that you were stopped from reading it because people don't want to admit what the content is of what kids are reading in school. If I was to sit here and read it, I can read excerpts from books that your hair would stand up. And it'd be very embarrassing. And at some point, I plan on doing that. So I appreciate your testimony today. And can you just elaborate a little bit more on, so this passage that you were going to read and were stopped, was that a book that you saw in a school through you?
It was in the children's section of the Greenwich Public Library, and I tried to check it out in Russell Library in Middletown, but someone beat me to it. So young kids are getting to read this book in public settings. You know, like I said, we're not trying to ban the book. Parents could buy the book online, there's stores. Just doesn't belong in our schools.
Right. Thank
Or
you.
children's sections of public libraries for that matter, too.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I do agree that it does not belong in the public school. There's other means and other ways for parents, if they want to get this book for their kid, like the senator testified, people go on their cell phones, their iPads, they're on the computer. Certainly they're at home, but they're not doing it in a public school. And that's where I seriously have the problem. We had a speaker earlier that talked about, and I wholeheartedly agree, that this, you know, we're supposed to be protecting our children, and we always think that the safe haven for them would be in our schools, right? We think that they're safe in our schools, but they're not even safe in our schools anymore when they're exposed to this type of material. It's almost like grooming a child in my mind. Why someone would want to do that and expose them to this type of material is beyond me. And as the last speaker mentioned, you know, children become addicted to this type of behavior. So I just wanted just really to point that out. I really don't have any questions, but I thank you for your testimony, and I apologize you're not able to read that excerpt, but at some point we'll get it out. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Have a nice evening.
Thank you. You as well. Up next, we have Colleen Bailey.
Good evening, members of the Children's Committee. My name is Colleen Bailey, and I'm the Library Director and Connecticut resident here today to show support for SB 1271, an act concerning public and school libraries. I have now been a librarian for almost 17 years, 9 of those as a director. I absolutely love working in the library, seeing people come in and doing whatever it is that makes them happy, whether it's using our computers for entertainment or job searching, finding a safe and warm place to sit and relax, or a child coming in and discovering their love of reading. As a precocious child, my love of reading was cemented at a young age with a mother that allowed me to read what I want. There was a time when my own teachers questioned her allowance of my reading lists, and having procedures in place for her to talk to those teachers would have made the process of questioning the teacher much easier, but there were none. Procedures go both ways as protections for librarians, teachers, and parents to have a solid recourse when having concerns. For many, going to a bookstore to buy a book is just too expensive. Our book collection is a large, variable collection of materials for people, ranging from the hot new releases to the sleeper series that take off after an author has a book become a bestseller, along with the perennial classics. Seeing a patron discover a new to them author and then showing them their entire catalog on the shelf is a wonderful feeling. Our trained staff curate a collection based on our patrons' tastes, what's available, and what has been thoroughly reviewed. Every library is unique in what they offer, often basing their collection on the unique needs of the individuals in our towns and cities. Unfortunately, there are people in our society who feel that if they don't like something, then no one should have access to it. Libraries, by design, are institutions that have materials that cater to all, not the chosen few. I can guarantee that there are items in our collection that, while they are not my cup of tea, may be the favorite work of someone else. That's the beauty of a library. There's something in it for everyone. SB 1271 ensures that all libraries, both school and public, have procedures in place to ensure that all our patrons' voices are heard. Every library should have a collection policy, have reconsideration forms, and have a procedure for hearing what their patrons' concerns are with materials in their library's collection. While public libraries have these mechanisms in place, not all school libraries do. With SB 1271, we can ensure that both school and public libraries have a clear, transparent process for the development, review, and reconsideration of materials with standards that are clearly spelled out for everyone. Please support SB 1271 so that librarians across our state can safely protect the freedom to read for all people of Connecticut. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you so much for your testimony. We have a question online from Representative Daphne.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. My question is, and you've probably heard me ask it before, do you have a problem with us amending this bill to prevent minors from access to any material that depicts pornography, sexually explicit conduct, touching a person's clothed or unclothed genitals, pubic area, buttocks, or, if such person is a female, breasts, a nude performance, a person in a state of sexual excitement, or masturbation.
I don't think it pertains to this bill, what you're speaking about.
So we're looking to, if you will, decide what books are appropriate and which ones aren't. So I would disagree with you and say that this is absolutely pertains to this bill. And we're trying to decide which books are appropriate and which ones aren't. These are books that will be available to children in a public school library where the parents will not be there to, if you will, assist their children in choices. So yeah, I would absolutely believe it's pertinent to this bill. Can you explain why you don't think it is?
Well, I'm here to speak on the public library behalf. There are more speakers coming after me that are from the public school libraries that can speak more to that.
So even though you're saying it doesn't pertain to this bill, you have no opinion?
I'm not going to, again, at this time, I think there is no porn in our libraries.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Next up, we have, I guess, I'm sorry if I'm going to mess up your last name, Kate Byrode? Byrode?
By road,
All right.
like a street, like a street.
The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you. Senator Bahar, Representative Paris, honorable members of the Children's Committee. I'm the director of the Cragen Memorial Library in Colchester and a resident of West Hartford. I'm speaking in support of SB 1271. This act is good for Connecticut's children, schools, and public libraries. This act would help set the standards for effective policies for collection development and the reconsideration process when a member of the community files a concern about library resources. Every community would have a reference for a legally sound policy, and every community would have the ability to determine its process. I've been working in public libraries since I was a teenager, nearly 40 years in fact. Concerns about what's on a library shelves are nothing new. What is new is the sheer number of challenges to library materials, with much of the rhetoric calling books pornography, featuring excerpts taken out of context and calling me and my colleagues pedophiles and groomers. Years ago, a colleague received death threats in her mail at home when the community where she worked was in uproar over a book that half the community wanted to read, while the other half did not want anyone to read it. It was an incredibly frightening time for her, but the town she worked for had a collection development policy in place. And that allowed a calm, considered process for the library board to consider the appropriateness of the book for the library's collection. When a book on the shelves of my library was challenged and characterized as pornography, the library's existing policy slowed down the heat, allowed me to determine if the book was appropriate for the library and for its intended audience, and to respond to the person who brought their concern to the library in a thorough and respectful manner. A clearly written policy with defined procedures that is consistent with the law and with legal precedent ensures both the freedom to read and the right to petition the government. Bypassing established policy or ignoring established law can expose a school district or municipality to civil lawsuits that are both costly and unlikely to be won. While we are experiencing an unprecedented wave of challenges to library resources throughout the country and here in Connecticut, it is important to remember that challenges happen regularly, often with the best of intentions. With a clear policy in place, a community can catch its breath and ensure that it does not violate the First Amendment rights of its citizens of any age. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question from Representative Daphne.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for your testimony today. Do you think that the fact that you can't go in a gas station and purchase a Playboy Hustler or the like if you're a minor violates our First Amendment rights?
That is how they are defined to be sold. I do not have these materials in my library, and I have never seen them in any public library.
Thank you for that answer. And are you opposed to an amendment to this bill that would prevent minors from access to any material that depicts more pornography, sexually explicit conduct, touching a person's clothed or unclothed genitals, pubic area, buttocks, or if such person is a female, their breasts, a nude performance, a person in a state of sexual excitement, and or masturbation? Do you have a problem with that?
Yes, I do. Because first of all, there is no legal definition for pornography. There is not. Second of all, there are age appropriate things that might or might not depict any of those things in the proper context. This is why librarians are trained to look at materials as a whole. I don't think that we have these in our children's rooms. I don't think we are putting them forward for 6th and 7th graders. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen materials like that. But I am also aware of materials that describe a child's own experience of sexual abuse and how they got that addressed. That might happen to mention any one of those things, but it might also prepare a child to be able to go to a trusted adult to explain what has been happening to them. Things cannot be looked at on a blanket basis without context. And so, yes, I think we need to have policies that allow our communities to look at things in context to see whether or not something is appropriate.
Thank you for that answer. So I guess I'm going to interpret what you just said, that it's okay to have visual pictures and drawings of what I just described, and you're okay with that in context or out of context for minor children to view. Thank you so much for your testimony today, and I appreciate you being here.
If you have a question, I provided my own daughters with books that described human sexuality that did include simple illustrations. That was my right as a parent. I borrowed those books from a public library. I wanted them to know so that they would not be ignorant.
You know what? I thank you for that, and I appreciate that you as a parent made that decision. But when these books are available in schools without parental permission, children have access to them. They don't get to weigh in. I completely respect your ability to make those decisions for your children, go to a public library and get a book. This is a situation where parents don't get to weigh in on the exposure of their children to these kinds of books. So thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you. Representative Master Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I was listening to your testimony, and you had mentioned in there about the schools or community being able to determine their own how to cure the books. Did I hear you say that correctly through you?
Yes, they would. Every community would develop its own policy, but the policy would be developed in reference to a model policy and with full understanding of case law that exists around the right to read.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair. So this bill actually charges these task force with actually creating the policy and the process and mandating, the way I'm reading it, that every school or school library must adopt. That's very different than schools using their own process because they already have a process in place now. Every school does. They have a process in place. To change books, turnover, whatever it is that they do, they don't just leave books. They do have a process. They don't just leave books there forever. So they do have a process. This actually is going to do like a cookie cutter. The state is going to determine the process, or the people on this task force, and mandate it down to the library. So you would basically be losing your local control. Are you okay with that? Through you, Madam Chair.
Would you like to respond, Kate?
My understanding when I read the language of the bill is that the task force would do research and present a model policy. And that with the idea that local communities would use that as a reference. It would not mandate every, dotted I, cross T.
Thank you for that answer. Thank you for that. That's not the way I read the policy, but I guess we'll find out. I appreciate your testimony today. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other questions, thank you for your time. Next up, we will have Deborah Barrell, followed by Rashad Gibson and Nellie Oliver.
Peace. Committee members, I come here today to oppose SB 1271. First, as both public and school libraries are paid for with resident tax dollars, I feel anyone and any number of persons can oppose what their money is being spent on. Connecticut has taken the initiative to itself to put agendas on our children and adults that are ungodly and destructive. It's obvious in this bill, if it is passed, that there is not many choices for parents to decide what their children are being taught. Many parents have no choice but to send their children to public schools. Connecticut should adopt school choice vouchers so parents can choose what type of education their children are exposed to. At least a third, actually 39% of Connecticut residents should be able to have some voice in Connecticut laws, since I'm sure you care about all your Connecticut residents. Having books in libraries that have explicit sexual acts and books that promote young children to embrace LGBTQ+ lifestyles before they even know how to make such decisions is evil and wicked. And I do want to add, Representative Dauphinais, I totally agree with you with the additions to that language in this bill, because there has to be outlines, because, and there's, things that are, in there that are obscene. Maybe they're not, whatever you called it before. But anyway, one thing I do want to add, that God says in Proverbs, a worthless person, a wicked man, walketh with a forward mouth. He winketh with his eyes, he speaketh with his feet, he teacheth with his fingers. Forwardness is in his heart. He deviseth mischief continually. He soweth discord. Therefore shall his calamity come suddenly. Suddenly shall he be broken without remedy. These things does the Lord hate. Yea, 7 are an abomination unto his soul. A proud look, a lying tongue, and hands that shed innocent blood. A heart that deviseth wicked imaginations. Feet that be swift in running to do mischief. A false witness that speaketh lies, and he that soweth discord among brethren. To entice children with such perversions under the guise of education is pure evil. As Jesus said, it is impossible.
Can you please summarize?
It is impossible but that offenses will come, but woe unto him through whom that they come. It would be far better for him to have a millstone hanged about their neck and cast into the sea, if he should offend one of these little ones. It is time for thee, Lord, to work, for they have made void thy law. And just one other comment. I timed myself. This was only 1.5 minutes. Thank you.
Ma'am, I believe there's a question. Representative Daphne.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and please expand on what you were going to say.
Well, I was actually done, but I had, want to know you to know that God has laws and God is watching all of you every moment of your life. And whether you believe in him or not, he created male and female. He created you. And it's too bad that you don't consider his laws, because he put laws in our hearts and our minds and his Bible that will make us happy and useful in this terrible world that we live in.
Thank you so much for that testimony. And I would ask you the question, do you think this is assault on our religious beliefs? Because you obviously have very strong opinions and beliefs with regard to this bill. And while this bill would, it sounds like it'll be permissive to the things that I keep asking if people would be agreeable to amend. Do you think this is assault on your spiritual beliefs and religion?
Definitely, definitely on everybody's spiritual body. It's a total assault, and it's sending, it's, the whole thing is if we disobey God's commandments and God's laws, we're going to hell, whether you believe it or not. And the whole thing is God did not want, this is totally, totally off base, what you're doing to children. You're perverting them the day they're born until all throughout, childhood. And I really do believe that what has happened to our society is because people said, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. It's not, a lot of these things are not okay. And these poor children, they don't know any better. Once you can play, I babysit for a 1.5-year-old child, and I can tell him anything, and he will believe me. Oh, no, you're not a boy, you're a girl. He'd believe me, but I'm not going to tell him that. You know what? Because he's a little boy, and I'm babysitting for him, and I want him to go to heaven one day. But these poor children, you're perverting them.
Thank you so
for your testimony.
Well, thank you so much for your testimony. I hear you. I know that so much has changed in the last decade, just decade, not even several decades, but I have no problem with individuals learning science, but this is beyond science. And when I'm asking if you would agree to amend this bill to prevent minors from access to any material that depicts pornography, sexual explicit conduct, touching a person's clothed or unclothed genitals, pubic area, buttocks, if such person is a female, their breasts, a nude performance, a person in a state of sexual excitement or masturbation, I can't seem to get any agreement from those that think that this is all okay. Any comments on that?
I would definitely want to see that in that bill. And like I said, too, because it's like, I totally think that there's too many too much leeway in this bill, So I would definitely like to see that in the bill, definitely.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your comments and your testimony today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Paris online.
Madam Chair, I appreciate this. I certainly appreciate the comments that were made before us. I also appreciate that we live in a country that allows for us to have freedom of speech, freedom of religious belief. But I also understand that institutions require that we have a separation of church and state. And I would ask that we focus on the validity and the concept of the bill before us, and not focus on whether or not that we are trying to bring about the ultimate demise of religious freedoms. That is not the case here. The bill does not call for that. And Madam Chair, I would ask that we remain focused on the concept and the bill language before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Lanu?
Yes, thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Just very briefly, I just want to respond respectfully to what the chairman just said. Earlier today, I believe when our Senate Majority Leader was up testifying, our good chairman quoted the Bible to try to win over his side of the argument. It seems like that was acceptable, but it seems when we have somebody before us using the Bible, quoting Bible passages to try to persuade their side of the argument, somehow it's out of line, it's out of order, it's not applicable. I would tend to disagree. I think certainly the excerpt with the millstone around your neck is a very powerful and accurately quoted scripture, and I think you're fully within your right to quote that. And I think we maybe need to maybe use it a little more often, bringing the scripture into our public square and certainly into our legislature. So our Chairman Corey used it, and you used it, and I thank you for that. My question to you, is, you know, yourself, your family, you know, I think, I believe you're here, you heard some of the subject matter, some of the books that are in our libraries, some of the depictions, some of the image, very sexually explicit imagery. People in your circle, in your perhaps community, in your districts, school districts, as a whole, how would they respond if they were to decide if this is going to be let in or not in their schools? How do you think they would feel about this?
Well, a lot of my friends are not going to send their children to school. They're going to homeschool. And that's why I mentioned also the school choice option, you know, that I think Connecticut should take up, where people can have a choice, because the people I know and have I actually homeschooled, we homeschooled our daughter because we didn't want her exposed to certain things. And she's 37 now, and that was way back then. You know what I mean? And so, you know, it's just, you know, so most people I know don't want to send their children to school. And I do know some people that do send their children to school and are concerned, but I wish parents could be more involved. But I think it's known that parents are very, very busy, working full time, trying to do their best. So, you know, my husband and I have, you know, gone to Board of Education meetings, town meetings, everything. And, you know, there's not many parents there because they don't have the time. They would like to have the time, and they do care and love their children, but there's only so much they can do. So they're really leaving it up to you guys, the teachers, everybody, to have a common sense approach.
Yeah, I understand. I guess where I was getting at was, with this legislation, assuming this was not enacted, and talking about the present day and the past, if one of these books that we're describing, that we're talking about, the type of material Representative Dauphiné has mentioned and brought up, if that came to light in your community, how would they respond? I was kind of asking you to speculate on that a little bit.
I think they would be appalled.
Okay, so I think, again, and I think that speaks to the need for local control, local dialogue, local decision-making.
Yeah.
I don't think we should be involving ourselves here as a state. I think we're overstepping. Thank you. God bless you.
God bless you.
Thank you for your testimony. I have nothing further. Thank you, Madam Vice.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Marr online.
Thank you so much, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you for your testimony today, and for taking the time and staying and being here to share your ideas. Would you agree that there are multiple faiths represented in the United States?
I'm not sure if I understand. Multiple what?
Faith?
Yes, yes, there are multiple faiths. Yes, there is, but there's only one God.
Okay. So given that there are multiple faiths, there are also, would you agree that there are multiple opinions about the way the world is organized and the way that decisions are made? You mentioned that you homeschooled your daughter, and that was a decision that you were able to make, and that was a parental decision. Are not other religions, faiths, and peoples allowed to have decisions that they can make about their children and about how they raise their children?
Correct. Yes, I totally agree that, you know, there's a parent, it is up to the parents. And I think I know what you're driving at, is that, yes, people have different opinions, different beliefs, different faiths, and, you know, it's allowed. It's definitely allowed. This is the United States. We live in a world, and we live in a natural world, and it is allowed, and I respect that. I'm not trying to pick on anybody in particular. I do believe, though, that children should not have to be influenced when they're growing up. I think they should grow up, and then they can decide. You know, I set before you life and death. You decide. You know what to do.
Okay, thank you. So essentially, we're in agreement that parents can make decisions about their children and the way their children are brought up and what they read and how they're schooled. That's an agreement. So therefore, how could you not support a bill where we all believe that parents can make choices for their kids and that we can put processes in place where a book can be considered by a library? And the whole idea behind this is to make sure that the library has a structure and a process by which they can look at their book and make a decision. It's all about choice and choice of diverse people across our entire state. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no further questions, thank you for your time tonight, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair,
Next, we have.
Madam Chair,
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not see you, Senator Martin. I apologize.
that's okay. I'm having a hard time with my mouse here. Ms. Burrell, I just want to thank you and your husband for coming up and testifying tonight. I know it's a late night and your words spoke truth, and I just want to thank both of you.
Thank you, Henry Martin. I appreciate your kindness and your determination and your just everything you do, because you are a very caring senator. I mean, we appreciate you totally. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have it is getting late. Number 34, I'm appointing the public now. Rashad Gibson, followed by Nellie Oliver and Melissa Tom.
Good evening. My name is Rashad Gibson, and I'm a pastor of Liberty Bible Church and a PhD candidate, and I oppose SB 1271. Children are the hope and strength of a nation, and it is too late to correct them when they become corrupted. It is infinitely better to prevent the evil than to punish it. It is not laws and ordinances, but good morals that regulate the state. Those who have had a bad education make no scruple to violate the best constitutions in the world, whereas they who have been properly trained up cheerfully conform to all good institutions. That was stated by Jeremy Belknap, a pastor from New Hampshire. Interestingly, this statement was not said in a church. It was preached before the state legislature during an election sermon in 1785. Believe it or not, in our state's history, from 1674 to 1830, pastors will come before the state legislature charging them with their duty to promote godly character and virtue. Unfortunately, this tradition has thus ceased. However, the wisdom of this tradition should be wholeheartedly heeded. What advantage is it to our children for them to have access to pornographic and LGBT literature that promotes unnatural lifestyles? What message does it send to our children when materials that promote debauchery are openly accessible? As lawmakers, have you considered the emotional, physical, spiritual damage you can do to a child while protecting such literature in publicly funded school libraries? And frankly, what I have heard today from Senator Duff, when the question is being posed by Representative Dauphiny about making that amendment, and no one can answer the question outright saying, yes, we should put it in the bill. That is absolutely absurd coming from lawmakers. How could you not want to put that specific amendment in the actual bill? Are you for pornographic material in libraries? Because it's there. I went on the website for the one high school, and this right here, this book is in Conrad High School. Let's talk about it. The Teen's Guide to Sex, Relationships, and Being a Human, which depicts graphic sexual activity. I don't understand for the life of me
Can you please summarize?
How you can think, everybody here, regardless of Republican or Democrat, that's acceptable. It's interesting because even under Connecticut state general statutes, material which is obscene to minors depicting a prohibited sexual act taken as a whole is harmful to minors carries a felony offense. So here we are having this material in libraries and we have no problem with it. Even though we say it's not there, either you're being intellectually dishonest or you're just lying because it is there. So with that being said, consider this. You will be held accountable for every child who reads one of these perverse books, and it is thus encouraged to participate in such behavior. That being said, please rescind SB 1271 for the sake of our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much, Rashad, for your testimony. I don't think I need to repeat to you what I've asked to be amended on this bill. I think you just highlighted that. My question is, can you speak a little bit more to how, I mean, many of the testimony has come and said that this is all about parental rights, but honestly, it seems to me like it's all against parental rights, right? A parent that has a child that attends a school that they have books available to them that may go against their very core beliefs, and they have the opportunity to get exposed to those beliefs or pictures or whatever it is. Can you speak to the violation of parental rights and choice with regard to that?
Yes, I think the issue, it is an issue of parental rights when the state's overstepping their bounds and overreaching. But I think it's even more fundamental to that. I think it's basic common sense. I don't think I would hope there's not people wanting to have their children having access to pornographic material. That is just basic common sense as a parent. We all know what damage it can do, and it can begin to have an addictive element, and that can derail kids at a very early age. It's not really an issue of law per se. If you want to start talking about the moral law, it's even more so touching on that as opposed to civil law. Because all of us know as being grown adults, this is not right. And then on top of that, if parents protest against it, they could be sued because they're causing distress. What about the distress we're putting on our kids who access the material? This to me is so upside down and makes zero sense. And as being lawmakers, the people who we elect, we deserve better.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I don't know if you heard the good doctor earlier who spoke with regard to the, she's going to provide the data, but with children that are exposed to this pornographic, sexually illicit pictures and photographs that lead them down the path of sexual abuse and the like. I guess what I wanted to ask you with regard to our laws in this state, we prohibit minor children to have the ability to buy Playboy, Hustler, and the like. But now we're opening up the school public libraries to much of what these photographs are probably very similar. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, frankly, it's outright foolishness. My thing is this. Like I said, I have this right here. I printed it out right from the high school website. How about you representatives go to that high school, get the book off the shelf and say, you know what, we're not going to have it here. End the discussion. Why can't you do that? It's pornographic. You can see it, you can access it online. So either, like I said a second ago, you're being intellectually dishonest or you're flat out lying. Period. I don't understand how this is even an issue. Like, who would want their young kid accessing pornography? And I hear all the talk about the librarians saying, oh, they're not going to allow kids to get that. A kid can walk down an aisle, get the book off the shelf, sit down and just read it. They don't have to check the book out. It's going on, just read it.
Right.
That's it. I just don't, the political games is just sickening. It is absolutely sickening that we're playing this game with our kids. Please wake up.
Thank you, Rashad. And I guess I am not allowed any more questions, but I'll just make a comment. Perhaps I should be asking legislators to define what I'm saying, and I'm proposing to amend this bill with what they see as pornographic, because I don't see any difference. So I guess you need to tell me what's pornographic and what's the difference between what I'm suggesting we amend this bill with, right? Pornography, sexual explicit conduct, touching a person's clothed or unclothed genitals, pubic area, buttocks. If such a person is a female, their breasts, a nude performance, a person in a state of sexual excitement or masturbation. Tell me the difference, because let's be clear. If we can't amend it with this language, then what is the difference between this language and pornography? I know I'm not allowed to ask you a question, but I'll just end there. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Yes.
Seeing no further questions, you are all set. Nellie Oliver. All right, Melissa Tom. Followed by Leslie Wolfgang.
Good evening, Senator Marr, Representative Paris, and distinguished members of the Children's Committee. My name is Melissa Tom. I live in Branford, and I am currently a middle school librarian. I am here today in support of Senate Bill 1271, an act concerning school and public librarians, which proposes that each school district and public library develop policies on library collections, displays, and programs, as well as what to do if someone objects to something in the library. Requiring these policies would protect and codify both the right to read and the right to petition. I am the immediate past president of the Connecticut Association of School Librarians. I have been an educator for 22 years. I started out as a classroom teacher, and 10 years ago, I earned my library media specialist certification and have been a full-time middle school librarian since 2015. I'm very honored to work in a school district that has a certified school librarian in all 16 of our schools. Additionally, we have collection management guidelines, which include an educational materials inquiry process referenced in our Board of Education policy on library media centers. Having these guidelines has helped us successfully navigate questions regarding books in our library collections. Passing Senate Bill 1271 will ensure that every single school district in the state of Connecticut will have board-approved policies that provide protection for students, parents, and librarians. School libraries are places where students come to engage in voluntary inquiry. This bill would allow all libraries across Connecticut to effectively and safely serve the learning needs of their unique communities. It would also ensure that parents have a voice and a choice in their children's reading lives. Members of the committee, you have heard and will continue to hear both and read testimony that states that this bill would take away parental rights and give librarians the power to usurp those parental rights. In fact, it will do the exact opposite by including parents in the process when there are questions about books in the library collection. It will make it so that every school district and Board of Education has an opportunity to collaboratively create collection, reconsideration, and display policies with an entire team of local stakeholders. Connecticut has a long history of supporting our school and public libraries, supporting education of our children, and of non-discrimination. I am very grateful to the committee for your attention to this matter and for your time today, and I ask you that you support Senate Bill 1271. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. I just want to ask you if you would be okay with amending this bill with preventing minors from accessing to access to any material that depicts pornography, sexual explicit conduct, touching a person's clothed or unclothed genitals, pubic area, buttocks. If such person is a female, their breasts, a nude performance, a person in a state of sexual excitement or masturbation.
As has been stated in previous testimonies, the context matters, and I don't think that has significance to this particular bill in the way that it is written and the way that I have interpreted it.
Thank you so much. So I will take that as you are okay with these kinds of things being exposed to children. And I would add that
I'm not sure why you can put words into my mouth, because you asked my opinion and I gave it. And for you to then come back and tell me what I said, I find it a little bit insulting.
Sorry, I'm deducting what you're saying, and you're not opposed to what I just mentioned. And I would add that
I'm opposed to what you just mentioned in the context of the bill that we are discussing, Senate Bill 1271.
yes, 1271. So I'm going to say that that would be permissive, and parents would no longer. You may have some parents show up at a meeting that are okay with this, but other parents would not be. So their child would arrive at school.
Are
And
parents going to show up to the meeting to express their dislike with this? Because they will have that opportunity according
yes,
to this bill.
agreed. But if this bill passes, there's a very big likelihood that parents would then have their children in a school where this could be exposed to them in a library. I thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Melissa. I just wanted to say hello as your state senator, and also thank you for all of your work. Our library media specialists are incredibly important to our youth and our schools. Appreciate all of your work, both as a teacher in the classroom, but also now as a librarian. So thank you for your time, testimony, and patience today.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Leslie Wolfgang, followed by Maya Poet and Jessica Richardson.
Good evening. My name is Leslie Wolfgang. I'm the Director of Public Policy for the Family Institute of Connecticut. With all due respect, if anybody thinks parents are challenging To Kill a Mockingbird or Huckleberry Finn, please rest easy, because they're not. This is not your mother's library anymore. Let's talk about it. A graphic novel that depicts young people engaged in various sex positions. It gives instructions on using butt plugs, how to access porn, and advice to choose your favorite porn stars. Do you want any child, even a high schooler, to see themselves in that? Having gay pride in the library is not a carve-out to share sexually explicit material with kids. The bill bans members of the community from even challenging books. People who do not have children currently enrolled in school are banned from challenging a book in the school library, sections 1.3 and also line 147. It also bans current parents and students if the book has already been challenged. That's line 202 and 314. This is unfair to grandparents, aunts and uncles, and members of our faith communities, and prevents them from helping overwhelmed parents. As parents, we rely on the community to support us, and this bill throws up obstacles against that help. It even bans parents and members of the community from challenging a drag queen story hour. And I want to emphasize challenging. They can't even challenge it. On top of this, the bill threatens parents with lawsuits, line 217, 3F, while giving librarians immunity. Since there are already protections under law against criminal behavior, this bill is really a threat to control and scare parents. And for what? You are inviting parents and students to be sued over challenging, according to 2023 statistics, 100 books. 100 books, when we have over 1,000 libraries in Connecticut. This bill is a model bill brought to Connecticut and other states by a radical association whose stated goal is to make trouble
Can you please
in
summarize?
local libraries. Lastly, our culture has a porn problem. This is evident online, in the news, and sadly, even in our libraries. Previously, and again this last year in August, a local librarian was arrested and charged with possession of child pornography. This is sad, but it is also a reason why parents are concerned. Regardless of whether a media specialist thinks a book or display is age appropriate, they have no business being the ones to share sexually explicit materials with minors without parents or the community even being able to challenge the materials. So for those reasons and more, I urge you to vote against SB 1271. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question online from Senator Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Leslie, thank you for coming in and testifying. It is late. I just got two questions for you. I don't think we've heard too much, or maybe I heard one, but regarding these books that may be prohibited, if we ever, if that's the case, where would one have access to these books?
So certainly, yes, thank you for that question. These children would continue to have access to these books in any way that they can when they're outside of school, through their parents. They can buy them off Amazon. They are not being banned. They continue to be published. And a parent can make the decision to have those books available to their children. So yes, these books are still available to children outside of, they would be available to them outside of a library situation. I would add,
Well,
they can make a parental decision to have their children access this material. It would not stop a parent from making that choice.
So I've heard tonight various times regarding, the books, certain books are always, I don't know what the term is, what the librarians go through the process of approving a book. But I guess what I heard was, the books are not, they're age appropriate and they're grade appropriate as well. Shouldn't that be enough?
Right.
Shouldn't that be enough, period, that is being done?
Sure. So in this bill, it requires the collection department and maintenance policy shall require student access to age appropriate and grade level appropriate books. And what would a librarian use to discern what was age appropriate and grade level? They might look to what the state of Connecticut considers age appropriate and grade level appropriate material. And in the state of Connecticut, the State Department issued guidance that includes for 8-year-olds this image, masturbation, teaching children about masturbation. Okay. For 11-year-olds, age appropriate would include explaining vaginal, anal, and oral sex activity. Okay, so that's what the state considers age appropriate. When it comes to our libraries and what children are exposed to, parents reasonably should be able to challenge that. And if we follow the language of this bill, parents will not be able to challenge that material. They won't be able to stop their 11-year-old from reading a phrase that says, "You can have an ass load of fun with a healthy heaping of lube." Just make sure any objects you put up there have a flared base. Otherwise, your hungry hiney can gobble it up. That is something that deserves to be challenged by our parents. And we should not be excluding them if somebody else has previously challenged it, or, because they don't have children currently in the school. The things that I just talked to you about and the things that I exposed would be great to talk about with a librarian in a controlled situation. But the way this bill is drafted They're not going to be able to get around a policy that has to be adopted that requires student access to this age appropriate and grade level material, grade level appropriate material. It's just excluding them. So yes, thank you for asking that.
So Les, just one last thing. You read with where these guidelines are coming from, these age appropriate. Are those guidelines that we as a state have established, or is that something that a municipality has put forth, or is that the librarians? Where did that come from?
Sure, and I have access, I have this on my website. I have links to it inside my testimony, but that's curriculum guidance produced through the Healthy and Balanced Curriculum Guide adopted by the Connecticut State Board of Education. So
Wow.
that is something that a
That has to be
librarian
reviewed.
would use. Yes, thank you. It would use that. So that's for 8-year-olds. That includes telling children about masturbation, instructing them about masturbation. That is considered age appropriate and educationally appropriate by the state. For 11-year-olds, it includes explain sexual activity, provide instruction on vaginal, anal, and oral sex. So that's, I'm sorry, that's these books, and parents shut out of the process for their local library because they'll be considered educational or age appropriate material. So yeah, I can provide additional links too, but it's there in
Thank
my
you.
testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll make sure to circle back around with you. Thank you, Leslie.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And I just want, I believe that material is from outdated and no longer in practice State Department of Education guidelines. Those
Sure,
have
yes.
changed.
Thank you for pointing that out. It was adopted in 2021, and then they were updated to remove the words vaginal, anal, and oral, and tried to strike masturbation as well. But they didn't actually, withdraw those old materials or explain why they were taking out those references. They just quietly updated the materials, but they are still available online, and they were not, they're still available to the schools.
Okay, thank you. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much, Leslie, for being here. I know it's late. I'm glad you spoke about those things that were dated, if you will, but I keep asking the same question over and over again. Would you be willing to amend this bill to prevent minors from access to material that depicts pornography, sexual explicit conduct, touching a person's clothed or unclothed genitals, pubic area, buttocks? If such person is a female, their breasts, nude performance, a person in a state of sexual excitement or masturbation. I think I'm very, very clear about that. And I don't seem to be getting any response in terms of support for that. But can you speak to some of the parents that have deeply held religious beliefs that feel like they're on assault with this with regard to sending their children to school and having them exposed to this kind of, if you will, books, these kind of books?
Yeah, I mean, parents do feel under assault, and I think I've heard a lot of testimony about how, you can exercise that right to review the books once your child takes them home. But that doesn't help the child who's been exposed to it while they're in the library, or the child who sees it on the bus on the way home because another child has it. It also doesn't address the problem in the bill where parents can't, as the bill is drafted, parents can't have access to that process. If somebody else challenged the book, just challenged it within the previous 3 years, they are forbidden from challenging that material again. That prevents a parent who's a taxpayer, who's a member of the community, and or their helpers from having redress, which is constitutionally guaranteed under the Connecticut Constitution. You have a right to redress from the people from your elected officials. So if you transfer that authority to some policy that's mandated by the state, and you don't even get a chance to address that material or that book in your community or somebody on your behalf, you are not being given redress underneath the Connecticut Constitution. So yeah, I mean, people feel persecuted, but they should at least, to me, I'm a big, strong purveyor and advocate of at least having that opportunity to object to the book and make your best case. Not all the arguments here are going to work for everybody, but it's part of our process to have disagreement and challenges and to be able to address the people who are making the decision and then have actual redress for them to, for your current concerns to be addressed through the proper process.
Thank you so much for that answer. And like, so I look at all of this and I think parents who want their children exposed to these kind of books are not being banned. They can go to Amazon, they can go to any bookstore and the like to purchase these books. So we're not banning them. But the challenge here is that for those, whether it's religious or whatever, their children are going to have access to this, these kind of pictures that depict some of the things I mentioned. And you may not know, your child may not even come home to speak about that. You spoke about butt plugs. I've never even heard that term. I don't really want to put you in a position, an uncomfortable position to have to speak to that. If you want to, you can, but I'm thinking, oh my God, these are things that I have no idea what they are. So if the exposure for children to be exposed to these sorts of things and come home and have questions must be concerning, are you able to speak to that a little bit with regard to people that have very deep spiritual and religious beliefs and don't want their children exposed to that?
You're right, Representative. They don't want their children exposed to that. And I think, you know, you don't have to even be religious to not want your children exposed to butt plugs, where it says just make sure you have a flared base. So yes, the nice people who have testified today, it would be great if they could come together and have an opportunity to speak. They can share these materials with each other. I encourage you to go to my testimony where people can actually take a closer look and read for themselves. It says, try a sex toy for bonus fun. Vibes and strokers are awesome. In this page, it's talking about porn. Watching porn uncritically can leave you with certain expectations, but I view it as a sugary treat. Nothing wrong with enjoying some porn. Look up interviews with your favorite porn performers. Go to the sites they recommend and pay for your porn. These are books that deserve to be challenged by anybody, not just somebody with a deeply held religious belief. And believe me, I talk to parents all the time. They do feel persecuted. But I would encourage everybody to take a real look at the books that are in your libraries. Please stand up for being able to challenge them and have adult conversations and really protect our children when they are outside of parental authority.
Thank you so much, Leslie, for your testimony. I can't imagine my children coming home having been exposed to some of this information and materials and not having a clue with what they're talking about and having to try to understand butt plugs and the like. So thank you so much for sharing that with us. And thank you for advocating for parents who want to have the choice in their schools. They want to be able to choose when and if their children are exposed to this kind of material. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Lanu.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Leslie, very nice to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, especially after the 8 o'clock hour. I know it's hard waiting around sometimes, but do appreciate it. Couple of questions for you. First question, I sort of have in 28 parts. I'm just kidding. I need to see the reaction.
Sorry, gotta go.
To quote Back to School, right? Feel like Dr. Bombay. I think all the children of the 90s know what I'm referring, or 80s know what I'm referring to. Okay, Section 3, starting at line 90, we're talking about age appropriate material, grade level appropriate material. Require, that sounds like a mandate to me. That doesn't sound like an option or some sort of flexibility for local boards of ed and whatnot. And excuse my language, but you know, to quote some of your testimony on some of the titles and excerpts, I mean, lube ass full of fun, trying out sex toys, the images we saw earlier, a book about two 10-year-olds copulating orally with each other. Can you speak to, and I'd like to know the source as well. What's the age appropriate level for those materials I just cited? If you know the answer to that and where you're getting that from.
Yeah, so for grades 6 through 8, 11-year-olds, under the Healthy and Balanced Curriculum Guide, originally published in 2021 by the Connecticut State Board of Education. Okay. It includes instructions on vaginal, anal, and oral sex. And that's exactly what those books include. Not in, I think it's, even extra, the way it's described in the book. I mean, to me, that exceeds it, but that's right there. That's what librarians will be could rely on, I think feasibly, to determine what is age appropriate or grade level. That's 11-year-olds. Grade 6, that's 11-year-olds getting materials, accessing materials in the library without any opportunity to challenge by parents the way this is written, okay? Because it will be considered educational material. Reasonably by any librarian, since this is what the department has published. And obviously some districts have considered it and do consider it age appropriate or educationally appropriate to have these books in the library. And that's a discussion that they can have in their community, right? A parent like me can go in and make their case. The librarian can make their case. And that's part of challenging a book. But this bill, as written, shuts down that process, and they'll be excluded. Parents will be excluded because of Section 3B, which requires the age appropriate and grade level appropriate material to be included in the policy. Now, ultimately, the Board of Ed adopts the policy, but they're required to, by this bill, to include certain provisions, and that includes access to the age and grade level appropriate material. And like I said, what is that? Anybody would come and look at this and say, okay, for 11-year-olds, that would include vaginal, anal, and oral sex. And that's the book that I held up. It's really getting a lot of attention today because it deserves it. It deserves to be challenged, but that type of material would be considered age appropriate and outside of being able to be challenged by parents. By parents who maybe don't currently have a school-age child, people who want to help the parents wouldn't be able to challenge it, taxpayers, community members, people in your church, people who have shown up today would not be able to come and challenge that book the way this bill is drafted.
Yeah, I thank you for that. I mean, I just find this inconceivable. I mean, 11 years old for this type of material. I won't repeat the vocabulary, but we all got that. I just, and it's a mandate. Wow. My other question to you, I know you're here for a big part of the day. I don't know if you heard during the Q&A with Senator Duff, we had an exchange regarding, or he basically, to sort of summarize what he had responded, was essentially if you don't like the decision of your Board of Ed, you can challenge this. You're free to challenge this. If you don't, you're free to challenge any one of these books. If you don't like the decision by your elected board, And there's either have a recall election or another, very close general election, and you get new people elected, you're free to re-challenge it, and you're free to bring it back up, right? You can with new people. That's the democratic process. So I'm sort of seeing a disconnect here from what he said and what you're saying. So if I challenge this, right, as a parent, or and which if I understand you correctly, a grandparent, for example, is precluded from challenging any of this. An aunt, an uncle, a member of the community who doesn't have children but doesn't feel this should be in the taxpayer money shouldn't be going to this. They elect new people. What I'm seeing here in line, or starting at line 200, is would they be precluded from challenging again, even with new like-minded people on the Board of Education that shares the parents' philosophy on this? They would still be precluded from challenging him again?
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. So even if you did have a new election and let's say you had got an entirely new board, a parent who, non-parents would definitely be precluded under this rule. They would not be able to challenge that book and bring it up to the level of the Board of Education. If the material had been previously challenged, even up to the librarian level, and let's say it went up or down, they would not be able to challenge, another parent would not be able to challenge that book again for 3 years. So there is a time gap there. Let's say there was a turnover in the board, a parent would not be able to bring up the challenge on that book at all, bring it up even to the basic level, because it had already been challenged in the previous 3 years. So I agree with your analysis that that scenario wouldn't really help the parents who want to be served by their elected officials. It stops them.
Yeah, I mean, to me, this is really tearing away local control, local flexibility. If I have a 10 or 11-year-old that's being exposed to this, I challenge it, and I don't like the result of the Board of Ed. Our community mobilizes, gets new people elected. We have to wait 3 years. Well, you take an 11-year-old compared to a 14 or 15-year-old. In those 3 years, a lot of damage can be done, and it might be too late for those children. So
Yeah.
I'm concerned. I'm very concerned with the parent mandate here, and there seems to be some disconnect. So Leslie, thank you for the testimony. Madam Vice, thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you, Representative. Online, we have Representative Pizzuto.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Leslie, good evening. Thank you for being there. I always look at parents as our last line of defense. And once young children begin viewing, say, inappropriate material, don't you agree that it puts parents and guardians in a position to have conversations and discussions about difficult subject matter material that parents may be forced to have long before they wish to have those discussions? It's basically an infringement on parents' rights. I think often you need life experience to prepare young children to deal with the things that life throws at you, to understand them. But they need years to live life and to understand its complexities. So I just wanted to get your opinion that given the right time and given the age appropriateness, they can handle that. But once it's handed to them, the parents, and quite often may not be skilled in being able to unexplain what they've seen and read and heard. And so I'd just like to get your opinion on that.
Thank you. I agree with that assessment. Once a child has seen something, it's very hard to explain it to them or to take anything back. But the great thing is that if this bill is not banning books, right? If you do want your child to have access to that information, you can certainly go get it for them. We're not stopping these books from being published or them being available through parental direction. So those parents who do want this material to be given to their child, they feel like it's the right time, they can certainly make that available. But for the parents who know their child best and don't want them to be exposed to that information for very good reasons that they know, they don't get that time back. They can't get that viewership back. They can't take those images back and that information back from that child. And that's why I'd like to preserve the challenge process and really emphasize that there's no books being banned here. What we're doing is we're putting up boundaries, we're having discussions, and we're making good policies. I would also add that under this bill, I mean, and I've heard it a couple times in the testimony today, that this bill is about establishing a procedure. There's no reason why there can't be libraries that take a look at what's happening today and say, gosh, some of those libraries are doing a really great job. I too would like to adopt those procedures and policies. And you can do that without excluding parents from being able to challenge these books. You can do that without having community members excluded from being able to help the parents and to challenge books. So I would encourage that as well. So thank you for that comment and that question.
And lastly, Leslie, just, you're young once and you have Easter bunnies and Santa Claus and unicorns and all that stuff. And once you lose that, it's very hard to get that back. But you live off of those memories, as maybe I do and others. So I hate to rush a child through childhood. And quite often, I think that exposure to inappropriate material does that. But thank you again for taking the time to testify.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. And there are no other questions. Up next, we have Maya Poet, and I just want to remind everyone that we are just passing the halfway mark, and we have many people who are waiting to testify and would like to share their thoughts on many different bills. So that's it, and thank you. Maya, the floor is yours.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Maya Poet. I'm 25 years old, and I strongly oppose SB 1271. I speak as a detransitioner who was personally harmed by dangerous ideological influences in my school library. At 12 years old, I was struggling to accept the fact that I was gay. And when I discovered transgender ideology online, I convinced myself that I was actually a straight boy trapped inside of a girl's body. My parents saw my obsession with transition and cut off my internet access, hoping to protect me. But instead of breaking free from my fixation, I turned to my school library, where I found book after book reinforcing the idea that if I felt different, I must be transgender. These books never told me that puberty discomfort is normal, that most kids outgrow gender dysphoria, or that I was simply a gender nonconforming girl. The only lesbian representation I found in these LGBT books featured women who were so ashamed of being gay that they fled womanhood by transitioning. These books push transition as the only path for people like me to find happiness and dismissed any sign of doubt as bigotry. There was no critical thinking to be found in my school library. There was only ideology. Despite my parents' efforts, the materials in my school library only further entrenched me in the trans mindset. I became so convinced that I was meant to be a boy that I bound my breasts for nearly a decade. Now, my breasts are permanently disfigured, my ribcage and my posture are damaged, and I am unable to breathe without pain. This could have been avoided if my parents had more tools, not fewer, to challenge what I was being exposed to. The material I was exposed to from 2012 to 2017 was tame compared to what today's kids are seeing. Back then, the books were merely ideological, but today, under the guise of inclusivity, children are being given sexually explicit materials disguised as queer representation. This bill claims to prevent censorship, but in reality, it creates a double standard. Books labeled as pride get a free pass to contain graphic content that would never be considered child appropriate under any other context. This bill makes it nearly impossible for parents to challenge these materials by drowning them in bureaucratic red tape. Ultimately, school librarians who push their activist agendas on impressionable kids will not have to live with the lifelong consequences of these actions, but I will have to live with painful and disfigured breasts for the rest of my life. I will never get those 12 years of my life back from the many ideologues along the way who derailed my psychosocial development. Their agendas came at the cost of my life trajectory, and they had no right to do that. Kids like the one I was, who may be autistic or gay or just young and naive, deserve better. We deserved our parents' protection from the harmful agendas of well-intentioned but misguided adults. Taxpayer-funded institutions should be accountable to parents and
Can you please
communities, but
summarize?
instead this legislation silences them. I urge lawmakers to reject this bill and to stand up for parents' rights to protect their kids. Thank you. I now stand for questioning.
Thank you. We have a question from Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for your testimony. I think you speak from the heart and speak from real experience. I'm so very sorry that this happened to you. Honestly, you kind of speak to a bill that came out in GAE with regard to a constitutional amendment that we're talking about with regard to allowing children puberty blockers and surgery. That's a whole nother issue, but can you speak a little bit to what you see these books with depictions? I think I've spoken many, many, many times, and I'll say it again to you. I'm asking that we amend this bill to prevent minors from access to material that depicts pornography, sexually explicit conduct, touching a person's clothed or unclothed genitals, such as pubic area, buttocks. Such person is a female, their breasts, a nude performance, a person in state of sexual excitement and masturbation. This is really, to me, a big part of parental rights, and I think you did speak about that. An ability for parents to control what their children are exposed to. We know that if these books are in the library, in public school libraries, parents will have no ability to control what they're looking at. Can you just speak a little bit more to that? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So with me, I have the unfortunate displeasure of being an unproud owner of this book right here, whose name I will not list because that has been forbidden, even though it is available to children. This book is extremely inappropriate. And, during my childhood, when I was going through my so-called gender journey, I didn't have access to books like this. I mean, I wasn't, really into comic books and the like. I was far more into nonfiction material and medical journals. But the point stands that today, the majority of kids are attracted to, bright colors and images. And the truth is that kids who are in the position that I was sort of 13 years ago, thereabouts, are going to have access to books like this, books like the one I just held up. And the books that I was exposed to, they were very clinical in nature. They were clinical and ideological. It was a combination of the two. And these books alone, the fact that I was able to be exposed to this type of content when I was just in school, it made it so that my gender questioning at home that was aided by the internet and given to me by the internet, that I now, because my parents shut off my internet when they noticed that I was identifying as trans, and they saw that I was extremely obsessed with this topic, and they were concerned about the lifelong health consequences of being obsessed with this topic. From that moment, being the rebellious kid that I was, and most kids at that age are pretty rebellious. If a parent says, you're not able to do this, a kid is going to say, no, I'm going to try to do this. I'm going to prove you wrong. And when I think about the content that I was exposed to, it is nothing. It is tame in comparison to what your kids are being exposed to today. And so I think that whether we're talking about content that is sexually explicit, like the ones that you have described, or whether we're talking about information that is just ideological, like the one that I experienced, both of these are harmful, and they have the potential to totally disrupt a child's psychosocial development and their entire life trajectory. And parents deserve the ability to be able to challenge these materials and not have these challenges just, disperse into thin air after 3 years after their kid has gone out of that institution. I hope to God, I'm not a religious person, but I hope to God that the books that I read as a 12-year-old kid nearly 13 years ago the parents would have the ability to challenge those, because I'm certain that the school library, and I grew up in a very woke place, I'm certain that these materials are still available to kids, and that even worse materials are available to kids. I mean, this book, not only does it depict extremely graphic sexual detail, which, I will not show, because again, even though kids are able to be exposed to these things, we're not able to talk about them in an adult forum here. I will just say that this book includes a graphic novel. This book is a graphic novel, and it includes not only depicting sexual acts, but it also depicts the transgender ideology that absolutely upended my life and upended the lives of many gay and autistic youth in my generation. And so this book is a double whammy of things that could potentially harm children. And so, I mean, when you ask me, can I speak more to this? I could talk forever about this, but for the sake of, everybody who's here, I guess I'll conclude my answer to this question here. So I appreciate that.
Thank you so much, Maya. You have such courage to come out and talk about your experience, how this impacted your life. You talked about your parents and not wanting exposure, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think parents are up in arms because they feel like they'll have no control if books like this are allowed in public school libraries, and they will not know. They won't know their children are exposed to these. They may go against their religious beliefs, their beliefs that these children should be making choices as adults and not as children. I think you spoke to all that, and you did such a good job. I thank you so much for that. I'm assuming that you'd be in support of my amendment that prevents minors to be exposed to much of this. Is that true?
Absolutely, but I think it should go further, because the fact that within the bill that's proposed, the fact that essentially any challenges would basically be erased after 3 years, that if a kid, whose parent challenges these types of materials, can graduate or matriculate and move on to the next stage of life, and that the challenge just kind of disappears into thin air. I find that to be kind of a profoundly irresponsible decision, because the thing is, like, look, here's the thing. My parents, they didn't know that I was checking out most of these books. I mean, they knew about one of them, but if you're watching this, mom and dad, like, there were so many more books that I checked out that so fundamentally and so thoroughly derailed my psychosocial development, to the point where the only thing that could snap me out of this kind of trans mindset that I was in, which was fundamentally based in the hatred of myself being gay, was literally living through October 7th in Israel and living through war. I mean, we don't understand. None of us really understand how much of a grip these ideas have on children when they're exposed to these ideas at such extremely young ages. And so I am in support of your amendment. And I would also go further and say that if a parent, on behalf of a child, somehow manages to get through the red tape and through the inherent difficulties of figuring out, what is it that your child is reading, because a kid can easily hide a book in a backpack and read it under, a nightlight in the wee hours of the morning. If a parent manages to see something that's harmful to their child within that, and those are already pretty significant constraints for parents, then I would say that if a parent is able to go that far and to recognize that their complaint or their challenge should be held, even if their child has already graduated. Because, if there's anything we know about bureaucracy, it's that bureaucracy makes things increasingly complex, far more complex than they need to be. And so somebody could challenge something, and then 3 years later, the kids graduate and the complaint isn't even addressed. And so my opinion, frankly, is that these parents who are trying to protect their children, much like the parents I had, these parents deserve recourse. They deserve fundamentally a right to have whatever they see being harmful to their child, be extrapolated to the to include the potentiality for harm that is experienced by other children. And so, what's harmful to one 12-year-old is probably going to be harmful to another 12-year-old, because we're talking about 12-year-olds here. Okay. So we need to understand that just because a kid graduates, that, information like this, that so substantially can alter the life trajectory of a young person, it needs to be considered far beyond the 3-year mark. That's kind of my stance on your amendment.
Well, thank you so much. I so appreciate it. I think you spoke very eloquently about parental ability to interact with their children with regard to them even knowing that their child has been exposed to these books. How would they even know? Many of them want to protect their children from this kind of ideology. And when they're exposed to that ideology, they may not even know, so they can't even have the conversation. So the idea that these kinds of books will be in schools and available to them without their control is concerning. Thank you so much for your courage to come out and speak out. I hope the best for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Online, we have Representative Comey, followed by Representative Lanu in the room.
Hello, Maya. Thank you for coming to talk with us today. And I guess you're online, right? So,
yes.
I would ask. Well, my question is, you said that you grew up in a more, I guess, liberal. I don't know exactly what you said. More place. Where was that?
Say that it was in the Pacific Northwest.
And so I'm just wondering if you've been, somebody asked you to be here today, or if you're being paid to be here today, or are you representing someone to be here today?
I'm not paid to be here today. I'm speaking here because I'm genuinely concerned about, I don't want other kids to go through what I've been through. And I think it's important for parents to understand what can happen to their kids. And look, even liberal parents might not understand that, like, the issue of trans is different from the issue of being gay. Like in my case, and because it's all lumped together under LGBT. And so in my case, what I really needed was role models, lesbian role models who could teach me or who could show me, what it meant to be a woman who loves other women, and for that to be okay. And obviously 12-year-olds tend to be very uncomfortable with anything that has to do with crushes. And so, as far as my personal experience goes, I very much struggled, as do many other adolescents, with the prospect of, like, oh my gosh, I'm having crushes on other girls. What does this mean for my future? And the fact that LGB and T are lumped together made it so that whether it was online and the algorithms feeding me a bunch of trans content of women who talked about, oh, look, I used to be this ugly lesbian, and now look at me, I'm this attractive man, or whether it was the LGBT category in my school's library that put lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender books together as if it's one cohesive topic. And of course, there were many more, there was much more inclusion of the trans topic than any of the gay topics, because we think of being gay as being a sexual thing rather than being also some kind of romantic orientation that adults may have. And so, and trans is seen as like the desexualized version of that. And so there were more books like that in my school library of mostly gays and lesbians who grew up in the 50s and 60s, who hated themselves for being gay. And so they transitioned, and nobody talks about this. Like, because we're all lumped together as one community, our stories of gays and lesbians who were sucker punched into transitioning are often not heard. So no, I'm not being paid by anybody to testify. I'm testifying purely on my own passion about the subject, because I feel that young gays and lesbians who have a lot of shame about their first crushes being on a member of the same sex, they're being sucker punched into the idea that there is something wrong with their bodies, and that is such a harmful idea. And frankly, we have a lot of parents who want to protect their children, who think that their children may grow up to be happy, gay, and lesbian adults. And they feel like this trans ideology that is being presented at every corner on the internet, in classrooms, and in school libraries is going to hijack their child development, when in reality, most of these kids, most of these parents are happy with their kids to grow up to be happy gays and lesbians. But there are these ideological forces and these activist librarians who I believe are very well intentioned. I remember my librarian in middle school and my other librarians in high school, and they were very well intentioned. They genuinely thought that what they were doing was helping a quote unquote young, gender questioning kid figure out who they might be. But in reality, a lot of these kids are just gay or lesbian. And a lot of people don't understand that these kids are very vulnerable to buying into these ideological beliefs about gender.
Okay. Okay, Maya. Well, I do understand that some of what you feel you read, and I don't know that anyone chose those books but you, but I understand that you seem angry and a little bit, have been through a lot, and I'm sympathetic towards that, and I really appreciate you coming out. I don't have any more questions, and I thank you for everything.
Thank you, Representative. Representative.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, Vice Chairwoman. Hi, Maya. Good evening. How are you?
Well,
Just and thank you for your very impassioned testimony. Very much appreciate it. I just don't have a lot to ask. I'm trying to formulate this here into 2 questions. I guess my first is going to be about your journey, and specifically the ages of different things. I think you said you started thinking about your gender journey when you were 12. I guess my question is, when did you fully decide to transition, and then at what age did you decide to untransition?
Yeah, absolutely. So when I was 12, I came out to my parents as transgender. They were obviously very concerned by that, and they didn't know what my future would hold. And it was in 2012 before the DSM-5 was published. And so this notion of you have to affirm all these kids or else they're going to kill themselves, this was not yet in the picture. So my parents couldn't find a therapist who would help me, because they would never, because there was no therapist really familiar with this topic back in those days. But when I was, I started binding my breasts in pretty rudimentary ways, starting at the age of 12. At the, largely because of content that I saw online, including in the school library, and books that I saw in the school library after my internet access was cut off by my parents. And then I moved to the Middle East around my 20th birthday. My parents sent me to the Middle East, hoping that the conservative environment of the Middle East would help me, connect to my Jewish heritage, and they would help me kind of understand a little bit more about, what it is to be an adult, and that environment would kind of snap me out of what they saw as being very much a first world social contagion. And so I lived in the Middle East for many years as a man, even though that was not my parents' intention of sending me to study abroad there. That's what I did, because that's what young people do when adults tell them that they can't do stuff. And I went to the Middle East. I lived very much as a man, and I was binding my breasts in quote unquote safe ways in the Middle East. And I was just, waiting to become an Israeli citizen so that I could further escalate the harms that I already sustained to my body through breast binding in medical means. And unfortunately, or thankfully, by the time that I became a legal citizen of Israel, and I'm a dual citizen, as you can hear, I have an American accent. I grew up in the United States. By the time I became a legal citizen of Israel, thankfully, or unfortunately, by that point in time, I had already lived through several wars in Israel. And it was the experience of living through those wars that made me realize that all of this gender questioning is totally a first world issue. Because I mean, on October 7th, I woke up to a siren at 8 in the morning, and I didn't have enough time to both put on my breast binder and to make it to the bomb shelter in time. And so being forced to prioritize survival over identity questions made me realize that actually everything I've been taught as a preteen and a teen about myself and about my body was wrong. That there was nothing wrong with my body, that my female body that is healthy is not existing in a state of pathology, but actually that my body is the only thing that is going to get me through this arduous experience of trying to keep myself alive as rockets are being launched at me. And I just hope to God that no other young person is, going to be stuck in a situation where they are forced with some kind of a life and death decision or a life and death circumstance wherein they, have already done things to themselves in pursuit of a gender transition that are irreversible. And even breast binding and male genital tucking are irreversible, at least from my experience with breast binding. I just hope to God that these young people are able to sort of be guarded from these ideas, or at least for these ideas to be presented as opinions rather than as irrefutable facts, because there is no science underpinning any of this gender identity stuff. I would like it, for young people who are in my position to understand that there is no such thing as a child who is born in the wrong body. We're born into our bodies. And I just hope that young people don't need to go through the intense, horrors that I had to witness on October 7th in Israel in order to understand that there is nothing wrong with who they are. And that frankly, all of this gender identity based OCD, that this is a first world problem. I just want them to be able to move on with their lives and to not have their minds corrupted, whether they grow up to be straight, whether they grow up to be gay, whether they're autistic, whether they're just young and vulnerable. I want them to be able to go through their adolescent trials and tribulations without having a bunch of forces aimed at them that are going to cement their life trajectory in one way or another. That's really all I ask.
Right. Thank you for that very detailed answer. I guess my other question was you said you were exposed to material. I think starting at age 12, I believe you said, in your school library. Could you kind of explain a little more what that material was and how you think that influenced you to do gender transition at starting to decide to transition your gender at such a young age?
Yeah, so the first material I was exposed to was online on my own time. When my parents blocked my internet access, I relied on the internet access of the school library and on the books that were in the school library. And there were maybe 4 or 5 books that I read, pretty obsessively, just reading the same books over and over and over again. Because like I've said before, I had an autistic fixation with this topic. And the content of the books, from what I remember, and then again, this was half of my lifetime ago, so I don't remember in detail, but the main themes throughout these topics, none of it was particularly sexually explicit from what I remember. Like that's a new element to the landscape that today's kids unfortunately have to deal with. But there was a book in my middle school library that was written by a lesbian who grew up in the 1950s, and she had to basically at some point for her own safety live as a man. And in this book it discusses all kinds of methods of breast binding and things of that nature. And when I think back to myself as a 12-year-old kid, again, this was half of my lifetime ago, but I genuinely believed, like, I didn't understand the difference between the 1950s and 2012. I didn't understand that it was a different time. And the type of violence that these lesbian women were kind of forced to endure in the 1950s or 1960s or 1970s, I guess it would have been the 70s when she was coming of age. this is a reality that like I didn't understand that this was not the current day. And I was certain that if I didn't transition, I would be subjected to the same kind of violence. So like there were some books, you know, about gay teenagers, which I also gay male teenagers, which I also don't remember being particularly sexually explicit. But the fact that this information was ideological. Oh, and there was also a book from a parent who had transitioned their child and talked about how, you know, if we hadn't transitioned our daughter at the age of 5, she would have been doomed to suicide. I mean, those were messages that really deeply impacted me. And, you know, I heard it online from trans activists, but hearing it from a parent who's writing a book is a totally different, you know, it's a way bigger deal, because when you're at the age of 12, you're trying to figure out, you know, to what extent am I trying to individuate from my parents? And so as I was trying to individuate from my parents, and I heard these other parents discussing how they thought that their child would be suicidal because, of course, the doctors told them that their child would be suicidal if their child wasn't transitioned, then I genuinely believed that as a 12-year-old. And so we have to be very careful when we say that, you know, kids can make decisions, 12-year-olds can make decisions about what they read. It's like, yeah, but like it has to be within a certain set of constraints where we know that this information isn't going to irreparably harm them, that this information isn't going to put ideas in their mind, whether it's of transition or whether it's of committing suicide if they're not allowed to transition. We kind of have to screw our heads on a little bit and realize that 12-year-olds don't have the capacity to make fully informed decisions, whether it's about what they read or about the medical decisions that they are allowed to make. 12-year-olds know nothing. When I was 12, I still believed in Santa Claus, and I believed that I should have been born a boy. We have to screw our heads on straight here. Like, these kids are very young, they're very immature. This patient population we know is very autistic. A lot of them are gay and autistic, similar to how I am. And they're extremely vulnerable to this type of propaganda. So the idea that, you know, oh, this was your choice to read these books as a 12-year-old, it's like, yeah,
Maya,
if I were
Maya,
a kid, I
Maya.
could, you know, if I were a kid, I would choose to eat cookies and ice cream for dinner every single day. But does that mean
Maya,
that it's healthy for me? No.
Maya, thank you so much for your testimony. I really appreciate everything that you've shared tonight. I think we all have. I just wanted to remind you that we do have another 30 plus people who are waiting to speak. And so if you could wrap up your final comment, and Representative Lanu, if you have any final comment.
I do. I'll allow her to finish.
Okay,
then.
thank you.
Oh, I mean, I think that's the only point I was saying, is just that kids deserve to have their parents in the picture to be able to mitigate or oversee the type of content that they see. That's not a huge ask. It's really a very reasonable statement. And if you do care about young gays and lesbians, then you are going to reject this bill on the basis that it's going to expose these kids who are particularly vulnerable to hating themselves at puberty, whether they're gay or autistic. It's going to put them on a lifelong trajectory of lifelong medical harm. And so if we do care about the most vulnerable people within our society, you know, the best way to protect them is actually by rejecting this bill and allowing parents to have the full ability to say no, and to have their no stand. Even if it takes the bureaucracy years to get to it, these books that are harmful for children should not be in reach of children.
Thank
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Representative Lanu.
Yeah, again, I want to thank you for your very compelling testimony, Amaya. I know it's not easy to come into a public forum, share the intimacies of your private life and your life journey. Took a lot of courage. Thank you. You know, I just want to, you know, some of the comments in the prior Q&A. I think that there was a comment that you're the only one that decided to read these books. The only one that made that decision was yourself. I'm going to push back on that. You're 12 years old. That was under your nose, and I think that that was a part of the problem. So thank you again. Nothing further, Madam Vice.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Maya, for your time tonight. Up next, we have Jessica Richardson, followed by Amy Ordonez and Kyla Iannetta. Is Jessica here? Great. The floor is yours, madam. Oh, you're on mute, though.
See, I waited so long. Forgot which button to push. Good evening. My name is Jess Richardson. I'm speaking today to oppose SB 1271. Since we only have a few minutes, I'm going to spend my time introducing you to an example of what kind of book you would be protecting if you pass this bill. It's ironic that this book is called Let's Talk About It, because I just heard 2 other speakers talking about it. That might give you the impression that this is the only book in school libraries that contains graphic sexual material, but it's not. But I want to talk about this book today because it is endorsed by professional library organizations and recommended by these organizations for use with minors. In 2022, the American Library Association placed Let's Talk About It on its top 10 list of great graphic novels for teens. School Library Journal has recommended this book for grades 9 and up. The endorsements from these 2 organizations alone all but guarantee that if this bill passes, this book would be virtually impossible for parents to contest or school boards to remove if a library media specialist added it to their collection. The bill talks about school library media specialists being specially trained and gives deference to, quote, professionally accepted standards. The ALA is their professional organization, and the SLJ is their professional resource. You also need to know that this title has already been found in school libraries across the nation, including in Connecticut. So here are a few quotes from this book. Virginity is a silly label people come up with to describe a person who hasn't done a specific sexual act, traditionally a cisgender man or woman who hasn't yet had penis and vagina intercourse. But since there are so many ways to have sex, between so many different kinds of people and body parts, you can be a virgin in one kind of sex and totally not a virgin in others. Virginity just does not work anymore in today's world. Another quote, there's nothing wrong with enjoying some porn. It's a fun, sugary treat. Another, there are some scary infections out there like HIV, but you know what? Even that can be treated with antivirals to the point where it becomes undetectable. STIs aren't as big of a deal as a lot of people make them out to be. And finally, and don't forget, everybody's got a butt. You can have an assload of fun with a healthy heaping of lube. Circle your butthole with your finger, pausing anytime a spot feels extra good. Dive deeper with your finger or a butt plug. Just make sure any objects you put up there have a flared base. Otherwise, your hungry hiney can gobble it up. The pictures in back of me are from this book. Senator Duff told you today that there is no porn in schools. That's false. Senator Duff said that parents who object to explicit library books are crazies. He's banking on you not knowing what those books actually contain. Protecting kids from grooming and sexualization isn't crazy. Telling a kid that they have a hungry hiney,
Summarize.
crazy. And I can think of much stronger words than crazy I would like to use. Any bill that protects a book or the feelings of adults over the safety and innocence of children is protecting the wrong thing. Please reject SB 1271. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for your testimony. I honestly, I don't even know where to start. You gave so much information, and I think your background on your picture kind of says it all. I think you're depicting many graphics that are in books in schools, is my guess. I don't know, maybe you can confirm that, but it's so concerning that we're manipulating and influencing children with sexually explicit pictures, drawings, photos, videos. I know I've said this many times tonight. I'm going to say it again. I honestly am so convicted with regard to us amending this bill to prevent minors from access to any material that depicts pornography, sexual explicit conduct, touching a person's clothed or unclothed genitals, sexually touching, let me see, I'm sorry, I lost my pubic area, buttocks, person is a female, their breasts, nude performance, a person in a state of sexual excitement and or masturbation. Would you agree with that? And can you expand on the thought with regard to parents having the ability to prevent their children from exposure to that honestly, even if the majority of the town wants it, I think a parent still has the right to prevent their child from that exposure if they don't want them exposed to that, because many parents talk about sexual activity at different ages with their child. They know their child, they know when they're ready to accept that information and when they're not. And we're literally taking that ability away by exposing them to these books and allowing them to see these explicit pictures. Would you be able to expand on that, please?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as far as the, the amendments that you're suggesting to the bill, I would certainly support that. I don't know that the bill is necessary at all. I think that any time spent talking about protecting the feeling of adults at the, expense of children is wasted time. This is the Committee on Children. There's lots of other things we could be doing to protect children other than trying to make it harder for parents to remove explicit material from their environment. All the pictures in back of me are from the book Let's Talk About It, which is one example. It just happens to be the example I have on my bookshelf, but I could give you plenty more. If you want me to send you some, I'll be happy to do that. This is really beyond the pale. And the reason that it's so important to actually see what this content looks like is because so many of us, I'm in my late 40s. When I grew up, we had sex ed, we had books, like, Judy Blume books you sneak in the back of the library to read. And it was nothing like what kids are exposed to today. And this is not an anomaly. I mean, this is being promoted by the professional organizations that your school librarians get their certifications from. So it's hard. You want to trust the experts, and people want to trust their teachers. They want to trust their librarians, but they're being told that this is what they should be stocking in their libraries. And so it really is, it would be a misplaced priority to put the judgment of the American Library Association over the judgment of parents. And it's true, these books are affordable. They're easily purchased online. Most public libraries actually have them. And, a school library is just not, it's not necessary. Because the parent they do have discretion over their child, but the parent is not there in school with their child. And that kids are curious and they're going to pick up whatever is making their friends giggle, and that's where you are. And this is a fact. This is one book that we know right now is in Connecticut school libraries.
Thank you so much. I honestly think your background says it all. Like, so many of the people that have questioned the testimonies have asked what's in these books and what pictures are depicted. And I'm looking and I'm going, oh my gosh, really? Like, if people don't think that this is sexually explicit and wrong at every level, I'm not sure what is, to be honest. I would like a definition between the difference between pornography and this, because this is so wrong for our children, that be it minor children, anybody under 18, to be exposed to this. I don't even know what to ask you next. I appreciate your testimony. I'm wondering, with regard to local control and parents being able to speak out, I know many parents that have spoken out have been accused of harassment. And now in this bill, we're including that they would be actually under the law in trouble, right? They can't even challenge these kinds of things. They would be considered harassing librarians. Now, I'm a nurse and I've worked with many doctors and I've worked in the medical field for many years. And we know that many people have different philosophies on treatment for whatever reason, whether it be cancer or any kind of treatment. And we always go for a second opinion. But it seems as though now we need to accept, they're saying that professional librarians get to determine what's good and what's bad. And we need to accept that. We can't even challenge it. What about the second opinion? What about people that differ from that? And so I'm really concerned about that. We know that police officers aren't even given immunity from harassment, and now we're going to give immunity to librarians? And so maybe you can speak to that, and I will end it there. Thank you.
No, I mean, those are all great points. And, one thing that I would say and that I would leave you guys with, because I have heard, I haven't been able to listen to all day. I've listened for the last hour or so, but I have heard people ask, talk about pornography and how do we define pornography. And I think we can get caught up in semantics to a point that is entirely unhelpful. We are talking about children and what children are exposed to. If we don't know if something's porn or not, how about we err on the side of caution? right? I mean, why would you not know, hey, maybe this is porn, maybe it's not. Let's show the kids and let them decide. I mean, that's completely backwards. So we as the adults in the room, we should be the ones who look and say, you know what, if your parents want to show this to you, they have a right to do that at home. But we're not gonna put this in the public school system.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you for being grounded with what regards to many parents are concerned about their ability to make choices for their children with regard to what they see and what they don't see. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you.
Seeing no further questions, you are all set for the night. Thank you
Thank you.
so much, Jessica. Up next, we have Amy Ordonez, and then Kayla Ionetta, and Caitlin Galbraith. Sorry if I'm pronouncing any of those incorrectly. And just do want to say, though, that this proposal does not eliminate the ability for any parent to challenge a book. And in fact, it does support the right to petition it. It makes it so that people who do want to challenge a certain book are able to do so in the most efficient manner. And we don't put undue mandates on our boards of ed. So I will pass the chair position, over to my good colleague, Representative Kit.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Let me stick around long enough, you get it. Promotion. We are going to follow the same rules that have been set out throughout this tonight. So Amy Ordonez, you're up next. And I just want to remind everybody, it's now 9:18 and we still have quite a few people to go. So please, if you'd like to, Amy, are you in the room or are you online? I don't see her. Okay, so Amy is no longer online and she's not in the room. Kayla Ionetta, are you here? Are you online still?
I am here, yeah.
Go ahead, madam.
Can you guys see me?
Yes.
Okay. Representative Kit and distinguished members of the Children's Committee. My name is Kayla Ionetta. I'm a teacher, an LGBTQ advocate with 2 Connecticut-based nonprofits, and a member of the LGBTQ community. I'm here today to support Senate Bill 1271, which proposes that each school district and public library has policies on library collections, displays, and programs, as well as policy if someone objects to content in the library. Requiring these policies would protect and codify both the right to read and the right to petition. 3 years ago, my district faced a wave of formal book complaints against LGBTQ books in our school library, and our librarians and teachers faced serious harassment. The person leading the complaint used all the talking points I had heard about the books in question, being used across the country. I read all the books that were on the chopping block, and 1, a lot of the accusations were based on misinformation, and 2, they were extremely relevant to the life and puberty of LGBTQ teenagers. As a teenager, I was given thorough sex ed and health education in Connecticut that was really comprehensive for non-LGBTQ kids, but not at all from my experience. As a lesbian and person who identifies as gender fluid, books like these would have helped me navigate fears, thoughts, puberty, sexuality, and issues that were very specific to the queer youth experience when I was suffering in silence throughout high school. During the formal investigation of these books, I was incredibly impressed with my district. As I watched districts around the country take books off their shelves without any thorough investigation, my district was prepared with a policy that included formal complaint meetings with admins, forming a task group that performed the investigation that included health teachers, admins, librarians, English teachers, and community members. The process went on for months and required extensive research, statements by the librarians about their very thorough book selection process, age qualifications, and countless public hearings. In the end, the books were kept on the shelves. Our librarians were protected by our policies and respected for their expertise, and the committee investigating the books had support by district policy to protect access to these books. I'm supporting SB 1271 because while many districts have policies similar to the one in my district, some may not have a policy, some may need work, and having legal standing and direction for a uniform policy will protect access to books in all libraries in our state. There are so many reasons to protect access to literature. Books are an important way to understand the world around us. As a teacher, I understand books are both a window to other experiences and a mirror to see yourself in other stories. As a kid, I had a very hard time picturing my future, how to be in relationships, what normal puberty for me would look like. Queer people were pictured as delinquents in most media. I was scared to grow up because my future was blank, with minimal role models to see myself
Please
in.
summarize.
Yep. SB 1271 is a statement by Connecticut that we believe in access to books, we believe in the right in petition and fair process, and that we understand the importance of protecting books that are so important to keep on our shelves for our most vulnerable populations to see themselves reflected back at them from the pages. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Ionetta, and thank you for sticking with us tonight. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, are you opposed to an amendment that would prevent minors from access to any material that depicts pornography, sexual explicit conduct, touching a person's clothed or unclothed genitals, pubic area, buttocks, if such a person is a female, their breasts, a nude performance, a person in a state of sexual excitement and or masturbation?
So I think I've been thinking about this question a lot because I've heard you ask it. I've been on since the start. And I think the intent of the material matters. So I think a blanket statement like that could potentially be dangerous. So I went to school in Connecticut and my sex ed started in 6th grade. I heard you ask somebody before about, what sex ed entailed in Connecticut, because you were far removed from it. And I was in middle school not even 20 years ago, and it was pretty comprehensive. It started with conversations and lessons about consent and anatomy, and then I wouldn't have considered any of those things inappropriate or pornography. And then it continued into middle school in 8th grade, and we had conversations about safe sex, condoms, oral sex, STDs, birth control, how sex works. And I wouldn't have considered any of those descriptions, and even like diagrams to aid in our understanding, I couldn't have considered those inappropriate. And in high school, we put condoms on bananas, saw anatomical images of secondary sex characteristics for normal development. We had like detailed discussions about consent and what was appropriate for consensual sex and what it was supposed to be like, and what sex toys were. There was just a lot of conversations around like what healthy sex looks like, so kids were prepared. And I know I said before that I had read a lot of these books, and I was all over the internet trying to find like a legal definition of pornography, and I couldn't really find one except for like Cornell University and the one you had said before about child pornography, which isn't a blanket statement on pornography, but the definition that I could find was material that depicts nudity or sexual acts for the purpose of sexual stimulation. The presence of nudity and sexual acts in a piece of media does not necessarily make that media porn if the purpose of the media is something other than sexual stimulation. And the books that I read that were on my chopping block at my school were not, they were for one of the books was about people entering into like intimate situations and like what consent looked like and how to say no. And the other one is like a sex ed textbook. And like I said before, like I was exposed to sex ed textbooks that explained all about like straight sex, and nobody really protested those. And now that these books are, sex ed textbooks that include things about queer sex and intimacy, now there's like an
I'm sorry, I'm just going to interrupt you for 1 second. Could I
Yeah.
ask people in the room to keep their conversations down so I can hear the testimony? Thank you. Please continue.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of it. So I think by definition, like we don't have pornography in our school, because what I could find, at least from the state of Connecticut that you said before, there's nothing in our libraries that are depicting images of children having sex. And there's nothing on the blanket of the Cornell definition of pornography that's not for instruction in sex ed classes. So I don't necessarily think it's necessary, and I think it lends itself, if you start putting those details in there, to limiting sex ed resources and getting into like I teach biology, like getting into some of the resources that we use. So I would be cautious of that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that answer. So I would probably respond to sex ed or health ed, I should say, has always been about the anatomy and how our body works and how reproduction works. So many of these pictures depicted in videos really get into more of a sexual desires and where that all goes, which is a whole different place. And I think that when you're looking at parents who want to have a conversation with their children about sexual ed and not knowing what's in the schools puts them in a predicament of oftentimes having to explain things that they're not prepared to or don't feel like their children are ready. So while I appreciate what you said, I think that much of what I said with regard to the amendment speaks specifically to sexual desire, sexual explicit pictures, not to the anatomy and sexual reproduction per se, which I do appreciate with regard to health programs. So I thank you for your testimony. It's very much appreciated. And that's it. I don't have any more questions.
Are there any other questions? Seeing no questions, we are going to move on to Caitlin Galbraith, followed by Gerber, followed by RJ Priest and Francesca Velasquez. Ms. Galbraith, are you
I'm here.
online? Okay, the floor is yours, madam.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much to the committee for giving me the opportunity to come present testimony today as part of today's public hearing. My name is Caitlin Galbraith, and I'm the Government Affairs Manager for the National Service Office for Nurse Family Partnership and Child First. I'm here to talk about our strong support for HB 6903, an act establishing a pilot program to disseminate information concerning child care services, early intervention programs, and financial assistance for programs to patients receiving prenatal care. So the NSO operates nationally as the umbrella organization supporting NFP and Child First as two evidence-based home visiting programs who support children and families in 40 states, the District of Columbia, the U.S. Virgin Islands, including here in Connecticut. We partner with state agencies and local nonprofit organizations to deliver our evidence-based programs that improve the lives of mothers, children, and families. The NSO was formed in 2004 to support NFP implementations nationwide. Since '96, we've served over 400,000 families from prenatal mothers through the child's second birthday. As everyone in this room is aware, early intervention saves money in the long run. Our NFP program has been shown to save an average of $6.40 for every dollar invested to defer the need for future services. This is a state and federal government savings of almost $27,000 per family per year, and total benefits to society equaling $60,000 per family served nationwide. NFP itself is a community health program that pairs low-income first-time pregnant women with a registered nurse from early in her pregnancy through the child's second birthday. Through regular ongoing home visits, NFP nurses help first-time moms achieve healthier pregnancies and births, improve their child's health and development, and help NFP moms develop a vision and plan for their own lives and a more stable and secure future for their new family. This is accomplished through the provision of health education and guidance, care coordination, and preventative services. In December of 2020, NFP merged with Child First, a program developed and implemented throughout the state of Connecticut. Since joining the NSO, Child First has grown, serving even more families, and is implemented in 6 states in addition to Connecticut: Colorado, Florida, Louisiana, North Carolina, New Mexico, and Pennsylvania. The Child First model is offered through 11 community-based organizations throughout the entire state of Connecticut with the capacity to serve over 700 families annually. Child First is an evidence-based mental health home visiting intervention and treatment program that treats families, infants, and young children from pregnancy through age 5 that was developed here. We pair a master's degree mental health professional and a care coordinator with a family to provide treatment to rebuild or build strong, healthy, trusting relationships between the caregivers and children while simultaneously remediating barriers like homelessness, food instability, and unemployment. But here's the thing, our programs aren't for everyone. There are families here who will be fine without additional support in their pregnancy. Thank you. But those who aren't, those who have experienced life-changing trauma, who are looking to break the challenges of multi-generational poverty, who struggle with domestic abuse, intimate partner violence, or have involvement with DCF. Those are the mothers, children, and families we serve. As part of the Connecticut Continuum of Family Support, our dyadic in-home intervention fills a critical gap of services. So I'm here today to, on behalf of our sites, our network partners, nurses, clinicians, care coordinators, and families, to ask you to ensure that Nurse-Family Partnership and Child First are included in the resources disseminated in this pilot program. Evidence-based home visiting programs like NFP and Child First use research to help families by improving child development, maternal health, and family economic well-being. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much. You managed to squeeze a whole lot into 3 minutes. Do we have any questions from any of our panelists or in the room? Seeing none, I just want to say thank you for sticking it out tonight and for the really important work that you do.
Thank you. Was happy to be here. Good luck, everybody.
Get some rest. Next up, we have M. Gerber, followed by R.J. Pierce, followed by Francesca Velasquez, and then Jenny Lucier.
Hi, I'm Manji Gerber, and I'm stating my opposition to Race Bill 1271. As a parent and a taxpayer, I feel like this bill does not adequately lend support to the parents living in a school district where they are the taxpayers and stakeholders. Many concerns have been raised in this proposal. First, in the library working group on lines 43 to 46, it is the House Minority Leader that appoints an immediate former president of CASEL, the Connecticut Association of School Libraries, or their designee. How is this person going to be impartial, or will they hold some sort of viewpoint bias? Second, the enrolled student submits the form to the school principal to show which are the objectionable parts of a material that is assigned by a teacher. Students feel intimidated, or they may feel retaliation from their class teacher. After all, these are still just kids, who are vulnerable to social and academic pressures. Third, parents making a challenge have to have an enrolled student in lines 127 to 130. Any taxpayer, even a parent or a prospective parent or a grandparent, should have access to be able to bring a challenge that needs to be heard. Line 167, the fourth criteria, for the makeup of the student superintendent's review committee, why is only one parent being appointed? How is this fair when only one point is being represented? The General Statute of Connecticut states in 53A 193 that whether a material or performance is obscene shall be judged by ordinary adults, which is plural, not just one, applying contemporary community standards. In applying these standards, the state of Connecticut is deemed to be the community. In 1925, the case Pierce versus Society of Sisters, which was initiated in the state of Oregon, went up all the way to the Supreme Court. The justices unanimously found that parents had the legal duty in educating their child. This is what's known as parental rights. And I hope you would all consider adding some line of support of parental rights to this bill if it does pass. The last thing I just wanted to say was the Senate Majority Leader, Bob Duff, called parents crazies. And I know this bill does do a lot to protect librarians, but I just do want to say that it was the parents who are literally targeted and labeled as domestic terrorists by the previous administration and the Justice Department. And there's no other stronger targeting that was done to anyone or to a group of people like parents by the United States Attorney General. So thank you for your time, and please give these flags consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Manju, so much for your testimony. I so appreciate you hanging out so late to talk with us. I know I keep mentioning this and I can't help but continue to repeat it. Would you be opposed to, and do you think that it would help if we amended this bill by preventing minors from access to any material that depicts pornography, sexually explicit conduct, touching a person's clothed or unclothed genitals, pubic area, buttocks, if such person is a female, their breasts, a nude performance, a person in a state of sexual excitement or masturbation?
No, I would be totally open to that amendment that you just stated.
I
It
appreciate
is
that.
needed.
I appreciate that. And I know that I think that you've done your homework with regard to books being in schools. And I wondered if you could speak to your awareness or what you found out with regard to certain books being in libraries and what towns and schools this actually has happened. Because I know many of the people believe this really isn't going on, but we keep trying to say we've gotten many, many phone calls with parents up in arms with regard to these books being in schools and them having no ability to stop their children from seeing them. Could you speak to books being in schools and what your experience is and what schools those might be in?
Yes, there have been a few towns that my fellow parents have gone into and gotten these books out. I do have one in front of me, The Bluest Eye by Toni Morrison. It's in one of the high schools that I live in my school district. And it is, there are some, passages that are extremely graphic, very violent, depicting rape of a 11-year-old girl by her drunken father as she's washing the dishes. And if I were to even read it, it would be so uncomfortable for you all to hear. Do you mind if I read something out of it?
I actually don't. I would like for everybody to understand what children are being exposed to in the Connecticut schools.
Yes, because we're talking about minors, and minors are K through 12. So it doesn't matter if they're 15. It's sometimes a lot for just a child.
I'm going to follow Representative Wielander's admonition here that because we might potentially have children for whom this is not age appropriate watching on CTN, that we will not have the reading, please. But please, you may state the title and where people can access these books in their public library.
Yes, the other book that I have been told that have been in a high school and another school district is All Boys Aren't Blue. This is, again, it's a biographical story where he goes through very graphic depictions of his experiences in homosexuality. And I just don't feel like these are appropriate for students that are going to school. A school is there for education purposes. We can be able to buy books for them if they need to outside without taxpayer dollars being invested. And I just think that children just need to be children and not rushed into adulthood, and let them just live their lives and be so innocent. And it doesn't have to be that you have to push them into these types of books or topics or anything like that.
Thank you, Manju. Thank you for your testimony. I find it very interesting that you cannot speak at, I don't know what time it is now. What are we at, midnight or?
9:40.
9:40.
Most kids are usually asleep by now.
Most children are sleeping. We can't talk about the books that you were talking about and the content of the books because it might be offensive, but we can have them in the public schools available to the children. It is just unbelievable what we're allowing. And I so appreciate your testimony and your ability to have the courage to come out and speak out against this. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions? Seeing no questions, we will now hear from RJ Priest, followed by Francesca Velasquez, Jenny Lucier, and Ellen Paul.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir. You have the
Hi,
floor.
I'm RJ Priest, an independent policy and media consultant, and I grew up in Connecticut. I also lived in Hong Kong in the 90s when it was democratic. I taught at a university. The state of Connecticut's failing democracy with complicit media is something to watch. I strongly oppose SB 1271, and I have timed my presentation at under 3 minutes. Back in the day, the battle was with certain folks in the right. Today, the battle is with the radical far left, their enablers, and the complicit, the worst, propping them up. In 2022, as a lifelong lefty and now a gay rights advocate, I moved to the center and right to join them in the fight against radical far-left policies, gender identity, and queer theory. Proto-gay, autistic, and other vulnerable kids are sucked into this. It is time parents to be completely on guard. Completely on guard. Butt plugs were mentioned. That's Q level 1. Wait until you get to level 4. A year ago, I was featured as a gay rights advocate in the Connecticut Sentinel by Christine Dolan, a former political director at CNN. They published an article about last Friday's hearing. The title, A Day and Night in Hartford Hell. Jamie Reed, a whistleblower, put forth disturbing practices at a typical gender clinic. She has been in the international news. Quote, about an hour after Reed's testimony out in the hallway, Representative Matt Blumenthal was heard complaining to a Planned Parenthood lobbyist. He stated that the representative from Planned Parenthood, the organization that stands to benefit the most financially from SJ 35, had done terrible when she testified. He also stated that he was mad that he had granted a favor and let the whistleblower testify earlier than scheduled so she could catch her flight. End quote. Well, this is interesting, now isn't it? I call for an investigation into the transmedical market in the state of Connecticut with details in my written testimony. This includes its range of support services, including education, libraries, and book publishing. It also includes their impact on government officials. If you think the mass transiting of proto-gay and vulnerable youth for profit is a great idea, well, that's on you. And if you think creepy cartoon porn for kids and explicit texts and drag queen story hour are great, you've shown your colors, and that's on you. What's worse is enabling new pathways for predators. On Twitter, I cheered the backlash against State Senator Bob Duff. It was well-earned and fabulous. I was among many former Dems completely done with today's Democratic Party.
Sir, do you have anything relevant to this bill?
I have a written testimony. You can refer to that. There are a number of things in that. And also I said, if you think creepy cartoon porn is good for kids and explicit texts, you've shown your colors.
Thank you. I see Representative Ann Dauphiné has a question. I am guessing we all know what it is. Representative Dauphiné, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Robert, for your testimony. I know I think what you're doing is speaking out against much of what I've mentioned earlier. While we should prevent minors from access to much of the material I've mentioned, you spoke out with regard to the GAE committee on Friday with regard to what we're doing to our children. So I do appreciate that. And I know that as a gay man, you have some very specific feelings about this specifically with regard to, I would call it grooming of our children. I think we had Maya who spoke earlier, and specifically to that, in your written testimony, you mentioned people afraid to speak out because of the climate of fear. Could you elaborate on that?
Well, I think you're aware of it, and it's certainly in Connecticut. I know people in schools and in other places that in this current far left way dominating the state, that people are against a lot of these things, and but are afraid to speak out for in their workplaces and all of that. What I would advise is this: I think you're already there. You have to provide. It's like the mafia. You have to provide anonymous testimonies, that you know who they are, but it's not public. And I would trust you. I would trust you to arrange that so more people at higher positions can speak out about what they feel. It's not even easy for me to speak out, but I am so disturbed by what is happening in Connecticut that I am. I am an older gay man. If I grew up in Connecticut today, it's the idea of this is terrifying. Before it was the right. Now we have everyone wanting to help you for this. But what are they doing? They're teaching you gender ideology. So you're a kid, and I likely would have been trans, and I'm not trans. for this. So I think you got to really ask some tough questions about freedom of speech in this here, because I don't, I don't think a lot of these, I assume that the people, the left people that I was a lifelong lefty around, until really 3 years ago, are good people, but some of them have completely lost the plot.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that testimony. I know you said in your testimony, your written testimony, that you switched from a lifelong lefty to a center right in 2022. And as a gay man, what do you think of if you were growing up today? I think I would probably want to know why you switched and what you would think of that as a gay man today.
Well, believe it or not, I was an MSNBC addict until really November 2021 for that. I always voted everything left. Within a year, I'm totally right. And the purpose of being right is to fight these far left radicals for that. What I was literally watching MSNBC, and they were just rolling out a narrative that was just nuts. Oh, all right. So, the typical thing is, oh, he must be a bigot. I've supported transsexuals for 30 years. It's not about trans, it's about gender ideology.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just taking a look at the time. It's 9:47. Could you keep your testimony relevant to this bill, please? Thank you.
Hong Kong.
Thank you.
Hong Kong.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you for highlighting the gay community and how they feel about this bill with regard to exploiting many of the things that I've spoken over and over about with regard to parental rights, parental ability to, if you will, have weigh in on what their children are exposed to, when and where that happens, and having that conversation. Thank you so much for coming out this evening. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Representative Corey Paris, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Richard, I have a question for you.
It's
I know
it's RJ.
RJ, I have a question for you. Is that better?
Yeah.
Good. It's Representative Paris. Now, moving forward, studies have shown that authors of color, books about Black people, Latinos, were 4 times more likely to have their books banned than white authors, or with women of color being more particularly affected. Now, you simply talked about LGBTQIA folks. You talked about us basically grooming children to become gay. Do you think we're grooming children to start loving Black people or trying to assimilate to Black culture because they would be reading Black books or books by Black authors?
I don't understand the logic of your question.
It's very similar. Let me go back. You
And
said,
also, if I'm sorry, if I may, you mentioned LGBTQIA. I am an LGBT oriented person. I don't deal the other. No.
I was not speaking of you directly. I was speaking about the community, those who are marginalized as a whole, not you directly. If I could finish my question, thank you. So my question was, because I want to be sure that you understand it, previously in your last comment to your retort with Representative Dauphiné, you said that because people were reading these books, that we were opening these books to our kids, that we were essentially grooming these kids to be gay. Did you not say that?
No, I did not. I was referring to gender identity and queer theory. A gay is a whole other thing. It doesn't have gender identity and queer theory. That's a recent marketing construct for that. LGB is same-sex attraction. It got combined top down. No gay people were consulted with trans, which is gender identity, and queer is queer theory. They're 3 different separate things. Do you realize that there are straight people that are trans, a lot of them, and also queer now? So
I would like to have my question answered if possible. And my question is that you made a comment before about grooming. Do you think, and the grooming was based on the topic of the books that have been banned, do you think that we are grooming kids to assimilate, let's say, as ridiculous as this may sound, to Black culture or loving Black identity because they're reading books by Black authors or Blacks with books with black topics,
You're
similar
very-
to what they would be doing with the same thing on the LGBTQ or whatever you had mentioned before.
I think you're using very superficial connections to these things. What they are grooming them into is gender identity thinking as well as queer theory. And if you want to go the POC route, I have lived for 25 years in a mixed neighborhood with over 20 languages from people all over from all sorts of ethnic backgrounds, and have for that. So, and believe it or not, in this kind of environment, they're against all this stuff as well.
I would not always say everyone is. I've lived 33 years as a Black man in America, and I will tell you that many of the things that I've written or read, you can roll your eyes if you like, sir, but I'm simply talking about my experiences. If you talked about your experiences across the globe, I am saying that it is really difficult for us to see that many of these books are being taken away, that rip away parts of our identity that we would be able to share with other cultures as well. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair. We can move on.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions? Oh, I'm sorry, Representative McGee.
Thank you so much for your testimony, RJ. And I just want to make this comment for the record, and that is that although I understand that there are communities that have experienced oppression and challenges and have combated so many societal constructs, there is a difference between Blackness and that of those who are a part of the LGBTQIA community. The reason why I'm sharing this on the record is because I really do believe, and I'm not talking about the intersectionality, I really do believe that the challenge or struggle between a child picking up a book by Toni Morrison and then picking up a book that is introducing them to gender ideology is a stark contrast. It's very different. And so I just want to state that for the record, as a proud Black woman who is a playwright, who is a writer, a lot of my experiences are not those that sort of implement or kind of create a space based off of what I believe. It's just sort of my artistic expression. And that is much different than that of maybe a book that a young person is reading that may not be appropriate for them in that space or time. I also say that as a teaching artist. And so I just want to state that for the record. I think a lot of times things become oppression Olympics, but it's okay to acknowledge the differences between our various communities, and that the books that were generally being banned, particularly by Black authors, was to disavow and eradicate the truth of history based on slavery. Rather than perspectives that I do think are specific to a person's sort of ideology or belief or climate or societal circumstance. So I just want to state that for the record.
Thank you, Representative. I do not see any more hands raised online. Any questions here in the room? Shall I turn it back over to you, Madam Chair?
Thank you so much. And we will continue on with Francesca Velasquez online.
Good evening, members of the committee. It's been a long day. My name is Francesca Velasquez, and I am a child care owner in Stamford, Connecticut. I am writing to support the HB 6899, which seeks to provide much needed pay equity for early childhood educators. While I fully support the intent of this bill, I must emphasize the urgent need to adjust the timeline on this. It works on the timeline so that it works for childcare providers rather than against us. Low wages in early childhood education are driving passionate, dedicated teachers out of the field. I have personally seen teachers who love working with young children leave to take nanny jobs because they can earn more. It is heartbreaking to hear my staff tell me that they don't want to resign, but they have no choice because they need to make enough to support themselves and their families. And for those who do stay, right, the reality is just as heartbreaking. Many of my teachers, after working a full day, caring and educating young children, are forced to take on a second part-time night job just to make ends meet. It is devastating that these professionals who provide such critical care and learning in the child's earliest years must work exhausting hours outside of their primary job simply to survive. The bill would help providers offer the wages and benefits for our educators that our educators deserve. However, as currently written, it puts child care centers in a financial impossible situation. The bill requires us to increase wages starting July 2025, but the grant process will not be finalized until October 1st, 2025. This means that we would be expected to pay our staff more.
Can you please summarize?
Yes. So this means that we'll just be expected to pay our staff more money before we receive the funding. So I want to pay my teachers more, and I think they deserve a higher wages and benefits, but I cannot afford to do that before receiving the necessary funds. So I'm just looking that if you guys do consider this bill, which I wanted, just the language on it, the time frame be noticed.
Thank
And
you
that's
so
it.
much. Thank you. We really appreciate you sharing your perspective and pointing out that detail that could be quite a challenge for a lot of places, even though they want to do what's best. Seeing no questions in the room or online, thank you so much for your testimony. Up next, we have Jenny Luthier, followed by Ellen Paul and Marcia Colon.
Now it's on? Oh, they left it on. I turned it off. Excellent. That's because it's 10 o'clock. So good evening to Senator Marr and Representative Paris and Representative Kitt and everyone else who has been able to stay here on this committee. I appreciate this opportunity to speak in support of SB 1271, an act concerning school and public libraries. My name is Jenny Lucier. I am a resident of Durham and a certified pre-K through 3 school librarian. I have 2 master's degrees and I serve about 400 readers in 2 elementary schools. I'm also the current president of the Connecticut Association of School Librarians, the state's largest professional organization for school librarians. I just wanted to say that, I am passionate about my job as a school librarian because every single day I get to help my students discover the books that they love to read and about information that interests them. These are kids and they have questions, so voluntary inquiry figures enormously when they come to the library. My students read widely from the Wild Robot series, especially since the movie came out, to Minecraft how-to books, Dragon Masters, and a huge variety of nonfiction. My students have checked out something like 7,000 books this year. They are curious readers, and what this confirms for me is that a diverse collection really matters. As a certified school librarian, I have specific training in this collection development, and I follow my school district's selection and collection development policies. My collection is balanced with books that represent my students as well as the world in which we live. It makes my heart very happy when a student that uses a wheelchair or students of color come up to me with excitement because they are able to see themselves in a wide variety of books. That's a win every single time. When adding books to my collection by following our collection development policy, while it's important, it's just as important to follow those policies when removing books too. If a parent or guardian does have a concern about this, there is a reconsideration process that is followed. Having a collection that is up to date, in good condition, and that contains accurate information means that my readers have the best choices for their personal reading and inquiry. You might wonder if I communicate with families of my students about the books that they choose, and the answer is yes, absolutely. I sometimes will get a message from a parent saying, could you please encourage my child to choose something besides sharks, because that's all they've been bringing home lately. And of course, I will make a suggestion to the child and show them other options. The other day, one of the students wanted to bring home a book, an I Survived book about World War II, and he even himself was a little, concerned because there were some weapons, because it was about World War II. And I messaged his mom, and his mom said, you know what? It's fine. He's great. He's curious and he wants to know. So we communicate all the time with our parents. All the time.
Can you please summarize?
Sure. So in essence, we believe that this bill supports these individual family choices by ensuring that our school libraries are neutral, inclusive, parental rights and students' well-being are supported and affirmed by this bill. I think this is the best job in the world, and I think that SB 1271 will ensure that students who use Connecticut school libraries have the ability to learn about what interests them and the freedom to read it.
Thank you so much. And I just want to note 7,000 books. That's
a lot of books.
Pretty awesome for just like half of a school year.
They're busy readers.
Fantastic. And we definitely went through a shark phase. It actually never ended because my son is graduating this year and wants to do marine biology.
There you go.
So
whether it's sharks, dinosaurs, whatever the thing is.
diggers, who knows?
Taylor Swift.
Yeah. Hey, it's good to have variety.
That's
Seeing a question online, Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. My question is, would you be supportive of an amendment that would prevent minors from access to any material that depicts pornography, sexual explicit conduct, touching a person's clothed or unclothed genitals, pubic area, buttocks, if such person is a female, their breasts, nude performance, a person in a state of sexual excitement, and or masturbation?
I would really have to look at an amendment if I was going to, but I really believe that the context matters, and I really think the community needs to decide that.
So you wouldn't weigh in on an opinion on that. Let me ask you this. Do you think it's okay that there's a moratorium on an objection to a particular book for 3 years? If somebody objects to a book and it's, if you will, nixed, there can be no more challenge to that book for 3 entire years.
I believe that if the Board of Education has made its final decision, then we trust our Board of Education.
So thank you for your answers. I was really asking for your own opinion to weigh in on both of those, but I thank you for your testimony and thank you.
Thank you. Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say hello and thank you for testifying and thank you for all you do.
Thank you so much. It's good to see you.
You too.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions online or in the room, you are free to go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Ellen Paul, followed by Marcia Colon and Maria Bernhe. And again, my apologies for any last names that I did not get correct. Okay, thank you. She had to leave an ill child. Okay, that's no, there's a lot going around these days. Marcia, are you online? No. Maria Bernhe? Hmm? Melissa Combs? After Melissa, we will hear from Robert Berger, Audra Good, and Kristen Cronin.
Good evening, Representative Wielander, Senator Marr, and Representative Paris, as well as the distinguished members of the Committee on Children. I am Melissa Combs. I'm founder of the Out Accountability Project. I speak today in support of Senate Bill 1271, also in support of freedom of thought and inquiry, and in support of our librarians. Censorship and restricted access to books suppresses the development of critical thinking skills and deprives young learners of the opportunity to walk in the shoes of others. A breathtaking lack of both critical thinking and empathy is on display tonight. Some choice quotes. How are parents/community members supposed to challenge a book? Why are you trying to violate our constitutional right to free speech? And SB 1271 would prevent parents and members of the community from challenging books. Had these folks read the bill using critical thinking skills, they would understand that SB 1271 not only protects their right to challenge a book, it also provides them due process throughout the procedures outlined and protects their right to free speech. You know where you can find information about due process, free speech, and critical thinking? The library. And another. The intent of this bill is to remove the rights of parents. Parental rights has come to mean a parent's authority to control various aspects of their child's life and also other children's lives, including denying access to education about anything that parent opposes. These are based on a false narrative that parents don't already have rights. The reality is that as parents, we already have the right to determine what our own children read. What parents don't have is the right to control access to materials and policies that are there for all young learners in libraries, or to dictate what and how children who aren't their own should read and learn. You know where you can go to get accurate information about parents' rights? The library. One more. This one is my favorite. Parents should retain the right to discriminate. As you all know, Connecticut has strong non-discrimination statutes. Guess where you can learn about them? You got it. The library. With that settled, and if I may, I offer an addition to the guidelines that anonymous book challenges will not be considered. Thank you for being here so late tonight and for your time and consideration in support of our librarians and the freedom to read.
Thank you for sticking with us. It's a long day for everyone. Online, we have a question from Representative Daphne.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. So we know that children, that would be minor children under the age of 18, are unable to purchase or read books such as Playboy, Hustler, and the like by the law. So my comment to you is, what do you think about adding an amendment to this book, to this law, excuse me, to this mandate regarding a policy for the schools that would prevent minors from access to any material that depicts pornography, which is actually in those Hustler, Playboy, and the like, sexually explicit conduct, which is also in those, touching a person's clothed or unclothed genitals, pubic area, buttocks, if such a person is a female, their breasts, nude performance, a person in state of sexual excitement and or masturbation. So this is prevented with those particular magazines, but now we're having them available in the school, public school library. Are you amendable to adding an amendment to this bill, which what I just mentioned?
First of all, I've never seen those magazines in a school or public library, and the idea that thousands of librarians across the state are pushing this type of material on kids is completely disrespectful to the entire profession. And that's all I have to say about the matter.
Thank you for that. So we have had many testimonies today regarding several books with explicit pictures regarding similar things that would be in those magazines. So it's not a fallacy, it's a truth that these same books in the library would expose children to the same things that Playboy, Hustler, and the like would have. So it's not something that's not going on. Parents are adversarial to having their children exposed to these kinds of books?
So then they don't have to get the book. I mean, that's the bottom line. I don't look at those magazines, so I can't compare them to the content that are in these alleged books that you're talking about. I mean, the reality is that this material is not available in libraries, and that librarians are trained extensively in information science to develop collections that are age appropriate. That is the bottom line.
The bottom line is that many people testified opposite to
And
what
many
you're
of them
saying.
were
But
out of
please
state.
let me
They were-
finish.
they were from
Let
out of-
me finish. You keep interrupting me and I let you finish. Many parents have opposed and testified to the fact that those books are available in their libraries. You're saying they're not, but they are across the state of Connecticut. They don't want their children exposed. When they don't want their children exposed as a minority, they want to be able to control that. And so that's what I would say about that. And so opposite to what you're declaring, these books are available in different libraries. Thank you.
I believe the president of the Connecticut Association of School Librarians just testified how much communication she has with parents to ensure that children are getting access to the material that is in compliance with their parents' wishes.
And I would just add that there's many parents that have opposite ideas to what you're saying. These books are available. They don't want their children exposed. And once they're in the school, they have no control over that. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you so much for your time tonight. Let's see. Up next, I believe we are supposed to have Robert Berger, but Colin Hostin is going to be speaking as representative from that organization. They are on? Not yet. Okay. Audra Good?
Hi, give me one sec.
Perfect.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you. Go right ahead.
Senator, Mayor, Representative Paris, and the distinguished members of the Children's Committee. My name is Audra Good from Norwalk, Connecticut. I'm also the VP intern for the Connecticut Association of School Librarians and a school library media specialist. I'm writing in support of Senate Bill 1271, which proposes that each school district and public library has policies on library collections, displays, and programs, as well as what to do if someone objects to something in the library. This bill would protect our patrons' right to read and strengthen our libraries, ensuring they are equipped with policies to guide them. Policies are something libraries are always asked to have and follow, but to be secure, they need to be updated and in place. In my own district, our policies had not been updated for many years due to budget constraints. We'd had turnover of staffing, and it required that we review our policies, which we did last year, and restructured them to make sure that they were in place just in case challenges occurred. And as we heard tonight, many districts do in fact have policies already in place. We heard that from both sides. And so this bill is just adding to the importance that we give that model to all of our districts to make sure that everybody has those policies that are needed. This bill simply asks that each district have policies in place, and those policies will support all the libraries and patrons. It's very important for libraries to offer a variety of resources and a collection that reflects the experiences of our patrons and provide access to all resources. It's also important to protect the freedom to read for our students so that they can follow their interests in voluntary inquiry and be able to see themselves reflected in the books they select. When a child connects with a book, it is powerful and develops a lifelong reader. For many students, especially in a socioeconomically diverse area, a school library may be their only access to books. I heard it mentioned several times tonight that students could easily access books from a bookstore or Amazon. That is not always the case for many families. Even public libraries can be a challenge if transportation is a challenge. Librarians are trusted professionals, and school librarians are teacher librarians who always have the best interest of our students at heart and who are trained in collection development and on providing access to information. In this time of guiding our students and patrons in information access, we need to be able to safely do the job we are certified for without fear or intimidation. Connecticut has a long history of supporting our school and public libraries, supporting education of our children, and of non-discrimination. And I'm grateful to the committee for your attention to this matter. Please support this bill.
Thank you so much for your time. We have a question online from Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my question is, do you think that it's unreasonable for us to limit it so that children are protected from pornography?
I think that this bill suggests that each district develop their policies, and in those policies would be the collection development policy. And that is where a decision on what materials are in the libraries would take place in that collection development policy.
Thank you for that answer, and thank you for your testimony. So you believe that if some districts think pornography is okay, we don't need to protect children from pornography? Just so I can clarify. Thank you.
That's not what I said. I said that the policies would be developed by certified librarians, people who are trained in the area based on many recommendations. And this bill would just ensure that each district has a policy in place.
So thank you for that. I would just say that different librarians have a different perspective on what's acceptable and what's not. And a protocol or if you will, a plan of action, just like doctors, nurses, teachers, or anybody else would have an idea of what they would implement for a certain diagnosis and their like. So we all have an opportunity to disagree and get a second opinion, but you're saying that the librarian would determine that, and that would be, if you will, the law of the district. Thank you. I appreciate your input and your testimony. Thank you.
If you were to read the bill, a complete policy would allow for an entire process, like you mentioned.
Yes, an entire process that
tonight.
would.
Thank you. Up next, we have Colin Hostin is going to be speaking for Robert Berger.
Thank you all, and thank you for the opportunity to speak in Robert's place. My name is Colin Hostin. I'm an elected member of the Norwalk Board of Education. I'm an adjunct professor of writing at Fairfield University, and I am the author or co-author of about a dozen children's books myself. Today I'm here to speak in support of Senate Bill 1271, which proposes that each school district and public library has policies on library collections, displays, and programs, as well as what to do if someone objects to something in the library. Requiring these policies would protect and codify both the right to read and the right to petition. I think it's important to note that this bill is really about protecting people's rights. As an author, as a professor, I believe strongly in our right to read and to choose what we read. I also believe in the rights and responsibility of parents and guardians to guide their own children's learning and book choices. And again, I want to re-emphasize that I think it's very important for us to protect the rights and responsibilities of parents and guardians to guide their own children's learning and book choices. However, no parent has the right to decide what another person's child should read or shouldn't read. The fact is, not everyone is going to like every single book in a library or classroom, and that's fine. Parents can and should guide their own children in their reading choices and request alternate assignments in class as applicable. But the fact is, as has been noted earlier, content-based objections that lead to the complete removal or restricted access of offending material for all students hold the views of one person who disfavors the book above the views of others and infringes upon everyone's First Amendment right to read. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. And you said, how many books have you written?
12.
Congratulations. That's
Thanks.
quite an accomplishment. We have a question online from Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for your testimony today. I just wanted to say that while I agree with you for the most part, parents want to have that choice. And when they don't want their children exposed to books such as we're discussing, I think I mentioned several times, I don't think I need to go back into it again with regard to the sexual explicit conduct and, on and on. It's taken away from them when they're in the books and they're available to their children. So while parents don't want their children exposed to those books, when they're in school and they're in the school libraries, they're exposed to them. So a parent could prevent their child from being exposed to them in a gas station. They could prevent their child from being exposed to information on a cell phone by either putting an app control on their phone or not allowing them for a phone, or preventing them from seeing a movie. When they go to a public school and the books are in the school, they have no opportunity to control that. I'm a little confused as to your claim that you're supporting parental choice, but then on the other side of that, you want other parents to have that choice as well. We know that parents can go to Amazon, other school bookstores and the like to purchase these books, but parents that have children in public schools wouldn't have that choice if they were exposed to those books. And you say?
Thank you for expressing your confusion. I hope you are able to find some clarity by reading the bill.
No, may I clarify what the pornography I think I asked, and maybe you could respond to this. Would you be opposed to preventing minors from access to any material that depicts pornography, sexual explicit conduct, touching a person's clothed or unclothed genitals, pubic area, buttocks, if such person is a female, their breast, a nude performance, a person in a state of sexual excitement and or masturbation? Would you be opposed to minor children being exposed to graphic pictures and drawings of that in school books?
The pornographic materials that you're describing are already banned in school libraries, and this proposal does nothing to change that.
Actually,
as you know.
they're actually not banned, and these are the books that we're talking about. I thank you for your testimony, and I appreciate that you came out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing no further questions, you are all set for the night. Up next, we will have Kristen Cronin, followed by Laura Petrokopoulos, Irma Portillo, or Portillo. Is Christian here? Looks like not. Laura Petrokopoulos, online? No. Irma Portillo? Okay. Naria Velasquez? No? Okay. Merrill Gay? Followed by Abraham Santiago, Mona Caldwell, and Allison Logan.
Representative Welander, Representative Paris, members of the committee. My name is Merrill Gay, and I'm here as the director of the Connecticut Early Childhood Alliance to speak in favor of three bills. The Early Childhood Alliance supports House Bill 6900, House Bill 6903, but I'm going to really focus my remarks on House Bill 6899. We strongly support the goal of raising wages for early educators across the industry to bring them to parity with their similarly credentialed public school counterparts. Currently, early educators are some of the lowest paid people in the economy. In my written testimony, there's a chart that shows the average wages from the Connecticut Workforce Registry. You'll notice that three of those categories list an average wage of $15.72. This is from last summer, when the minimum wage was $15.69. So these folks are making 3 cents over minimum wage. Childcare wages are low, not because the directors of childcare programs are cruel, exploitive bosses. It's because there just isn't enough money in the system to pay higher wages. This problem exists because the vast majority of care is not subsidized, and we expect parents to pay for it when they're really at their lowest net worth. According to the 211 Child Care Info Line, the current average weekly cost for infant toddler care is $277 a week in a family child care setting and $354 a week in a child care center. So annually, that's $14,400 in a family child care and $18,400 in a center. Imagine if you have 2 children in care. And I know that there are some of you here who have been in that situation. Young children need stable, caring relationships to nurture their development. For working parents, our children are spending most of their waking hours in the care of an early childhood program. There are really great educators who love the work of building small brains, which is what they're doing. They shouldn't have to work a second job in order to continue in the profession. Low wages make it hard to hire and retain good staff. High turnover in early childhood programs mean that children are losing out on those stable, caring relationships that they really need. The solution is clear. The state needs to step in with an early educator wage enhancement program, as Washington, D.C. has done. Other states like Massachusetts have provided general operating supports, and when programs have the money, the number one thing that they're spending it on is raising the wages for their early educators, because they know that that's a huge problem.
Can you please summarize?
Sure. I just wanted to say that there is one problem with the way this bill is written, in that the requirement to pay higher wages happens before the money would kick in to do it. And I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for that. I was going to ask if that was a concern that you also had. I see Representative Comey online has a question.
Hi, Meryl. Thanks for sticking in there, sticking around. I was wondering, earlier today, Commissioner Bai had said that the OEC wants to raise wages by raising the rates in the state-funded programs. So how is the bill that you're testifying on, 6988, how is that different? Why do you support that approach?
Well, first of all, let me say that I absolutely support raising the rates in the state-funded programs. Currently, programs are receiving $10,500 a year for a preschool slot and $13,500 for a center-based infant toddler slot. That's compared to average market rate of $18,400 and even higher estimates of what it really would cost if you were paying staff comparable to public school teachers and had all of the resources that programs need. My wife works in a program providing grants to programs, childcare programs. She gets to look at the financials of those programs. Many of them have no reserves whatsoever to deal with a critical problem like a roof leak or a plumbing problem or the HVAC system not working. Childcare programs have been starved of resources, and that's why the wages are so low. The idea of raising wages, that we're going to impact wages within this field through the state-funded programs is a nice thought, but the reality is that our state-funded programs account for 15% of the industry. If you add in the Care for Kids program, which also pays well below market rate, there it brings it up to 35% of the market. But you're not going to impact the whole childcare sector if you're only affecting a third of the providers. So this approach of providing a wage subsidy for early educators to lift the entire field is a strategy that could make a real difference for the childcare sector.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think that's a great point to make, a definition of making sure we're looking at the entire profession, and how we may need to do, some more action that is more universal. So.
Yeah, I mean, we also have a huge shortage of infant toddler care. There's only about one licensed spot for every 3 children, in 3 children under age 3. If we're going to grow capacity and make it possible for more parents to get back into the workforce earlier, we need to have a larger early care workforce. And it's very difficult to attract new people into the field when they understand that part of the deal is I'm going to have to work a second job to pay my rent.
That's a very good point. And I know that when I worked at a childcare center, part of the time was in an infant toddler room. And the first person that people often told when they were pregnant was the director of the childcare center, not their family or their good friends. So to try to secure that spot, because they were so highly coveted. Thank you so much. Seeing no other questions online or in the room, we're all set. Thank you for your patience tonight. Up next, we have Abraham Santiago, followed by Mona Colwell and Allison Logan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. My name is Abraham Santiago. I serve as the Community Engagement and Advocacy Fellow at 4CT, a Connecticut-based nonprofit dedicated to providing targeted direct cash assistance to individuals and families facing financial hardships. Before I stepped into this role, I was a recipient of 4CT's reentry program, receiving $500 a month a year after spending $500 a month for a year after spending 2 decades in prison. That support was more than financial. It was the foundation that allowed me to rebuild my life. With those funds, I reconnected with my family and community. I'm here to support HB 6841. I began a career since then in healthcare, and today I work at Yale New Haven Hospital in the medical ICU. I'm a smart justice leader with the ACLU. I'm a working member of the New England Commission on the Future of Higher Education and a researcher at the UConn's Institute for Municipal Policy and Municipal Regional Policy. I use my lived experience to shape policies that support economic mobility and education and reentry. I stand before you as living proof that direct cash assistance works. It's not just a handout, it's a lifeline. It gives people the stability to move forward, to contribute, and to thrive. And I urge this committee to refine the language in HB 6841 to ensure that targeted cash assistance programs are accurately presented and not mistaken for universal basic income. These programs are strategic, needs-based interventions that empower individuals and strengthen communities. At 4CT, we've distributed $8 million in unrestricted aid to over 41,000 people across Connecticut. That money has kept families housed, put food on the tables, and allowed people to invest in their futures. Through partnerships with the Department of Health, Connecticut Children's Hospital, and New Haven Hospital, New Haven's Yale Hospital, and local governments, we've seen how targeted cash assistance transform lives. This evidence is clear. But one of the most critical next steps is ensuring that recipients of cash assistance are not penalized by losing access to other essential benefits. We must protect benefit eligibility so that assistance truly means individual moving forward instead of creating new barriers. The Department of Social Services has already recognized the need for benefits protection, and I urge this committee to join those efforts. Connecticut should be a leader in ensuring that cash assistance programs complement, not replace, existing supports. Language matters. The term universal basic income is most often misunderstood. I know firsthand what happens when we invest in people. Connecticut has the opportunity to lead with policies that uplift individuals and strengthen communities. I urge you to support targeted, flexible cash assistance programs, ensure that our language is clear, and work to protect benefits that recipients are not pushed back into hardship. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. We have a question from Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you so much today for your testimony. You're certainly an example of the benefits of a hand up, not a handout. Are you able to share any data with regard to the individuals that have benefited in this program and have been successful like you are in percentage and data numbers?
Sure, I would love to sit down with you, Representative Daphne, to do that. But I could tell you from my my personal cohort, none of the men have returned back to prison, which is a success story. And several of us have started businesses of our own. I myself own a small business that I started with my wife and my son. And so this has been the story. It's been successful. This is not a handout. This is something that uplifts people. We're incredibly, I mean, I was a recipient, and I felt the power of this program so much that I advocate for it. A lot of my advocacy is free. I do this advocacy because I love the work that I do and I believe in it. This changes lives. And so to your question, I would love to sit down with you and provide you with those answers. But I could tell you that from my experience, all the men that have participated are home with their families, leading productive lives, paying taxes just like I do.
Well, thank you so much for your testimony. I did spend over a year in the prison system working with a pre-release program with similar program that would assist individuals as yourself to get them in a better place and support their success. So it's so really nice to hear your testimony. I would love to sit down with you and hear with regard to the data and our investment and what we're getting with regard to return. So thank you so much for sharing that. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. And I would love the opportunity to sit down with you and discuss that further and hopefully receive your support for HB 6841.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abraham. Actually, just to sort of follow on what the good ranking member just was asking, if it would be possible, if you are able to share some data, if it could be shared with the chairs or vice chairs, and we can make sure that it is disseminated into the whole committee, because I think the more information that we have on programs that I know personally, I'm not familiar with the process and the steps, I think the better.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative.
I will surely do that. Thank you.
Thank you. And seeing no further questions, you are free for the night. Thank you so much. All right, up next we have Mona Colwell, and then Allison Logan and Valerie DiLorenzo.
Okay, great, thank you. Hello, my name is Mona Colwell. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about SB 1271. I am opposed to this bill. I'm the mother of 3 children. I've spent over 30 years in education. I've worked in school and public libraries. My husband and I have published a children's book, and I wrote my senior college thesis on the economic cost of illiteracy in America. So I'm very passionate about reading and libraries. When my husband and I moved back to my home state of Connecticut, we settled in Old Lyme in 2014. My oldest son was 10 years old at the time. He had a summer reading assignment where he had to select one of 10 books. The book he chose was called Ashfall. About 8 pages in, my son came across a swear. Now, I know this might be hard to believe, but I had raised my kids in such a way that reading swears was not normal, and it made him feel uncomfortable. So he gave me the book. I proceeded to read it. The story included rape of the mom, drug use, drinking, teen sex, and an apocalyptic world that would terrify anyone. In fact, the book was so disgusting that I actually couldn't even finish it. The book and the other 9 on the reading list were chosen by the young adult librarian in town, who was trusted by the English teacher, principal, and the parents to choose books for the summer reading program. The second book he chose, The Eye of Minds, was about a serial killer who met teenagers through video games and manipulated them in such a way that they committed suicide. My son was 10, and these are the books that the librarian had recommended for kids his age that summer. According to this proposed legislation, she is the professional, yet she did not know what is and isn't age appropriate. Fast forward to 2023, people in my town started talking about family values were related to book bans. There was an event scheduled in our town that was about banning book banning. No parents want to ban anything. And if I recall, in 2021, librarians in Connecticut celebrated banning 6 Dr. Seuss books. I'll be honest with you, I really hadn't gone into the library much, hadn't let my kids go since 2014, but in April 2023, I walked into the young adult section and there was a huge display, 3 rows of books on sex. I randomly grabbed a few. One of the books, we've talked about it today, is Let's Talk About It. There's a chapter, a whole chapter called Kinks and Fantasies, and it tells kids to pay for porn on porn sites and to go into porn chat rooms. The book is in the tween section for kids ages 11 and up. I understand librarians are not going to have time to read every book cover to cover, so I kindly wrote a letter, signed it with a few other families in town, asking for this particular book, sending kids to places for ages 18 and up, could be moved out of the children's section. It wasn't about a book ban. It wasn't about anything more than what I saw in the children's section didn't belong
Can you
there.
please summarize?
Sure. To deny that porn is in libraries is a lie. It's ironic right now that in another area here in Hartford, we've got people on both sides of the aisle trying to protect children online. And this group, the children's group, isn't doing that. You're contemplating unrestricted access to porn and penalizing parents for trying to protect their children. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you so much. Representative Daphne.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mona, for your testimony tonight. I know it's late and people are tired. I really appreciate your expertise. You shared many of your past history with your profession with regarding to writing and the like. So I just wanted to comment. We're supposed to trust the librarians, and I know that Senator Duff mentioned that a couple times. Let's trust our librarians. So I kind of always go back to my own medical profession and other professions where we're supposed to trust the profession, but look, we all are looking and doing our own research, especially now with online information. We are searching and looking and questioning everything with regard to second opinions and the like. So can you speak to us, being asked and called to trusting the librarians? I mean, I think parents really want to have an opportunity to guide their children in their own way, right? Not having them exposed to books in a library sooner than they want them to be. They don't want their child to come home with the book or say they saw a book with a picture or something in it and having to explain to them earlier than they think is appropriate for their child. So can you just expand and speak to that?
Sure, I'd love to. So actually, I mean, I have so much that I could say about this because it was one thing when my son read words and he read a swear word, and then I went on to read the rest of the words, and it was, all this stuff about rape and everything. And it's something else entirely when we're looking at pictures of things too, because kids can never erase those pictures in their minds. When I worked at a library for 2 years in Vermont and then 1 year as a volunteer at a school in Connecticut, we had different opinions among the librarians and people that worked on the staff about what books were appropriate at what ages. And I'm very conservative. I mean, I didn't let my kids read what other parents might have let their kids read. But to have my children, for me personally, exposed to things that the other people thought was appropriate. And this was not, the books aren't rated. Books don't come with a rating that says, this is rated X, or this is rated R, or this is PG-13. And that is so subjective anyway. I mean, we have a better system with our movies and with online content on the internet. And really, we're trying so hard to protect our kids online and putting in all of these systems to protect them from social media, but we don't do that with the books. And the books that I'm telling you that my son was recommended when he was 10 years old, I would never want my 10-year-old child reading about suicide, date rape, teen sex, moms getting raped. All of these topics were way too old for my child when he was 10 years old. Somebody else wants to let their kid read it. I know some people will let their kids watch rated R movies when they're 10. I won't. And what I see in this bill, and especially if it goes along with the guidelines from the state of Connecticut, which I'm not sure, I really haven't looked into the guidelines that much, but they're sexualizing our children at such a young age, and that is not okay. I mean, the whole thing is we should be, especially here in children's, we should be fighting to keep sex away from the kids. We shouldn't be promoting them masturbating before they've even had their periods. You know, I mean, this is insanity that we're even having these kind of conversations. Some of the stuff that I saw in the book that has been brought up many times, let's talk about it, I had never seen in my 50 years of living. I did not know about some of these things. And this is a book that 11-year-old kids can just pick up in the library and read it. And when I actually wrote to the library with several of my other mom friends, the letter I got back was that since 2019, the library had been purposely spending more taxpayer money on sexualized books for our children, which kind of appalled me because I don't think our kids need 3 huge rows of sex books in the library, especially when it's taking the place of books that could give them valuable education or let them help, like so many people were talking about before, like libraries help to open up minds, explore the world, be able to travel. And there's so many great things that could be happening with books instead of us sitting here having this argument over sexualized books and people trying to pretend that they're not in the libraries, but they are in the libraries. So if you say that they're not in the libraries, you're just lying and not telling the truth, because the books are in the libraries for kids to pick up. You pick up the book and next thing you know, you see this sexualized content. You see people having sex when you're 11 years old and you can't undo that picture in your mind. And then you see all of this stuff about sex toys. But the thing that bothered me the most above all else was that 2 books specifically that I saw send kids to porn sites. Now, the law in Connecticut is you cannot go to a porn site and pay for porn until you're 18 years old, I believe. I can be corrected. Maybe it's 16. I don't know. But why would we have books in libraries that tell kids to go to porn sites and pay for porn? Why would we have that in front of 11-year-old kids when it's against the law? Would we have books in the children's section telling them to smoke cigarettes or to buy alcohol and go get drunk? Would we have books that tell them to do that? And I get it.
Thank
Not
you. Can
every librarian can
summarize your
cover
answer, please?
everything in these books. But this is why we cannot take parents out of the equation. This is why we can't make it so that parents would get penalized for saying, hey, my kid read a book and it's got porn in it. Maybe we should look at this. And the bill that has been brought up penalizes parents and makes it so that librarians have
Thank you.
ultimate control over parental contact.
This bill, this proposal does not take away the right of a parent to challenge or question a book. It actually just unifies the process to make sure that the school districts and the towns, municipalities that do not have a policy in place, and many don't, have something so that parents and families can weigh in. I just want to make sure, I know Representative Dauphiné has a second question, and I know it's getting late, so I just want to make sure that we can get to her next question. Representative, did you have a second one?
I do. Thank you, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
thank
And
you.
I would just
Thank
say
you.
that actually that's not really true. Parents would be limited. So once a book is challenged, and they would be in a moratorium of 3 entire years before anybody could question that book again. So if you were a new parent in the area, or a parent that missed the first opportunity to challenge the book, they would have to wait 3 entire years. I'm also trying to understand why, and maybe you could weigh in on this for me, Mona. Why would anybody be opposed to what I've been asking to be added as an amendment with regard to pornography? And I won't go into all of them. I've mentioned them several times. People probably know them by heart by now. But with regard to having that added as an amendment to this, many people have said that, well, we don't want pornography. We're not going to allow pornography. But when I describe this amendment with pornography in it. Nobody wants to, if you will, agree that this should be added in. Can you weigh in on why people would be opposed to that, do you think?
Well, first, I would state that I don't even agree with the bill at all. Having worked in libraries and in schools, I believe that this is totally government overreach, and I really don't even think this should be happening. And I really believe that the only reason that this is even being proposed is to protect the librarians, because many of them are going to get themselves in trouble because they have been grooming children, and these children are going to regret what has been going on with them, and they're going to sue the library.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, we cannot accuse our librarians of grooming. That's not what's happening. So you may have every right to disagree with some of the books that are present in some of the libraries, and as a parent, you absolutely have the right to determine what books your children can or cannot read. But we cannot accuse people of a crime like that.
Okay, but
Unfounded.
we do know that 2 people have been arrested who are librarians in the state of Connecticut for possessing porn. So, okay, I'm sorry, maybe they weren't grooming children, but they did have issues with pornography themselves, with child pornography. I'm sorry, I will state that
Thank
case
you. I
then
appreciate
instead,
that.
yes.
Yes, it's important
So,
that
and
we are
yes,
speaking correctly.
okay, right, because this is on the record, and but that is true that librarians have been caught and arrested for possessing pornography or pornographic images of children. So, which actually is another big reason why it should be very important that parents should never be taken out of the equation. The way the bill is phrased, as many people have brought up already, is it's going to open up Pandora's box to trouble. And what really should be included was that amendment that Representative Daphne has mentioned, with all of these exclusions, like all of these things should not be allowed in schools if you're going to move forward with this. But I would recommend that you guys don't even move forward with this, because I just think that it's just not a good bill, because I think libraries can set up their own policies and ways to handle things. And I know that a lot of them already do. Like my library in town has a policy in place. But if you're going to go ahead with it, yes, there should be all of those mentioned items about sexualized content should be in there to prevent pornography from being around children. If it's not this, I heard this once and I love this. If it's not on the SAT, why is it in a school library, or why is it being taught in school?
Thank you, Mona, for your testimony. I would just add, and I would disagree with the good vice chair, that the doctor earlier testified that many of these pornographic pictures and videos and drawings and graphics are part of grooming our children. So thank you for bringing that up, and I would disagree respectfully with that statement. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to clarify too that the people who were recently arrested for possessing child pornography, they were employees of a library system. They were not librarians. There's a big difference. They were not choosing the selection. They were not guiding anyone. So just wanted to clarify.
Oh.
But thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions.
Okay.
Okay, up next we have Allison Logan, followed by Valerie DiLorenzo and George Saris.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It was good afternoon when I wrote this. Good evening, Representative Wiehlander, Senator Marr, Representative Paris, and Representative Kitt, and other members of the Committee on Children. My name is Allison Logan, and I'm here today in support of House Bill 6900, an act establishing a task force to study child development and perinatal depression screening tools and data sharing systems. I am co-founder of CT359, launched in January 2023 as a network of individuals and organizations focused on the health, well-being, and early success of Connecticut's younger children within the context of their families and communities. Members gather, analyze, prepare, and share vital information on outcomes at birth 3, 5, and 9 to help people, organizations, and government make sound policy and resource decisions. I am also a fellow and ambassador for Nurture Connection, a national movement designed to promote early relational health and emotional connection between babies, toddlers, and their parents and caregivers. Early identification of developmental delays can help families access services that empower children and families, and it can improve child outcomes. Early identification of children with delays leads to early intervention that can improve developmental skills and intellectual functioning and empowers families to advocate for services to help their child learn and grow. Cited in CT 359's most recent Medicaid review on screening, referral, and intervention, currently there is no state policy advancing a cohesive process for developmental screening for young children. At the present time in Connecticut, there are many disconnected sources of developmental screening, and while the state of Connecticut seeks to promote the use of Ages and Stages questionnaire as the common screener and Sparkler as the preferred tool for ASQ screening, neither is universally required by the state. Data cannot be linked across programs in real time, and retrospective matching and analysis through, for example, CT's P20 tends to be more oriented to research than individual child or family care or individual program quality improvement or statewide outcome accountability. Consequently, data from screenings are generally not shared across programs, even when the same child is being screened across programs. When data are reported, the metric is usually the number of developmental screens conducted, not a count of how many individual young children are screened at critical points in their development. Additionally, while maternal caregiver mental health screenings are supposed to be completed at well child visits, there are no ways to know if these are occurring and what happens when depression is identified. We do know that maternal caregiver depression and social drivers of health impact nurturing parental relationships with their young children. However, in the state, Medicaid, and other data systems, it's not possible to link data on individual children with data on their parents and caregivers.
Can you please summarize?
Yes, this proposed task force and the resulting report due to the legislator in January 2026 will allow the opportunity for a comprehensive review process for screenings, referrals, connections to services, and needed data systems within a coherent state policy on developmental and maternal caregiver mental health screening in the early years from pregnancy through age 5. I thank you for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you for that information. Are you able to share, if you have this information now, roughly how many children are not being screened? Like how many kids are falling through the gaps if we're trying to do something and only a certain program is being used, or a certain handful of
from our Medicaid report, I have a Medicaid report that I can share with you that talks about Medicaid children who are a part of Medicaid. And what we're seeing right now is that there's about 30% of children who are actually being screened. It's very different in each city and town. So we have that for 22 cities and towns. And I can share that with the Children's Committee. I'm also more than willing to come and do a briefing for the Children's Committee on what we have found through through our Medicaid reports. It's a very low number. We are also going to be able to look at what pediatricians are doing and what's happening in the pediatric offices. During those well child visits, pediatricians have 15 minutes to do a million things, right? And so really looking at what's happening in the pediatrics offices. We are on CT 359, we have several pediatricians who are on that, who are talking about what can we do to really fix that well child visit, whether it's community health workers that are doing the developmental screen and really being that support for families. So it's really not falling on the pediatricians, but there is no way to know now what screenings are being done when they're being done, and there's no way to actually track children and see when they get those screenings. And then also there's no way to connect moms who get a maternal depression screen with a child. So there's a lot of data issues in this, and this actual task force will actually be able to have us look at a comprehensive system of screening, intervention, and referrals. And then also on the other end, there is not enough services existing in the state to actually accommodate the children who have delays and mothers who have depression. So this will actually allow us to cite that there needs to be more services on the other end too. So this task force is really comprehensive. The one thing I would change in the language, and I wrote this in written testimony as well, is taking out the word tools, because the word tools connotates we're just going to be looking at the screening tools that are existing and not the intervention and the services and the connection to services. So that would be one of my proposed language modifications, and then also add additional members to the task force, the Commissioner of Public Health, and also the Director of the DAS Bureau of Information and Technology Solutions. So in my testimony, my written testimony, I have some suggestions for who else to add to the task force.
Thank you so much. That's a great answer. We have a question online from Representative Comey.
Hi, Allison. Thank you so much for your testimony. I know you have been working on this for quite some time, and I'm happy to hear that we have a bill this year on this. You mentioned it is going to be a comprehensive, sort of analysis of how we could improve our data systems across our agencies and across our systems, and where to find the gaps. But I was wondering if any of this or even pieces of this work is happening in other, in certain communities that you're aware of.
Yes, absolutely, in Norwalk. So in Norwalk, Connecticut, they're doing a hugely comprehensive work with developmental screening across ages, and they actually can track children because they created their own data system, because there is no data system to actually track. They created their own data system that tracks children from their first developmental screen all the way to where they get actually go into kindergarten. And that is required in Norwalk, is to do the ASQ upon kindergarten entry. So they're actually able to track children and able to really look at, do the interventions actually have these children actually be more ready for school. So we did a part of what CT 359 does is do grand rounds. We did a grand rounds for information, and we did one on the Norwalk work. The Norwalk work is something to look really, really closely at, because they had to create their own data system, however, because there was no data system in place to actually track children.
And how many years have they been doing that? And how many kids?
Oh, it's been, I think, I think it's been 5-6 years that they've been doing that.
Well, that's great. So they've, the first group of kids have already gone on to school, and perhaps, there's some.
And they just did a study. They just put out a study that showed ASQ was a predictor to kindergarten success. So kids who actually were performing low on ASQs very early on were not ready for kindergarten, and kids who were performing higher were. So ASQ is being seen as really a predictor for childhood success, not only in kindergarten, but at age 3. They were actually able to track from all the way from young childhood to grade 3. Sorry, not age 3, grade 3. So the Norwalk work, if you are interested, we could connect with you all, with the Children's Committee, with the Norwalk work for you to really hear about what they're doing there.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thanks for sticking around.
Of course.
Yes, I thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and I think everyone would appreciate any data that you can share.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Valerie DiLorenzo online.
Good evening, Senator Marr, Representative Paris, and distinguished members of the Children's Committee. My name is Valerie DiLorenzo. I'm a resident of Bethlehem and a full-time certified library media specialist, currently at a high school. My teaching career started in 1993. I have a Master of Arts in Teaching and a Master of Library Science degree. I am speaking today in support of Senate Bill 1271. I would like to share a quote from Marie Benedict and Victoria Christopher Murray's book titled The Personal Librarian. This historical fiction book is based on the life of Belle DaCosta Green, who was J.P. Morgan's personal librarian. In the quote that follows, Belle's father asks her if she still loves her work and feels that she's making a valuable contribution to the world. Belle responds, quote, "My plan is to turn the Pierpont Morgan Library from a private library into a public institution so that thousands and thousands of people will see the beauty and significance of the early written word, the importance of reading and books as a great equalizer among humankind. End of quote. I truly agree with that. Reading and books are great equalizers among humankind, and I aspire to be as skilled at my job as Belle DaCosta Green was. Tonight, I would like to talk to you about the collection development process in my school library. I think of this process as both an art and a science. We school librarians read and we listen as much as we possibly can. We take requests from students and adults in our buildings. Recently, School Library Journal published an article on the best young adult books of 2024. I could have simply chosen 4 or 5 books from the list, or I thought it would even be better to get the community's input, my students' input. So I sent out a form seeking feedback from students about the books on the list. I wanted to find out which books interested them, my students, the most. Quite a few students responded. Their responses about the books were both thoughtful and insightful. Before ordering the books that received the most votes, I read professional reviews about their top choices to make sure that those titles will work well in our library. Student and adult voices are an important part of the collection development process. If someone has an issue with a book in the library, there is a reconsideration policy to be followed to determine whether or not the book
Summarize.
the book in question should remain in the collection or be removed. Every library in Connecticut should have these policies in place. In closing, I wholeheartedly support Bill 1271. It preserves local control of library collections with transparency that ensures First Amendment rights. Together, we can ensure that our students can read freely for pleasure and/or information to become knowledgeable contributors to our society. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And you could have a career in audiobooks, I think. So
Thank you.
We do have a question online from Representative Daphne.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I would just say that with regard to this bill, I would argue that this isn't really local control. This is a mandate from the state telling us how to outline and proceed with a policy with edicts that they are putting into what we must and can and cannot do. My question to you is, though, I'm sure you've heard me ask this question many times with regard to an amendment to this bill specific to pornography and allowing pornography books or books that have pornographic photos, drawings, videos, or the like. Are you in support of that with regard to books in your library? Question mark.
Okay, so first you disagreed with me that this is a bill that has local control. And the way I read the bill, actually, it's model policies that will be created at the state level, but then the local boards, whether it's a district or a region, they will look at that model policy and then create their own. So there is actually a lot of local control, and that's the way I'm reading this bill. And so I've listened to you ask that question over and over again tonight, and I really, I mean, I'm kind of offended by, some of the words that are in there, and I'm just wondering, like, if you're saying that over and over and over again to kind of desensitize all of us. I'm, so I really think it's up to the local school districts to create a collection of development policy with a reconsideration policy, because when those policies are in place, then the local community has the ability to question a book and to, whatever that they're going to follow that policy, whatever it is. And they can, and it is, and again, it's the local school board that's going to decide whether or not that book stays on the shelf or is removed. So there's a lot of local control here. It's not the state that is dictating to everyone, these are the books that are going to be in every library. That's not it. So I hope I've answered your question, but I really, and as a school librarian, I'm constantly listening to the people in my school building, in my community. What do they want? I have teachers all the time that are coming up to me and saying, "Hey Val, can we get this book for our library? Hey Val, can we?" And students will ask me, and I will always, no matter, and I may not like a book, but it's not. I have to I have to look at a book. I read reviews, read the books, talk to people, and then it's not my collection. It is the collection of this school that I am at. I'm just back there at the beginning of this year. It's been curated by other librarians before me. And if there's a consistent collection development policy with reconsideration policies, then it works really well. And we've heard Kevin Staten, I don't know him personally, but I've heard him speak, and he talks about the really strong collection development policy and reconsideration policy that has worked really well in his school system. So this bill is all about requiring every school district and region in Connecticut to have a collection development and reconsideration policy. And it's not dictated by the state, rather the local board and regional and districts, they're the ones that are creating the policy for their community based on the people that live in their community.
Thank you so much for that answer. I would respectfully disagree.
Okay.
This policy is a mandate. It dictates an outline in which local towns must follow, with even regard to a book being opposed and having a moratorium on when it can be reopposed. I asked you a question specific to, would you support an amendment to, with regard to pornography in books? And you didn't really answer my question. I was very specific. I expanded on the pornography just to allow people to understand what I was talking about, very explicitly what our children are being exposed to and what parents would or wouldn't know that their children are seeing when they go to the library and then come home and may or may not talk about it. So I would respectfully disagree with you and say that this really isn't local control. This is a complete state mandate and edict on every town in the state to outline what they must do with regard to a policy. Thank you so much for your testimony today. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Valerie. Seeing no other questions in person or online, you are free for the night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have George Saris, if he's in the building. Fantastic. And then followed by Melissa Canham-Klein and Ann Moniski.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. In light of the lateness of the hour, I'm actually grateful because most children, if not all children, will be in bed by now. So with your permission, I'd like to read my testimony as I originally wrote it. My name is George Saris. I have 5 children and soon to be 14 grandchildren. So quality children's education, especially when they're reading and taught in school, is an important value to me. I'd like to read a few short excerpts from a book that was assigned to 15-year-olds in an English class at the high school in my town. The boy kept working up the girl's shirt, and as much as she said no, he kept working it. After a few minutes, she stopped protesting, and he pulled her shirt off, and she had a white bra with lace. Pretty soon, he took off her bra and started to kiss her breasts. And then he put his hand down her pants, and she started moaning. He reached to take off her pants, but she started crying really hard. So he reached for his own. He pulled his pants and underwear down to his knees. "Please, Dave, no," but the boy just talked soft to her about how good she looked and things like that. And she grabbed his penis with her hands and started moving it. After a few minutes, the boy pushed the girl's head down and she started to kiss his penis. She was still crying. Finally, she stopped crying because he put his penis in her mouth. And I don't think you can cry in that position. So they have this picnic with sandwiches and everything. They start to make out. The stereo's playing, and they're just about to do it when Parker realizes he forgot the condoms. They're both naked on this putting green. They both want each other. There's no condom. So what do you think happened? I don't know. They did it doggy style with one of the sandwich bags. There were other stories and other names. Second base Stace, who had breasts in the 4th grade and let some of the boys feel them. Sheila, who allegedly masturbated with a hot dog and had to go to the emergency room. The list went on and on. SB 1271 radically prohibits the rights of parents and others in the community to challenge or even question the supposed educational professionals who in some kind of twisted way consider material like this that encourages and glorifies taking advantage of minor girls and boys and could even be said to encourage rape to be important, valuable, and appropriate for the education of children. As elected members of the Joint Committee on Children, you have been entrusted by parents in our state to provide for the guidance and protection of their minor children and youth to help them become mature, responsible adults. Please vote no on SB 1271. And by the way, under the Connecticut General Statutes, disseminating pornography to minors under the age of 16 is a felony, except in schools.
Thank you for your testimony. Believe that, is that from Perks of Being a Wallflower?
That is correct.
Okay. So, and I believe that there is also, in the context of the book, while that has mature themes to it, that there are themes of discussing consent and that would be helpful for teens as they start navigating that part of their lives.
But not for 15-year-olds.
Well, the
Not for
age
minors.
range,
That is considered, by the way, there's no definition for pornography.
correct.
There is a definition for obscenity. The U.S. Supreme Court established the test that judges and juries use to determine whether matter is obscene in 3 major cases: Miller versus California, Smith versus the United States, and Pope versus Illinois. The 3-pronged Miller test is as follows. 1, whether the average person applying contemporary adult community standards finds that the matter, taken as a whole, appeals to prurient interests, that is, an erotic, lasciviousness, abnormal, unhealthy, degrading, shameful, or morbid interest in nudity, sex, and excretion.
Thank you, sir. I think we have a question online from Representative Dauphiné.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. I'm listening to you and I can't help but thinking how I've listened over and over again to Law and Order and many of these crime shows, and the stories they talk about could be your story that you just described. A female and a male, and the female in that situation, and it would be a story of, if you will, assault or rape. It's appalling. It's appalling that would be information that would be in a book that would be available to our children, our minor children. You described 15 years old, our minor children. And what are we doing? Are we grooming our young women to accept this? I don't know. Can you speak to that? I think it's horrifying.
I agree that it's horrifying. I don't know if I'm not trying to accuse any librarian or teachers of grooming students. I think they're just foolish. I don't think that people are realizing exactly how much danger they are placing in the libraries and encouraging young people to read material like this. What that does is bring the material to the fore in their lives, and it's really tragic. It's leading young people to think that this kind of thing is common when it's not. and it should not be.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I can't help but think about, my daughters are older now, but if they were reading something like that and thinking that that was okay, and being, if you will, kind of coerced at every step and every level of that descriptive testimony that you gave, and at some point believing that kind of maybe at the end of the day it was their fault, or that I don't know, it's horrifying. And I think that the fact that we're allowing this in our public school libraries, and the fact that a minor child could have access to something like that and maybe not feel comfortable going home and talking to their parents about it, and moving through adolescence and believing that perhaps maybe it was her fault, or maybe she led him to believe it was okay, and or I don't know, many other scenarios. But thank you so much for sharing that testimony. I think it was compelling and, if you will, quite riveting, in my opinion. Thank you so much for being here so late and sharing that.
If I could just share one other thought. I think
Sure.
we should add something if you do decide to pass the bill. It should add something, not just visual depiction, but literature that describes this kind of thing. It's tragic what happens to young girls and young boys too, by the way.
I shared several times what I would like to amend this bill to be. I don't know if you heard me, but it was literally preventing this sort of thing to be advocated and in books available to children. I'm guessing that you would agree that that should be an amendment to this bill.
Absolutely. But again, I would add not just visual pornography. It's literature like this that's just inappropriate.
Thank you,
for
sir,
young people.
for sharing your thoughts
Thank
on
you.
it. Thank you for being here
You're
today. Okay, up next we have, is Melissa Cannon Klein online? No? Okay. Ann Manuski? I believe I see you online. Followed by Rebecca Harlow. Oh, is Ann unmuted?
Oh. Can you hear me now?
Ms. Manuski? Yes, we can hear you now.
1 second. Dear Chairman Paris, Mayor, Ranking Members Martin, Dauphiné, and members of the Children's Committee. The Connecticut Republican Assembly is an organization which has members and friends totaling 550 Republicans and conservatives across the state of Connecticut. We stand firm in our principles and our unalienable rights under the U.S. Constitution, as well as the rights and responsibilities within the Connecticut Constitution. I am Ann Manuski, a 26-year resident of Connecticut, former licensed professional counselor, and currently the National Director of the Connecticut Republican Assembly. The preamble of the Connecticut Constitution states, "The people of Connecticut, acknowledging with gratitude the good providence of God and having permitted them to enjoy a free government, do, in order more effectively to define, secure, and perpetuate the liberties, rights, and privileges which they have derived from their ancestors, hereby, after careful consideration and revision, ordain and establish the following constitution and form of government." Parents have the authority to raise their children as they see fit. At one time, parents knew that sending their children to public school or to a public library was a place their child would receive an education, or in the latter, find books to read, search books for completing reports, and to do research, and they were safe there. Now parents need to be concerned that the local public schools, as well as libraries, have agendas pushing psychological and gender ideological programming. The U.S. Constitution provides the right to free speech. However, the Supreme Court provides that obscenity is not a protected right. Free speech, including free press under the First Amendment protection, does not include obscene materials, such as books. This bill and current practices of obscene materials in public school libraries and local libraries violates federal laws against child pornography, as well as a violation of the Connecticut Statutes Penal Code 53. It's listed as a Class B misdemeanor. The Miller test in Miller versus California is a three-pronged test in order to determine if a material fits obscene materials. As a counselor in Houston, Texas, 27 years ago, the work was to see to the mental health and well-being of children, my work there. Pornographic obscene works were not on the bookshelves. It didn't exist. Pornographic obscene material has slithered into the public schools and libraries of Connecticut in the last 8 years. As a common sense individual, one has to ask oneself, who and why would people put pornographic obscene material at arm's reach of children? Where are the attorneys for the Connecticut General Assembly to determine if such a bill as this
Can you please
violates
summarize?
current laws? Clearly, the pornographic materials in all schools that do not fit the Miller test should be removed. Placing it there is through a radical agenda for certain people in Connecticut. Public libraries should be reviewing their policies that are providing books or an agenda for harming minors. I'll lastly note that in 2023, I filed a FOIA with our local library to review the books that were purchased in the previous 5 years. The librarian and other town officials made sure to have my FOIA published in the local paper. So I'm very sensitive to the individuals who've said that librarians have been attacked. Well, I personally was attacked because I was trying to look up what materials were purchased in the library, having followed what has been going on for the last 12 years.
Thank you, Ms. Minisky, for your testimony.
I will put,
Representative Daphne has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Anne, for your testimony. I sometimes I don't even know where to begin. I don't know if you heard the previous individual, George Sayers, speak about a scenario where a girl and a boy were together, and it was almost as though the girl was being coerced into what was a sexual encounter. And I can't help but think about all the times I've heard on Law and Order and other shows where this has been considered kind of a rape scenario. Are you able to, did you hear him, and are you able to speak to that, the manipulation and the position that this woman was put in and the books that exploit this?
Somewhat, yes, I did hear George's testimony, and I live in the neighboring town from Trumbull. So I heard quite a few people post that information of that book. Yeah, it is coercion. It could be taken as coercion, and they are these authors, the permission of these books, the people putting these books in the schools and in the public libraries, in the teen center. They're trying to normalize things, and that could be considered rape. Yes.
Thank you for that. I know you're a professional, by profession, you're a counselor, so you have experience with this. So we're now going to accept, and I've offered an amendment several times, which nobody has suggested they would support, with regard to prohibiting pornography or pornographic books in the library to our children, which in fact parents would not even know that their children were looking at. The child could go to the school, look at these pornographic pictures, and really out of fear or peer pressure or whatever it would be, may never say anything about it, but could be fearful, could have questions, could not understand. I mean, we talked about butt plugs. I've never even heard that term. Can you weigh in on the impact of what that will have with children as a counselor? That would be appreciated.
Sure. Now, I have, and just to clarify, I have not practiced in the state of Connecticut. I was a counselor in Texas, so it's been a long time. But I have been following what they've been doing in the schools, and the push with SEL, second step programming of children, confusing them. and the pornography in the libraries. I think that on a case by case basis, the children are being, I think as Dr. Chai, she did a great testimony, much more experienced than I am. And the fact that for any of these children to be seeing the photographs and the graphic art, comic books, so to speak, it's affecting the children in a negative way. I mean, this cannot. They will, as you said, like if they have not, they might be ashamed, they might be confused, and not have someone to talk to about this. And it's very concerning that their parents have no idea. A lot of parents don't know what's in the libraries. And just to clarify too, I didn't read anything or say anything. The different people had provided books. This the obscene pornography works. There is a website called takebacktheclassroom.com, which is a national website based on nationally states. If you look on it, it'll have the state of Connecticut, and it'll have the pornographic, obscene books that are listed in several schools in Connecticut. So there is definitely pornographic, obscene books in our schools, and parents should have the right. Again, it should be local control. I'm totally against this bill. Parents
Thank
should have.
you. Thank you so much, Anne. And I'm glad you were able to listen to the doctor who spoke earlier and very specific to her experience, the data, the damage that we do to children at a young age when they're exposed to this kind of material. So I appreciate that you listened to that and you were able to weigh in on that. Thank you so much for hanging in with us so late and testifying tonight.
Thank you. Good night. Thank you all.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Anne. Up next, we have Rebecca Harlow, followed by Tess McCool. And I just want to clarify, if anyone's just turning in right now, that we actually did not receive any actual data from a previous testifier that was able to be shared. It was about what quote unquote damage may or not have been done by potential library books. Thank you so much. Rebecca, you have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you. I don't think we have our chairs here, but thank you, Representative Wiehlander and distinguished members of the Children's Committee. My name is Rebecca Harlow. I'm the head of Reference and Adult Services at the Case Memorial Library in Orange, and I'm here today in support of Senate Bill 1271. I have served adults and teens in Orange for the last 15 years, and in that capacity, one of my roles is to develop collections that reflect the wide variety of reading levels, interests, maturity, and values of the residents in our community. And I want to take some time to explain what goes into both selecting and removing books from a library with collection development policies in place. I have a master's degree in library science. I've served on 2 Nutmeg Award committees, and every month I read at least 10 professional review journals that contain reviews from librarians and other book experts who have deep knowledge of their genres or subject matters. It takes me a few days per month to carefully select materials for both teens and adults, what is in demand, what is well reviewed, and what is missing from our collections, and having discussions with teens and parents. I'm also careful to select materials that take into account our least mature readers and our most concerned parents. I do my best to connect people of all ages with books that build or sustain their love of reading, and I help teens and their caregivers find books that align with their personal values and their comfort levels. The books I choose in execution of my professional duties are not reflective of my personal views. In fact, I purchase many books every month that not only do not align with my personal views, but deeply conflict with my own values and the values that I hope to impart to my own children. I purchase them because I have a collection development policy guiding me to make impartial decisions, and because I strongly support the right of everyone in our community to find books that represent their values in their library. What I can tell you confidently is if I only purchased books that every single person in our community agreed upon, we would be meeting the needs of very few readers. By comparison, the process to challenge a book in a public or school library is generally easy for a concerned citizen if that policy already exists. By comparison, it is a lengthy and involved process for the reconsideration committee. It includes extensive review and discussion of the book as a whole, including discussion of the decisions that informed the addition of that book to the collection, as well as the age appropriateness of the placement of that book. What I've heard tonight is a lot of opposition to one particular book. And I would really encourage those of you who oppose this bill to consider that SB 1271 actually strengthens the rights of parents to petition their school libraries to remove this book, as not all libraries currently have those policies in place. I'm grateful to the committee for your attention to this matter and for your time today, and I welcome questions.
Thank you, Rebecca. It's good to see you. I'll be very different than in our library system. I wanted to ask what you mentioned about this one particular book and the bill actually allowing for a stronger process. Because we've also heard a lot of concern and opposition to the 3-year window of if a book is challenged and the process is followed and it goes through a review by all of the appropriate people on the local level, and it is found to be appropriate for certain age groups and then housed in a collection in a building monitored by highly trained adults and professionals. Is that 3-year window something that you feel would be a hindrance on parents being able to voice? Is the review process thorough enough? I guess I should say. That's my real question. Is the review process thorough enough that parents and teachers and community alike would feel like, okay, due diligence has been done here?
Right. So that's a great question. My personal experience is in public libraries, so I can speak more specifically to that. But generally speaking, in policies which are in a public library, they're modeled after model policies that are already in place, and SB 1271 would seek to create those same model policies, but typically a reconsideration process is going to involve a lot of stakeholders in your community. It's going to, in a school setting, it's going to involve the librarians, it's going to involve teachers, it's going to involve members of the community, board members. There's a lot of people who then have to sit down, read this book in a timely fashion, review all of the literature that would have led to the selection and purchase of this book. And not only that, but its placement within the library. So, the work isn't done once you order a book. It doesn't like magically appear and then land on your shelves. It arrives in your library, and you have to catalog it. You have to assign subject values to that. You have to label it, and you have to find a space for it on your shelf. It's a very lengthy process to get it on there, and then also a lengthy process to have everyone read and thoughtfully discuss that book, and whether or not all of the decisions that led up to the purchase and placement of that book were appropriate. And there are times where the committee will make the decision that at some point in that process, a different decision could have been reached. And librarians are generally open to that. So, there's a lot of work that goes into selecting the books, getting them on the shelves, and then also reconsidering those materials. So, I think that the 3-year stipulation acknowledges all of the effort, both of the librarian and of the community, to very thoughtfully review not only that work of literature, but also the concerns of the community.
Thank you so much for that answer. I think that really helps clarify the process for people who may not be as familiar with it. I know that I am not personally familiar with all of the ins and outs, so I really appreciate that answer. You do have a question from Representative Dauphiné.
Great.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for your testimony today. I would say with regard to the 3-year moratorium, it's not quite like you described. For example, if a parent had an early childhood individual, a child in the school system and wasn't really well connected with a book that was in the library and did not address it at the time it was brought up, and then became aware of it when their child might be exposed to it, they would have to wait 3 years to be able to address that. I think also of the people that might be new to the community and have moved in and didn't have an opportunity to weigh in. So I think that honestly, they're really don't benefit by that rule, if you will. So when we talk about local control, I don't think that provides local control with parents to be able to weigh in. But my question is, are you opposed? I'm sure you've heard me mention several times the amendment that I would offer with regard to pornographic books in the library. Would you be opposed to that amendment on this bill?
So first, I just want to go back to your previous statement about, local control and the 3 years window and, parents. I think that there's been a real conflation of the idea of local control versus individual control. Um, Individuals really have never had the right or the power to select or remove materials from a library, or really, make those hyper specific decisions in any area of government. So, to say that you're removing the rights of parents because each individual parent doesn't have the right to make a decision to challenge something that's already been very thoughtfully considered by a panel of the community, I think that's a misrepresentation of parental rights. We don't, as parents, have the right to make very specific decisions as to what's happening in our schools, in our libraries, in our communities. To answer your second question, and I'm going to agree with what Val has said is, posing this question like it's such a concrete black and white, like, do you support pornography in libraries or not? Is it's really not so concrete as that. Not only is there no legal definition of pornography, the language that you're stating isn't really relevant to books in libraries. It's designed specifically to protect children from being made to like participate in those types of acts, to protect them from the production of child pornography, which is not at all what's happening here. I've heard you mention that videos shouldn't be in books. Pornographic videos shouldn't be in books. Well, videos are not in books, and photographs are not in books in public libraries. What we're talking about very specifically is just maybe 2, 3. I can think of 3 graphic novels that contain what some people would categorize as pornographic images, and what other parents would strongly support as part of sex education that they would like their teenagers, because we keep also conflating children with teenagers in upper grades of high school. Nobody's advocating giving any of these things to children the way that we would perceive that. There's a very big difference between a 10th grader, an 11th grader, a 12th grader, and my son who's 7. And And then, you know, just one final thing to add, and this would really just be from a legislative perspective. You know, I would really strongly caution anybody to consider adding that kind of language, because, you know, we've seen that kind of language get adopted in other states, and it's leading to like massive legislative issues where, you know, there's these broad sweeping definitions of what's pornographic and can be included in library collections, and they've really struggled with the implementation of those policies. And in most cases, they've had to be amended with future legislation. You know, we saw that in Utah. I think we saw it in Ohio. And when those policies do go into effect, they result in really large, sweeping bans that libraries, librarians, and communities really just are not prepared to implement. So, you know, I'll just reiterate, there isn't pornography in libraries. We can agree to disagree on that definition as parents, but legally, no, I would not support the addition of that language.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. I was very specific when I said videos and the like. I was reading from the statute, but I'm talking about graphic pictures and drawings, and I talked specifically about pornography. And you're saying that there's no pornography, but I went through in detail describing what I was talking about, and nobody has opposed that being in books. And furthermore, I would add that the parents that oppose this, when if there's you talked about individual parents. If individual parents speak up in that 3-year window, they're eliminated from the opportunity to speak out with regard to that. So that is how this policy is laid out. It's not really local control, because if individuals want to have, for example, from year to year, allow parents to come and speak out, whether they're new or they missed the opportunity the year before, this policy would preclude them from doing that. So I would just say that I respectfully disagree with you. And again, I was very, very clear on several items with regard to pornography and the exploitation of sexual pictures, touching personal clothed and unclothed genitals, and the like. I'm not going to go on and on, but it sounds like you're opposed to that amendment, which was very explicit in what we're looking to protect our children from. So if those are available to children in school, whether parents like it or not, the parents that don't like it don't have a choice. So this is not a parental choice bill. So I would just leave it at that. But thank you. I appreciate that you came in and shared. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you, Rebecca, for your time tonight and for sharing your expertise and information on this subject matter. It is greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other further questions, you are all set. Next, we have, let's see, Tess McCool, Brenda Rivers Pierce. No. Lourdes Batista. James Haslam. Jacqueline Barnes, I do see you online. So we'll have Jacqueline.
Hello.
I see Marcella. Hello, thank you so much. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline Barnes, and I'm an author and resident of New Haven County in support of 1271. For the past year and a half, Black, Brown, and LGBTQ books have been under attack under the guise of concern for our children. In May of 1933, the Nazi regime famously destroyed and burned the books from the Institute for Sexual Science. LGBTQ content was considered degenerate and vile, as was anything that was not white, straight, or traditionally beautiful. Books were burned, research went unfulfilled, and as we all know, over 6 million people were killed in the Holocaust that followed. History is a teacher. Through it, we can see that the destruction and othering of sexual minority literature is the beginning of something much more sinister. 1271 must be supported both legislatively and culturally within our communities. Because if it isn't, we allow our imaginations, empathy, and creativity to be limited and destroyed. It does not matter if you don't think you're banning books, that's what you're doing. A book ban is the practice of prohibiting or restricting the reading of certain books. By removing books you find questionable or mislabeling them as pornographic, you are banning them. Today, and for the entirety of the book banning fervor that has been occurring in this country, the word pornography has been misattributed and mislabeled to any form of sexual content, including Erica Moen's work. Sex education and teaching teens about safe and consensual ways to approach sex is not a crime, nor is it pornography. As the World Health Organization states, evidence shows that young people are more likely to initiate sexual activity later, and when they do have sex, to practice safer sex when they are better informed about sexuality, sexual relations, and their rights. They are referencing a study that lasted 3 decades, 30 years of research on consistent, relatable material, much of what Erica Moen's and the other books conservatives want to ban are doing as well. We must protect the written words that challenge and change us. The Toni Morrisons, Art Spiegelmans, Harvey Milks, and Marsha P. Johnsons of our world must all be protected, lest we lose the next generation, both physically and mentally. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that testimony and for providing that very important historical context. And I just said, as a personal note, want to say that Mouse is volumes 1 and 2 is one of my most influential books when I was in school. We do have a question from Rep. Dauphiné online.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. I would like to respectfully disagree with you. We had a testimony from George Saris, who spoke eloquently about a situation where a woman was with a man, and there was what many would describe as a coercion, and in the realm of law may have described that as a rape or an assault kind of situation. So with that being said, and the fact that we are talking about pornography, the only thing I mentioned was what's in law. Actually in law and the description or the definition of pornography. And I asked over and over again, and I described the definition of pornography, and I explicitly went through several aspects of that, which many people just didn't want to agree with, but it's in the law. So I would say I would respectfully disagree with you that we are talking about books that depict pornography, sexually explicit conduct, touching a person's clothed or unclothed genitals, pubic area, buttocks, if such person is a female, their breast, nude performance, a person in a state of sexual excitement and or masturbation. Those are not my words. Those are the words of the law. And I would argue with you that these are really unacceptable for minor children. And in particular, minor children that parents don't know perhaps that their children are looking at such content. I appreciate your testimony today. Thank you.
Okay, so to answer, I guess, that comment, we all watch the Super Bowl and have seen football players pat each other on the butt, and we know because of context that is not sexually explicit material. That you are removing the context of the images that you see and labeling them as pornography is what everyone you have asked this question has taken issue with. And to quote from Erica Moen's sexual education book, that you are mislabeling as pornography. When we were teens learning about sex, the materials we encountered tended to be dry, dense, and hard to read. The helpful information locked away in thick tomes or behind scholarly texts. We wanted to make something welcoming and accessible, something that left like a conversation between friends. Most of all, we wanted to make the kind of book we would have sought as young adults. We're two comic nerds who love human stories and writing from the heart. So we decided to create a book that could put that first and foremost. So they're talking about teenagers and young adults, 40% of whom are sexually active. This is about them and their experiencing sex and how to do so safely and effectively so they can learn about sex education in a way that is relatable to them.
I appreciate that comment, and I will say I will agree to remove buttocks and just leave in clothed or unclothed genitals, and everything else I mentioned that is most people would consider inappropriate, and unacceptable. So thank you so much for your comments.
Thank you, Jacqueline, for your testimony tonight. Quick question, how many books have you written?
3 so far.
Congratulations, that's awesome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for your time tonight. Seeing no further questions, you are free to go. And we have our last testifier for the evening, C. Marcella Karowski.
Members of the committee, I'm Marcella Karowski. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I oppose SB 1271 because citizens have the right to speak on what materials are available in public spaces. To have inappropriate media accessible to minors is no less than grooming, and grooming itself is abuse. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it and the brevity of it at this late hour. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for staying till the very, very end for your testimony, which was very, very short. But I would probably want to ask you, I think you've probably heard my offered amendment to this bill. And if you haven't, I'll repeat it. But are you in favor of that or not? And if so, why either way? Thank you.
Yes, please, because it's about inappropriate content. And that content has always been available to 18 plus in specific stores and not for free, and where any child can come upon it and read it while they're there in the library or check it out. So I do agree with your amendment, and let's please put that on there on the bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marcella. I appreciate you hanging in till the very end, and I hope you have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you so much for your time tonight. Seeing no further questions in the room and online, that wraps it up for our public hearing today. Thank you to everyone who is here and to those who stuck around and to the Children's Committee team. Have a great night and everybody get home safe.
Still